of what? Of time management. Another thing again is limit distractions. Limit distractions. Why do we spend a lot of time on our phone, but we cannot spend a lot of our time, doing things that we know that are very beneficial to us? Every one of us is gifted. This generation, our attention span is gone. Maybe in mommy's generation, at least they could get a lot of things achieved. But I'm telling you that I could barely go an hour without my phone is like a medicine. When my phone is off, it's like a part of my life is off. I see the way we run skelter to charge our phone. If you run skelter that way to do our duties, we'll be more productive. Do you know how people run to charge their phone? When we do not have access to internet, it's like we don't have access to breath, or maybe our oxygen is gone out of our life. And do you know the problem that we Gen Z have? You are trying to do something on Google, you are going to WhatsApp, Snap is sending, bang bang, you reply from up, you swipe it back, bang bang. We are so consumed, engulfed, and we are encapsulated by distractions. So how do we want to be productive? How do we want to multitask effectively? So you have to avoid distractions. Has there ever been a situation where you say, okay, today I'm not going to even pick my phone for like 3 hours, I want to get something done? Because gradually we are actually putting all of our life even on the phone. I read a book, I would advise you to go for that book. Techno-feudalism, I think by Yanni something. Techno-feudalism! And what did he say in that book? He was trying to say that so far as the world has gotten to this stage, the likes of Elon Musk, Mark, they will never go broke again forever. And he also tried to prove that techno-feudalism, he's trying to say that feudalism is no longer a system of land anymore. That the kind of feudalism we have now is now cloud feudalism. The likes of Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg are now the owners of the land, are the cloud, the social media system, and we are the workers there. So you as a worker, you also for followers, you get paid, by them. It was a very powerful book, just trying to tell us that now there's not even capitalism anymore. In his book, he said what we have now is techno-feudalism. It's not even a battle of maybe there are some rich people, the proletariats and stuff. Now it is now about the techno-feudals. And I found it interesting in some ways, because our lives now are largely on social media. If you are not on Snap, where people look at you are not on Snap, you are not on IG, because we now think that it is not part of necessity of life. Yeah. Look at now, we now have AI. AI is doing practically, it is getting closer to almost everything humans can do. So very soon we can have humans being replaced by AI. I see pages whereby people are using AI to create, short clips of dogs or cats that will be crying, and they're having boatloads of likes. There's a particular cat I usually watch. I don't know if you have seen the cat before. The cat will be like, maybe you go and commit an atrocity and they don't want to catch it, but in the end it will seem like a favor, to teach us lesson, and you'll be seeing 480,000 likes, 10,000 comments with something created by AI.
Somebody commanded the AI.
I'm telling you, yes, I know somebody commanded the AI, but I'm just shocked as to how we are not even seeing human features right there again. It's a good thing. I think it's another topic maybe one of the speakers might explore, where we get to know the negative and then the positive aspect of it. Another thing again, as regards effective multitasking, is take regular breaks. Take regular breaks. We could see that when we do overnight, even from this speaking challenge, we see the way our body will look like. You cannot compare you that you have done overnight to somebody who is just coming in refreshed. Because somebody who is coming in refreshed has taken enough break. But somebody who has done overnight, you see that we just look miserable sometimes. We look tattered. Even at that moment, whatever is being spoken is not entering. I'm telling you. And then even for a lady, sometimes wig is out, the hostess drops. I'm telling you, and then you just crash out. At that moment, nothing is coming into you, nothing is entering you again. That is what happens when multitasking is not effectively done. So you have to take regular breaks. I do not realize that it used to seem like sophistry. Do you know that sometimes a 5 minute sleep in a bus can help you, maintain a healthy composure for that day. Sometimes I will just sleep for 5 minutes in a bus and I will be woken, and it will seem as if I have had, like, you enjoy that kind of sleep even more than being on bed, and I will feel refreshed. That is how great even a little, or regular or short break can be. Rest. In fact, not to say, they say that even what happened on the 7th day of creation? Is it Jesus? God. That is why even on Sunday we have to, like, it's a day designed for resting, because after we have done the whole of the work we have to rest, but not in our context anymore. Sunday some people are firing work because these days in the context of Nigeria, Sunday is a day to not prepare for the other part of the week, which is not supposed to be so. And then we do this walking circle every time. So there is a need for us to take regular breaks. 6, focus on one task when necessary. This is another way to effectively multitask. Focus on one task when necessary. Focus on one task when necessary. There are some times that that, I think I have this is getting too much. Let me go back to one task for now. But if you want to rough it and say, whether or not I like it, whether or not it works out, I must continue, that is when problems begin to arise. We must learn how to focus on one task. We must learn how to focus on one task. Very important. When necessary. For instance now, when you have to do the speaking, you cannot find yourself pressing your phone or engaging in other kind of maybe side talk, because at this moment this task is necessary. If you combine with another task, you are going to lose the purpose or probably get the whole challenge terminated. So focusing on one task when necessary is a way, an effective way of multitasking, in today's world. Now, another one again is know your limits. Know your limits. We are not built the same way. That is why you cannot compete in terms of doing task with some other persons. You have got to know what you can do, your own personal limits. Avoid unhealthy competition. Okay, I think this person is doing like 3 things together. Me too, I should be able to do 3 things together. Body doesn't work that way. When somebody does 3 things, they could do 3. It's just like alcohol. I'm telling you, alcohol. Somebody could take 5 bottles and they will not stagger, and you just leak the top of the bottle and then you fall into gutter. Let me share one very interesting experience for you when I didn't know my limits. There was a time I went to Ajah to visit my sister. So my sister's husband, guy to guy, he liked me. Then I was like maybe like 14 or 15. He liked me. So he now told me, okay, do you cut bottles? Do you cut bottles? Now, because I was quite shy to some extent, or I do not want to seem like I'm like a coward, I said yes sir. He said so he was happy. He's a drink card. I know sometimes drink card they rejoice in having people. So because they were younger ones, the other people were just there. So he was happy that at least he had not seen somebody who could. So he said let's go out later in the evening. I said no problem. So he gave me money to buy 2 crates of drink. So he came with 2 of his other friends. So we sat down there and we're drinking. Because I didn't know the science of drinking. I didn't know that when you are drinking, it's supposed to be a gulp, take it down small, and then talk or do some other things. So I took, is it Guinness or 3-3? I took it like as if I was drinking Pepsi or water. So when I drank the first bottle, spontaneously, and then at that place they hailed me. The man said, this boy is so hot. He said it's my boy, I brought him here. But you know what? After that first round, I knew that my body was not the same thing. So I took the second one. I saw that they were talking, so I saw that they were distracted. So I started pouring it down. So I would look at them again, I would smile, I would put it down. So what happened? Now he now told me that I should go and get some chivita and some stuff for his wife to take home. men like that, when they drink, they want to do something that they use to cover the wife's. They want to use to appease the wife. So when I was going to the place to get the chivita, I was walking this way. So they were asking me what is going on. I said the ground is stored and I don't want to fall. So they're like, so I was raising my leg up and walking away, only for me. So when we got there, I didn't know what I was doing. It was as if they knocked something out of my brain because I didn't know my limits. So then when we finished drinking there, around very late at night, it was time to go. So we were holding each other. We first of all passed the streets. Then he thought I was strong enough to even direct him. Then we eventually found our way home. That day, I think that was the time that this song was raining. Olamide's Eledami. So I was asking people that, in the parlor, Olamide is now a twins. He's a twins now. He said, "How?" I said, "I can see it." He said, "What are my twins? It's just different." I said, So, that day when I slept, I vomited everything. It was an embarrassing moment. So the moment I would come out, my sister was so furious. She was angry with the man, but more importantly, she was directing it at me. That why would you say you can drink when you cannot drink? I left there in shame. So since that time, I said, there's no harm in saying I do not know how to do this. So that was one experience where I realized that I have to know my limit. Out of not knowing our limit, we say yes. Can you do this thing? Yes, I can do it. And in the end, we over bombard ourselves, and that can get us in trouble. So know your limits. When you are being overwhelmed, there are some employees that they want to please their boss. So when the boss says, "Can you do this?" Say yes, because they don't want to get on their boss' nerves. But remember that it is better for you to say you cannot do it honestly than to say you can do it and not do it well. A man gave me an experience that he had with his boss. That one time the boss was going for a meeting. So the boss was already late. The meeting was supposed to hold at Sheraton. Now, he now said, normally they were supposed to pass the normal road to go to Sheraton. But the people that were having the meeting were already calling the boss that, and he knew that he could saw from the map that probably there was traffic at the normal road. So he said, "Okay, let me try to help my friend." I said, "Boss, I know another way that we can pass. That place will lead us very faster." So he passed that way and it was seeming good. Then they got to the end of the way only to know that the place had blocked. So while trying to go back, the boss was so furious, said, "Why would you do this? You just wasted my time. You should have even passed the normal way." Do you know what? Because he wanted to please the boss. So learn how to say no. To things that maybe probably you have done one or two things, you have multitasked and your boss enjoys it. Your boss now asks you for something that you know that you cannot do. Respectfully, "Sir, ma, I can't do this. Unless if there's a way you can put me through that but I do not have the capacity to take it." That is you knowing your limits. Now, last but not least, get enough rest to maintain good health. Get enough rest to maintain good health. People say it is food that makes somebody have good body. That could be right to some extent, but I strongly believe that how you use your body is also very important to how your old age will play out. So health is very important as well. We cannot deny that. You can be eating food and it will not show your body if you are not getting good rest. When you see people that are looking refreshed, they are looking healthy. Sometimes because they have good resting time. I know somebody that no matter what will happen, once it is past 7, you cannot hear from her again. Her phone will be off. Whoever is dying should die. When she come alive, she will attend to it. People say it's a bad thing. She said, "No, even if you call me around after 7 for emergency, you are going to put me in a state where I can even lose my own life." So it is very important. So everything DND, put it off at 7, because sometimes you realize that some of us, we are so used to sleeping around after 1 or 12, and then we wake up again around 5 or 6. That is not a very good healthy habit. And it's not that maybe you can sleep around that after 1 or 12 if your whole day has been spent, or maybe probably you are not sleeping but you are resting. Maybe you are just home, you are not stressing yourself, you are just doing a little recreation and stuff. But you went to work, you've been doing tasks that are stressful every day, and you still go ahead to go and sleep around 11, then you wake up around 5. And they say I'm late, and they said I'm late, and I'm eating well. It's not about eating well. Rest is is good enough. So we must get enough rest and maintain good health. So I hope I've been able to explore multitasking, the advantages, disadvantages, and how to effectively multitask, in a healthy way. This said, I would now like to pass the mic to my reputable next speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that wonderful talk. I really learned a lot and it was very, very interesting. Good morning, Africa. My name remains Ezito Ruth, and when we started this relay, I think it was my second topic. I talked about the negative effects of technology to youths in the society, and today I will be talking about the positive effects of technology to youths in the society, and there are many positives. So first of all, technology is the use of scientific knowledge, tools and techniques to solve problems or make human life easier and very faster. Technology has really helped a lot of people in this society, especially the youths, most especially. We have really gained a lot from technology, and it has helped us in many areas of our life. It's in our business, it's in learning skills, it's in getting informations. Technology has done a lot, and we know that technology has really helped us in many positive ways. Although the other time I talked about its negative aspects, that technology was brought into this world to help us, not to use it negatively. So I was able to jot out some points and speak about the points about the negative aspects. So we all are supposed to know about this positive, in the sense that most people now don't really know that technology can help us. Even till now, most people are not using, they don't make use of technologies. They are still living normal life. They have not know the impact of it. So I'm going to tell you guys a story about a community that they live it's a small community. There's not like technology in the community. They live normal life. Stories, they tell stories, they laugh, they gist, always playing together. And there's youth in this society. So when technology were able to come to this community, this small community, it's impacted on these youth lives. They were able to know things about technology. Most of them that was always coming together as friends, they were distracted because of the way technology has come to their community. They were busy spending their times more on devices than them coming to their friend or playing with their friends. And other people too were able to learn skills. Were able to learn some small skills online, so that they were able to be a better version of themselves. So when this technology came into this community, even the elders in the community were like, their children are no more the way they are before. They are so distracted. This technology aspect that have come to this community. So they were complaining, doing this. Even some of the children at home don't do work at home, or they don't used to come for probably moon nights, dance, or stories, or like the way they used to live before this technology came. So they were being distracted in so many ways. But they later realized that they were not actually being distracted, but they're actually gaining something. They're actually impacting something for themselves. That Amina were able to learn skills through online, were able to learn some certain courses online, helped her. So the community, the elders, their parents were able to realize that this thing has actually helped their children in some certain aspect, that it actually helped them a lot. To show how technology is very, very important in our current society. Without technology, most of all will not be able to carry out our taxes, our laptops, our phones, earpods, trying to listen to musics, always on your phones, chatting with your friends, your faraway friends, doing videos, making videos, trying to do video calls with your friends that are not closer to you, trying to communicate with your relatives that are not closer to you, to show how these things have really helped us. So we're going to be talking about the positive impacts of technologies. I have a lot of points listed as, but before I start listing my points, I would like someone to tell me how technology has helped him or her in some certain ways. Like how technology have impacted in you. I just need probably one person or two person that can tell me probably 2 points or 3 points you have how technology have impacted in you. Anyone?
That helped in learning courses that are not available to us maybe in schools or somewhere like social media marketing.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That is the number one. It's part of my point actually. So you see, you will not be able to learn these things in your university days, but you were able to learn it online and get your certificate to show how it has actually helped you to achieve that certificate. You were not able to carry it out learn when you are learning your courses, probably your education courses, and still be learning all these things. You were not able to serve how many masters at the same time, but you were able to do it immediately you were done with your university. You were able to do it online, or probably some people that even go to school, they are still currently in school but they are still learning all these courses online, trying to achieve this certificate, to show how important or how positive it has impacted in us. And our number one point is it improve access to education, which is online learning. Just like she said, she was able to learn skills and courses online. Then, like I said before, that we were not able to do all these things when we were in school, but we're able to learn it now when we are graduated. So I will use myself an example. When I was in school, I was just studying only actually I studied 2 courses, education and English. So I was not able to have time for other courses. I was, let me just get my BSc first, so let me just get my B.Ed first before thinking about other courses. Even my dad used to tell me that if I'm done with my first degree course, I should try my possible best to go for masters. That any year they are going to do it for us. So I was even telling them that I even told my sister that I would like to even do my master in abroad, safe that this Nigeria, I will now be going back to schools and all this wala and stress and everything. That most of my friends there, they are currently working their masters in abroad. They want to do it in abroad. So I told my sister about it. She said that it's a good idea. It's a good idea, but all these things are required most resources and financial stuff. So if I'm they will even tell me that if I'm ready to do it, that I should let them know. Anyhow, they will do it for me. But I thought of that at that moment, let me first of all get my B.Ed certificate was before thinking about it. Yeah. I don't want to even put more stress or more debt from my parents too. But I was able to finish my university. Then I was trying to do my masters, but I thought of that. No, let me first of all go for service before doing my masters, because I know most of my colleagues that immediately they're done with school, immediately they start their master in the same school. So I wanted to change environment, actually not in the same school where I did my B.Ed course, my English education courses. So I was able to go to, I'm currently serving. So when doing when we're doing our side classes, sorry, not even side, I was even lecturing in side classes where when we're in camp then they thought of so many courses that we were able to learn, but I was not putting my interest in it. I was just like master, master, master. But when I came to local government, which is my local government I'm currently serving, where I did my CDS and my biometrics. So where I was one of the ESCOs, so we're able to give opportunity, give most people opportunity for them to learn skills, or in the side people lectures used to come every time. So most of them you will see like up to like how many side people that normally come to local government to probably introduce one course and university. Probably you see us for university, this is the course they give. You see another set of people who come with their own course and their own university name and other stuff. So during this CDS day, one of the people that normally organize they came, and I was able to, through what the man said and the certificate that he issued to most of the people that have gone through these skills, I was motivated. Okay, let me just do these skills. At least it will help me. Even my sister then, she did her own. She told me that I should do it, very, very good. And I thought of human resources management, which we have done the exam now. I was able to pass the course with 87%, yes. So currently now waiting for the certificate. So I was being motivated by these speakers or by these side lecturers to learn these particular skills. And under these management courses, there are 3 certificates they are going to issue under these management courses. So I was able to do it online. I was thinking of, sir, how are we going to do all these things? Is it that, how am I going to cope? Because I know that my PPA will not allow me to go for physical lectures, and the type of that is very, very busy. I do online business too, and I'm a teacher, so definitely I will not even have that time to be coming for lectures and other things. So have it that it was online courses is something that you can learn. He told us that it's something that you will be at any time you learn it, and he was able to give us a specific time of lectures when everybody is around. He was able to give us, probably put the lectures 9-10. We were able to know get opinions from different people. What time are you going to be available for this lecture? What time are you going to be available? Then you're able to conclude on one particular time that he believes that by 10 or 9 everybody would have been in his or her house by that time. So we were able to do that lecture by that particular time and send us some materials for us to learn, PDF for us to learn, and he gave us a voice note too to explain the courses, to explain the topic he was teaching us at that particular time. So to show that it's not only you being present in a class before you can gain something, or before you can actually learn something. He was able to impact knowledge that he had to us about this particular course. He gave us reasons that we can do it, and we were able to achieve it for 3 months. Just give us the particular time where we are going to be online. Even we ever have to have some interactions. Lecture was in Zoom. We were able to do some interactive lecture in Zoom. If you have questions to ask him, he will answer you. People that want to give their opinions and this thing, able to answer them. So this was going on for a good 3 months. If he's not able to teach us on WhatsApp, he was able to send a link that will go to YouTube to go and learn these skills. Probably when it comes to the ICT aspect, you will have to give us a link for us to go and learn. And he will tell us, make sure you learn this thing. Forget the fact that you are not physically present. It does not mean you are not going to learn this thing, because you will definitely do exam, and your exam is like 60, then your CA is 40. Even the assignment that you do any assignment we are given, we will make sure we do it, and we'll send it to the email of the school for marking and record. So he was able to tell us. After then, he told us that we are going to choose a topic from this human resources management and make a 5 minutes video and send it to him on WhatsApp. I feel that it's just like we defending what you have learned. It's not that you having the certificates. Just like when you are in university, you are being after the 4 years of your schooling, you're able to give a project where you're going to defend to show that this particular person actually went to school. So he was able to tell us that since he cannot see us physically, we should do a video, 5 minute video, defend one topic and send it to me on WhatsApp. And that's I think that video carries, if it's not 20 marks. So we're able to do it. Even my colleague in school, because she was also doing this human resources management course, she was like, how will she do it? She's not always doing video, she don't even like cameras. I was able to motivate her. If you like yourself, you have to do it if you want to get your mark. So I was able to motivate her. She told me, maybe she was even cutting videos. I said, don't keep cutting the videos, we'll join it together, that's why you are doing it. So she was able to do it, and we submitted the video to the person in charge, and we're giving our mark, although they have not told us our mark yet. It's just like part of our CA. Okay, so we believed we did better. It's just like we defending what we have learned. So to show that we can be in our various businesses or our work, our offices, and still be learning skills and still be learning courses that you could not achieve there when you were in school, because of technology, because of the help of technology. Just like I said that you serving 2 masters at the same time, doing multiple works. He told us the impact. You are doing multiple works. It's not that you are not gaining anything from it. You are actually gaining something from it, because at the end of the day you get a certificate for it. If you are doing multiple work, you are doing it for a reason, something that you are going to, that's going to help you later on in future. So we're able to do all these things and carry that our taxes. At the end, the issue a certificate that will put on your CV, and you know that if after all these skills you have acquired, definitely it will be on your CV, because it's already on my CV already, because I've gotten the certificate already, even without receiving the certificate physically. So it's going to help a lot. Then better communication too also helps. If you go to better communication in the media aspect, most people don't really have a better communication skills. So they'll just find out that even most people are currently on social media, TikTok, Facebook, everybody just like making videos, trying to give them their experience they have in their life, what have happened to them. They are sending this information to people that this is my experience, this is what happened to me, I want you to learn. In that process, they are making their video, they are sending it to people out there for them to know about what has happened to them. Even most social media influencers or probably TikTokers, if they want to communicate to people, they don't even need to meet you physically for them to tell you their experience. They can be in Abuja, probably Anambra, Abia, Imo states, and you are in Lagos. They will tell you what has happened to them, and once they make the videos, they're able to post it out there for people to know. Even those people that are living far, they're able to get information from these people and learn from these people's experiences. And we also make you to have a better communication skills, and you're able to know how to speak boldly out there. It helps a lot of people. There are some people that you hardly see them on cameras. They'll feel that if they should be on camera, they are going to fuck up, or they are going to yes, speak well. So because of technology, because of the technology and our phone have actually helped us, they were able to put the phone in front of them and try to speak, communicate with the phone, learn. If they should make the video and later on they try to check the videos that I've made so far, are they really good on it, or check their mistakes, what are they going, what is the which particular place are they going wrong, they were able to get corrections and try making the video again. Before you know, they'll be get used to it. Even for them to speak in front of their colleagues, they'll be able to speak in front of their colleagues. Those that don't used to speak in front of their colleagues, we see them finding that boldness in them will start to shows how technology has also impacted in all those people too. Just like I said, like my colleague that you hardly see her on cameras, she said, I don't like videos, I don't like videos, I don't like videos, I don't like videos. But now currently she makes videos a lot. She makes videos a lot. So at that point, it has boosted her confidence to be always bold in doing things. We also talked about the skills, the digital skills that we can also learn through technology. We can learn about digital skills or skills development, and these digital skills are coding, or marketers, digital analysis, Google access, and other skills that are online that we can also learn. Talk about I mostly use the digital marketing a lot because it helps me in exhibiting my business to people out there to come and patronize me. This is what I say, this is what I'm into. I'll try to give you a vlog about it, or probably tell people that this is what I'm into, please come and patronize me. I will even have to tell my friends to please repost it on your different status, or probably in any group you have, so that I can be able to have customers that will patronize my business. Even some people have to even pay influencer for them to advertise their businesses, for them to get customers, to show how technology have helped a lot of business. Most people that I have the kind of person, most people, they don't even have a physical office or a store for there where they put their goods. Probably if one customer wants to get something from me, they're okay, this is my office, you can come to so and so place and get your items that you have gotten. Anything that you're doing is online. They don't even have physical office. Everything online. It's just like that. Your phone or your laptop is your office. Is everything to you. Just like I'm doing on my online business, saying the home items, kitchen accessories, gift items, perfumes, and other things. Even there, someone have to even ask me that, okay, where is your office? I want to come to your store. I don't have store, sister. My store is online. So anything you are getting online, I'll be able to send you a live video of it. If you is needed, I'll give you the live video. If you are okay with this particular thing, you can make payments and the goods will be delivered to you. I even have to sell goods to people that are far. Even as I'm currently in Lagos selling my goods, I can be able to send goods to people that are in Anambra because of technology. How they have seen how the goods that I'm selling, how I exhibited my product so far to them, and they have gotten live videos through the internet. They saw how the thing looks like. Okay, this is what I'm actually getting. It's not what I got versus what I'm having. Or probably Temu, when you get something from online. Then I one thing about online marketing, I don't really used to grade it because I feel that sometimes you might get something what you order versus what you got. So if you want to do marketing, digital marketing online, try your possible best to give a live video of what your customer wants to get. It will help you not to lose customer. It will help you not to lose customer. So it's very, very important. That is why technology is available for you to display your products. If possible, try to do a live video of your products. Send it out there. Okay, this is what you see in the picture, and this is the live video of what you are going to be getting. So that at the end, your customer will not be like putting it up to you that, okay, you went to give me something else. This is not what I ordered. I'm seeing something else. So it's very, very, very important. That's why technology is there. And thank God that it has been helping me a lot. That if a customer should buy something from me, it must have a better review. Oh, I love your product. I love this thing. It's very nice. That it fits me a lot. Even that, I'm going to refer you to my friends. That referring to friends alone have already motivated you. Like, I'll boost your morale, ensuring that you are even expecting that more credit alert is going to enter your accounts. Sure, because that referring that you say that refer my product to your rich friends. So it helps a lot in many things. And we talked about we are going to the career opportunity. I think that is our third point. Career opportunities. Internet have created new job opportunities that you don't even have to be carrying your certificate and be walking up and down in the streets of Lagos looking for a job. When internet is already there are different jobs that you can apply for, irrespective of your discipline. Different jobs are online. It's just left for you to go into the internet and search for jobs. There are many jobs that you can see online. Even when we finish, I think when we finish school, then university, we're waiting for our results. No, I don't think it's just results. I think we're waiting for a statement of results. We are done with our clearance, and if I've even packed all my load and everything from east to Lagos here. Even my friends, everybody has packed their load, so they are expecting statement of results now. After statement of results, they will wait for Senate list to come and for registering for NYSC. So during our days when Lagos, like my friend now told me that she wants to check online for jobs, probably any jobs at all, because she's staying at home. I say it's true too. If you see, please alert me, because I want to even be living home. I don't want to. Even my siblings advise me that it's not really necessary that I'll start work immediately. That I should wait after my statement of results is out. I'll be able to go for NYSC immediately than me going to job. And okay, what if I want to, if later the Senate list came out, what will I tell my employer that I'm leaving? It will be somehow. So I should just wait. Once I'm done with my NYSC, I can just find a stable job. Okay, this is job I'm going to stay till 4 or 5 years, than giving them excuses. So when we're able to see my friend were able to see a remote job online. There's a site, I've forgotten the name of the site, that she saw that remote job. When she saw that remote job, she was like, okay, she saw this remote job that she wants to go for the interview, that will I follow her to the interview. I said, no problem, where is the place? Ikeja is far from my place a little bit, but let's just go. Probably the job might be a good paying job, even though we are not doing it for the salary. At least you just want to leave the house and be doing something. So we went to the interview, and it was a remote job. It's a customer care job that we'll be calling customer for a loan, customer that have borrowed money. So we're able to call them for them to pay their loan. It's a loan app. So we're able to do the interview, and they told us that there are some certain tax you are meant to carry, that if you don't carry this tax, they will deduct money from your salary. Just imagine. So it was very, very interesting, and they gave us a lot of informations about this thing that I want to do. So I was able to think that okay, we can carry out these things. Just maybe it's customer, just to collect customer for them to pay their loan. There's no big deal there now. We continue. We're going for this job, doing everything. So she was able to find that remote job online. She didn't even bother to walk around the streets looking for a job. We saw that job online. Although I not stay up to a month in that place. I left because what they told us initially at the beginning was not what we were seeing. So we just have to stop the job immediately, because I was actually spending money, a lot of money, transport fare. Even they have to be giving us 500 naira card to call how many person in a day. So it was not even what we were expecting. We adding our own money in the tax. So I have to stop it at the beginning so that I will not be able to be regretting my actions. But at least it helped us a lot that we were able to find the job online. So there are many careers online that you can look for. We talked about the remote job. Just like I said, you don't really need to come to that place physically to do your work. You can stay in your comfort of your zone to do your jobs and be getting your money. Even some teachers nowadays that they do online lessons, online teaching at home. At the end of this month, they will get their salary. Just like how the person teaching us online courses currently now, the man is getting his money. He's online, like he's currently in his house, lecturing us, trying to tell us about human resources, what we are meant to do, and other things. And at the end, you know that this course is free course. We are paying for these courses. He's getting his alert every time. There's always credit alert on his phones every time, and his comfort of his own, doing his job, doing his duty, without seeing us physically or without lecturing us physically. To show how technology have really helped a lot of people to make money. And you can also do other jobs and still be doing your online job and still be doing your online stuff. It's very, very to show how far this technology has really helped a lot of people. Talk about the content creation. Those TikTokers you are seeing there, those influencers you are seeing out there, it's not that they don't really have job, they don't have other jobs. They know what they are gaining in content creation. That you see them involving themselves every time creating a content, being live on TikTok. They're gaining money. They know what they are actually gaining, because you feel that their account is already monetized. So immediately they went live, money is already counting on them. Or is it the one that will probably they'll send a content they have created, post it out there, people are watching, money is entering their account already. So what they just have to do is just them to convert the dollar to naira. You get your alerts. So it's not that they don't really have what they want to do. They are not educated or they don't have jobs. They actually have jobs. Funny enough, all this content creation, they have jobs. They have different jobs they are into. But they are still doing this thing because they are still gaining money from this thing. To show how technology has helped people. And you see them buying cars, building houses, and you think it's something they are probably that have put their hand in negative something. No, it's the same money they are gaining on internet they are using to buy all these things. Funny enough, it's the same money they are gaining they are using to buy all these things, building these houses, buying cars, building houses for their parents, trying to innovate some of their buildings that are in village. All this money that is this same money that are taking to pay their bills. You see the house rent of 3M, 4M. Is this same internet money that you're making use of to do all these things? To show that technology has really come into this world to help us. Is it the audio book reader or these audio books that you don't even have need for someone to be, you don't even need you to be reading it yourself. Just a standby AI, or probably AI that will just be reading the books for you and you just be listening to it. There's a film I watched, a Nigerian movie, about a girl that she's blind, because of course she cannot read because she's blind. So she was able to have this audio reader to read all books for her, and she was able to wipe away most of her times and by reading all these books. And if this audio reader should read this book for her and she came and starts explaining what this book is all about, you'll be like shocked. How do you read it? How do you do this? How do you do this? But through the help of this audio reader, that she was able to know about these books, what this book is talking about. Technology has really done a lot of things to us that we say we ourselves cannot even so if this technology has doing all these things to us, imparting on us, trying to give us one or two things, ideas to do for us to get money, to show that it has helped Nigerians and it has helped every individual. They talked about the researching, talked about the research. If you want to research your project and other things, most of us when we're doing defend, we're trying to do projects and other things during our university days, we went online to search for topics. We went online to search for projects that we can speak on. Probably you were given a topic by your supervisor. It's just left for you to go online to have materials of all these topics. Once you have materials of all this topic, you can be able to speak on all these topics by you practicing, training yourself. Where do we get these materials for? We got these materials from internet. Most of us never need to even crack our brains trying to know one or two things about this topic, or asking one person or the other trying to get opinion from this person. What is topic talking about? You just went to internet straight to get your materials, and once you got your materials, you're able to speak on all these topics. You're able to defend yourself at the end. Or most of us, if you want to search for something, you want to make a research about a particular place, how this thing came about, what happened to this place, what happened to this abandoned building, why was this king killed? Different stories that we don't know about all these things. We just heard about the story, but you want to know how these things came about. Research can make us know better. You don't even have to hear from the people that were there or probably your parents. You can know about this thing by words, researching. Search for this thing. You're able to have a deeper knowledge of it. That even if you have the deeper knowledge of it, if you are explaining to someone will think that you were there when this thing was happening. To show us technology has helped in that aspect. Even most of our lecturers that you are saying, research have helped many of them. There are some topics I want to teach my students. I'll be like, well, I don't really understand this topic, but I'm able to go to internet and get more materials, probably get more information about this topic, so that when I practice it, I'll be able to know what to impact on the students. That even if the student should ask you questions, you're able to answer the students, because you have actually learned what this topic is talking about through the help of research. You shall know what this topic is all about. That you don't even need a point or instructional materials to defend you. Just once you have that knowledge, it's already all over you. You can just come to the class and teach the topic peacefully. If it's necessary for the student to ask questions, you answer the student. You will not be even be cracking your head or trying to think about the answer. To show that technology has helped a lot of people in some certain ways. And the other point is access to information, aware of projects being done. When we talk about access of information, is very, very important. Any information we are getting now, most of it comes from internet. Is it the TV? Is it our phones? And other social media handles too. Information are being spread to people out there, such as Facebook. Information are being spread there. YouTube, you can learn different things on YouTube. That even if you are playing your music or playing your drama, you're able to learn a lot of things. Information through internet, we're able to get a valid information from people. You are currently in Lagos, you don't know what is taking place in Abuja. You are currently in Lagos, you don't know what is happening in Kaduna. But because of internet, you're able to get information of what is going on in other states, so that anything that is going on, or probably you're able to be aware of it. They talked about it encourage creativity. When we're talking about creativity, most people that are into music, you see that this person has voice. How can this person display or show the world that he actually has voice? He was able to what? Post his music probably on Boomplay, Audio Max. You will get all those musics there, and you can play this music at any time you feel like playing the music, because of you can download the music, probably download it into your phone. Anytime you feel like playing this music or listening to this person's music, you're able to listen to it. Because of internet or technology, you're able to get all these musics through all these apps, and they were able to sell their musics to all these apps. Or is it the crafts, or probably those that used to draw, or those artists and those that used to paint? You see that they like displaying their work out there online for people to see it. It encourages them, it motivates them that this work they're actually doing is actually better. So they want people to motivate them. How can people support them? By patronizing them, or probably saying positive things about their works they have done. So we're able to display this work to people out there, and if you feel like this work is nice, they'll be able to buy it from you, and they will ask you to do more self, to show that this work that you have actually done is actually nice. So it helps most authors and actresses that are acting now, those that are acting dramas. You're able to watch most of their films online, YouTube, Netflix. To get or movie box, you can able to watch all these movies that have acted for you people to watch, to show that they actually have talent. This is who they are. I know if you are watching most of these Nigerian movies, it shows that they're actually showing us what is currently happening in the world. And if you should watch this Nigerian movie, at the end, there's no way you actually have something that you want to learn from this movie. Probably the wicked stepmother was doing bad and other things. She ended up losing her child and her sister-in-law. because of our wickedness. So these are things that are taking place all over the world. So they are acting it to tell you guys that this is what they are going. Support them. And how can you support these people? By watching their movies. I know that this acting are the one that is particular thing is the one feeding them. And that are displaying their talent out there. You are watching their movies. That you see some actress or actors that will come online and tell, please watch this movie. This movie just came out. Please engage on this movie. Try to download the movies. Currently, probably they will tell you ahead of when the movie is coming out safe. This is how they are displaying their creativity to people out there. Technology is the use of a scientific tools and techniques to solve problems, and it has really solved problems. They have solved a lot of problems in anything we do in this life. Technology has solved, and basically everything that we are doing currently in our current lives is technologies. We are making use of technology and all that things, so it has really helped. So in conclusion, technology improves people's life by giving them a better opportunity. You have improved so many people's life by giving them a better opportunity. I'm a good example of it. Technology has helped me. It has improved my life. It has given me a lot of opportunities that I'm still grateful to date, to show that technology is not just by coming to this world to help us, but it has also actually impact on us. They have improved in us plenty things. They have made us to be the person that we are, or probably the kind of job we are doing, earning a lot of money because of technology. We're able to have that jobs. They have improved in our lives, and it has helped us and give us a lot of opportunities. And technology has a great positive impact in us, so we should try our possible best to use technology in positive way, not in negative way. Thank you. I'm passing on the mic to the next speaker.
Morning, everyone. My name is Tunde Meshi Oye. I'm a certified business coach and mentor, and also a serial entrepreneur. And it's my pleasure to be here to be part of this program and to also contribute my own quota. And I'm the CEO and lead consultant of Mesh Consults, a human capacity organization purposely for the growth and sustainable profitability of SME business owners. The topic that I'm going to discuss briefly about is actually the SME engine, how SME businesses drive economy. The economic prosperity of every nation depends largely on the survival of the SME sector. The SME sector are actually small and medium enterprises. They are the drivers of economy all over the world. Most developed nations across the world that has experienced economic prosperity is because of their purpose focus on that sector. We also have the macro and the nano. Those are the malams that engage themselves in selling, kiosks here and there, and they are very, very many within our society. Most of the small business owners, they are actually the feeders into other bigger organizations. For example, somebody who runs, a poultry farm and supplies chicken and eggs to eateries is a small business that also supply bigger organizations. every big and major organizations depends largely on small businesses to run, and most of those small businesses, they are the ones that create large number of employment to our citizens. They employ us in 2s, in 3, in 4s, in 5, and in 10s, and they are actually the nucleus of every economic activities in Nigeria. According to Nigerian Bureau of Statistics and supported by SMEDAN, which is an agency of federal government saddled with the responsibility to take care of the SME for them to grow and to run a sustainable business, that an average SME in Nigeria die between 3 to 5 years. That has been confirmed by research, including the PwC. And because there are so many challenges and they face, and the major reason why we have high level poverty and unemployment in Nigeria is because that sector of Nigerian economy is struggling, facing with so many challenges. You and I can know that so many businesses are collapsed, and that's why our economy is struggling, because they are the real drivers of the economy. And the reason why we have high level unemployment and poverty in our society is because the SME sectors that are supposed to employ large number of people is struggling, and that's why we have a lot of our young graduates staying home 2-3 years without job after graduation. According to Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, it's been confirmed that over 90% of Nigerian businesses are within the SME sector, and if over 90% businesses within that sector are struggling, that means they will not be able to employ much. A lot of companies running at below capacity, that's why they cannot employ more people. Some of them that are even operating, they are also retrenching. A lot of people are losing their job, that's why a lot of are used how to create the jobs for what they do. And because that sector alone provide over 80% of those opportunities, and you can agree with me that when that sector is challenging, that's why we have high level of poverty and unemployment. And the poverty level in Nigeria now is so thick that you can cut it with a knife. All of us can experience it. So, and in that it has become so important that both the government and even the private sector needs to come together to address that area. Because for us to get out of the wood in terms of poverty that we all find ourselves, that sector must come alive and live up to responsibility. But currently, the sector is going through a lot of challenges, because of so many factors. One of the major challenges of the SME sector, which I also operate passionately, is about human capacity development. A lot of people running business within the SME sector need a lot of training and a lot of capacity inefficiency, mismanagement, and so many things. And also another factor affecting them is lack of adequate funding. And because no matter how brilliant your idea is, no matter how intelligent, hardworking you are, without funding to drive your ideas, nothing can happen. But because the sector remains the backbone of every economic activities, according to Nigerian Bureau of Statistics and even SMEDAN, 46.3% of our GDP is contributed by the SME sector, and that is very huge, and that's the reason why we have the high level of poverty we have, and the major reason why a lot of our youth have joined the DAPA syndrome. Nigerian population is largely youth. That's why all over the world we are recognized as a youthful population. It's an advantage to us. Unfortunately, we are not taking full advantage of our youthful population. Over 60% of Nigerian population is youth, aged between 18 and 35. If those energy of youth can be harnessed into productive activities, we will be out of this poverty that we are all experiencing. And that's the reason why a lot of them are traveling abroad to seek for greener pastures. It's actually a survival instinct. You will not hold a young person down not to express himself or herself or get a better living. And when they cannot get it within the Nigerian space, nobody can hold them down from traveling abroad. Unfortunately, Nigeria is too blessed to be this poor. There is a level of opportunity in Nigeria, but because the environment is very, very not really favorable for enterprises to grow and flourish. The nation is highly blessed with a lot of potential, but because the environment is very, very challenging, the business environment in Nigeria is very, very challenging, highly volatile, unpredictable. That's why I stand this year to give kudos to every Nigerian running one business or the other within the Nigerian space. It takes a lot of gut, it takes a lot of confidence, a lot of determination to put through running business in Nigeria. I run business in this country and I know what I face in getting through so many challenges, both within your control and outside the control, that you have to manage an enterprise to keep going. You don't have control over a lot of things. Power is there, it's very erratic. An average business owner faces through that. He has no control over. He has to produce all his power, all his energy, battle with so many other factors that are militating against the progress of business. I run, within the organization I work with, which is a human capacity development for enterprise organization, we run a service called Business Clinic. And what do? We actually assist business owners within the SME sector to navigate various challenges to be able to run a profitable and sustainable business. Some of the challenges they face is structures, funding, a lot of them. But a lot of them actually, go through all these battles. Some that could not cope, they collapse along the line. And some that are able to wiggle it, they struggle on daily basis. So we are able to put a lot of strategy in place to help some of them who are to stand strong in the season of the journey and keep moving. And we have helped a lot of business owners in that regard, and they are running well. A case in concern is a business owner who is in a consult running our business clinic. Averagely, when she came to us, she was running a turnover of about 100 million, per annum. She's a major vendor to Dangote Refinery, supplying laboratory chemicals and laboratory equipment. And we were able to manage our business, gradually navigating a lot of challenges, assisting her to raise funds here and there. And today, the last closure of our business, she was able to close the annual with a turnover of about 310 million naira, which means that in spite of the challenges the environment is facing, there are actually opportunities for one to make progress and to improve in what we are doing. Fine, and as we go along, a lot of other challenges that crop up. Once one make up mind, the SME sector remains the backbone on every economic activities. What government can do is actually to prioritize that sector because they remain the driver of the economy. Other business organizations feed on them. Most of the large organizations you see that are running well, they depend on those small businesses to supply them, to render service to them here and there. And an average Nigerian household depends on all those small businesses. They are the businesses you find in the local environment, in the villages, employing few people to keep them going. Of every staff a company employs, there are several people that depend on that staff. That company we have managed, they have a staff of about 4. Early this year, they employ additional 2. That additional 2 staff that are employed, definitely we have several dependents, especially if the person is married. That's why a special focus on the SME sector of Nigerian economy must be a national priority for all and sundry to get out of this poverty we've all find ourselves. Nigeria has no reason to be in this level of poverty because we are too blessed to be this poor. The potential in this country is huge and it's large. We have the potential in terms of human and material resources. And if both government and private sector can come together to harness the potential, we have no reason to dwell in poverty. But what I'm delighted about at this period is that gradually the government has gotten to a crossroad that the level of poverty is so high and it's also hitting them. And they are beginning to realize that they also need to come together to do something about elevating the poverty level. And also the private sector is also coming into the foray. Initially, several years ago, people thought it's only the responsibility of the government to ensure the country works better. But the level of poverty is so high now that both the private sector and the public sector now needs to come hand and work together to ensure that this country move forward, because we don't have any other nation we can call our own except this nation. called Nigeria, and it's a collective responsibility, both the government and the private sector. And because I've also been involved in some private institution project and entrepreneurship, that's why I'm delighted that there's hope in Nigerian future. It's going to be better, it's going to be bigger and brighter, irrespective of what is going on now, based on those activities that are going on. Some private institutions are also coming on board, like MasterCard Foundation, that has been running entrepreneurial projects in the last 5 years to support young entrepreneurs within the Nigerian context. And they have been doing a wonderful job, supported by EDC of Atlantic University, which I'm also involved as a BDSP and other wonderful BDSP that are doing fantastic job. I'm also a mentor on the League of Tony Elumelu Foundation. Those are private organizations that are actually coming on board to do something within the SME sector, because there's a drop of greatness in average Nigeria. We are not lazy, we are hardworking. We just need an enabling environment that everyone can work, can flourish, can succeed. If things are done properly, other nations will be coming to this nation to see what is happening, and will be exporting out our potentials. And I've been able to do few things in that regard, helping some small business owner and to push their project, their business to the next level, because that is the only way out of the level of poverty we find ourselves. Our population is youthful, it's young, it's an advantage, it's not a cost. The reason why a lot of our youth are moving out in drove is because the enablement element is not there. Some of them have brilliant ideas to join the SME sector, to do something out of their intuition to bring about businesses. Some of them can work with even an emerging young business, employ themselves, and a small business owner first will employ himself or herself, and when you begin to grow, you can employ others to move to the next level. And with the current situation, Nigerian economic environment is very harsh, it's very volatile, and it's very unpredictable. That it takes a lot of courage, commitment for you to run a business. That's why for the second time I'm saying that kudos to every Nigerian running one business or the other. And even the socio-economic factors are also not really smiling. Today it's not easy for an average business owner within the SME sector to access funding for their business. The requirements are so taxing, long, and unencouraging. Even today, I can tell you from experience, because I run a business clinic and I handle most of these business owners, and I know what they go through to access funding in Nigerian commercial bank. Even when some of them are able to even get the funds, the interest rate is killing. I've seen several businesses, that have died, not because the potential is not there, not because the market is not there, but because they have taken a commercial loan that end up killing the business instead of enhancing the business to go higher. But the good news is that since the government too is now realizing that we are all in this together, we either tackle this poverty and get out of the woods, or we all die here. So they are also have encouraged some financial institutions to organize a specialized funding for the SME, and some of the ESO2 entrepreneur support organizations are also coming up with a lot of human capacity development, in which the organization I work for plays a key role. What do we do? What we do is that we assist all business owners within the SME sector to develop their capacity to be able to manage their business in a manner that it will be sustainable and it will be profitable. People think that generally that when your business is dying, it's because lack of funds. Fund is needed to push a business from one point or the other. But in most cases, the answer is no. Based on the empirical research, we have found out that there are still a lot of businesses that are very liquid, that have fund, that they say die woefully. A lot of things happened is lack of capacity development. There are people who run business without structures. I've met a business owner who have been running business, for a couple of years, say 3-5 years, because they are buying and selling and they are making money, not minding to even get the product registered, and that is not good enough. Some even run business without structure. There's no business that can sustain for long without appropriate structure. And once you are running a business, as the business is also growing, you also need to review your structure and ensure that that structure is aligned with your current growth. For a business to run profitably and be sustainable, there must be adequate structure to run the business. There must be clarity on what you are doing. Some might even running a business without understanding the market target. You don't run a business by just because people are making money in business, you don't job at it. Understanding your market and what your focus, what's your offering, is it viable enough? Will you be able to sustain it for long run? And when you understand that, a lot of them are also failing in the area of bookkeeping, account record, and proper accounting system in place. How can you run a business without bookkeeping, without proper accounting system in place? You only run for a while, you can't run for long. The business will die. The challenges within the SME sector is enormous, but there are strategy for it to be combated for every business to grow. One of the major reasons why commercial banks don't give most business within the SME owner is because of the accounting system. If I ask them, okay, give me your sales volume in the last 3 or 6 months, some of them will be looking at ceiling as if it will drop from heaven. Some will have to call the account officer based on the inflow that has come, which is wrong. How do you even monitor your business growth when you don't have record? Figures don't lie, record speaks. When you run a business, you must keep a proper documentation, proper record of what you do, so you can monitor the trend. So if your business is growing, you will know. The figure will speak for you. If it's declining, you know. Even when you are running business, you have to be wary of your cost of running. From there, you know where your costs are going. Then you know what to do. Business don't fail suddenly. It fails gradually. But the major issue that most business owners don't have record to track, to know when there's a problem. Once there's a problem, identify on time. You can hit it in the knob and handle it properly before it gets out of hand, before it becomes a crisis. And when the situation becomes, overwhelming, then you seek for professional assistance. Though, as we speak now, Nigeria is operating a new tax law. There are a lot of business owners who are supposed to be keeping proper record, finding the necessary things before the year end. It is when the year now comes, they'll be running from pillar to post. There are some that have been running business without paying a tax, and the tax is not saying come and pay what you are not earning. You are paying based on the money you have earned. If you have proper documentation, you have no reason, to run from pillar to post. But in this regard, SME business need accurate, adequate support. The challenges are there, but they are not insurmountable. That's why professionally, I recommend that everyone that runs a business in Nigeria needs a business coach and a mentor. Nobody succeeds alone in the journey of life, be it a business, even in personal life. You need somebody who can guide you in the right path. One single decision made wrongly by a business owner can sink an entire business, and one single decision made rightly can shoot a business to high heaven. It depends on who are you with guiding you. What does a business coach does? It's an accountable partner, somebody who assists you to achieve your set goals gradually. Even when you are facing overwhelming challenges, you will be there to share your thoughts, your fears with, that can encourage you when it's necessary and can shape your direction when it's needed. But sometimes, because Nigerian environment is very challenging and highly volatile, sometimes it becomes overwhelming. And if in that mood you take a decision, you can take a wrong decision that everything can collapse. And in that wise, but when you have a business coach by your side who is an accountable partner, somebody who can hold your hands to guide you in the path to go. And when you even have a B2 plan, you need somebody who is not part of your day-to-day activities, who is neutral, who can see what you don't see. Because sometimes when you are running a business day-to-day and you are not, you are alone, you might not be able to see where the errors are. That's why you see bigger organizations, they have consultants, they have advisors who can look through their well-planned project that they thought is solid, and somebody can just say, okay, this area you need to adjust, you need to tweak this for us to achieve the set goal. The SME sector, like I said earlier, it is the backbone of economic activities in all over the nation. China as a country was able to prosper and flourish because they focus on that sector. That's why you see Chinese all over the country. They have a backup from their home countries. I pray that we have such a country that can back us up in that manner. I have been privileged to travel to India some few years ago. I plan to spend just only 3 weeks, but I end up spending 6 weeks out of curiosity. The reason is that what made this country thicker, because in terms of population, they are also large. And in all sincerity, India has been able to move over 100 people out of their population, out of poverty, because they purposely focus on the SME sector. An average small business owner in India get a single digit in terms of funding from their various financial institutions, which is not applicable in Nigeria. That's why you see them coming in droves. I have some friends among them that will run business together, and his name is Kamlesh. He will tell you, Mr. Mensch, if I run business in Nigeria, I can compete with anybody. I said, why? He said, even if I make loss here, I'll be back up at home, because he has support. Because they see him that as creator of economy. Because an average business owner employ 2, 3, 5 people. They are contributing to the economic advancement. They are the one that create employment. Bigger organizations, including government, don't employ much. Imagine we have over 4 million registered, SME businesses, according to the SMEDA, and that's the agents of government saddled with the responsibility of taking care of SME sector. That's those who have been registered. There are some that run, businesses without registration. The informal sector is what is holding Nigeria economy. If you look at the level of challenges and so many socio-economic problems running in this country, is enough, including corruption in the high places, is enough for this country to have sunk long time ago. But that informal sector, that means an average Nigerian is hardworking, highly talented, highly committed. When they put their heart to it, imagine if we create a enabling environment where those energy can be enhanced in the proper direction. This country will be competing with the like of Japan and China by virtue of the potentials that are embedded in this country. And if India can do that, because they also have large population, we can always borrow a clue from them and implement the same way. And the same thing across the globe. The SME sector remains the drivers of the key economy, and it's not negotiable. It's been confirmed, research has confirmed it, that the earlier everyone come together, especially leading by the government, the better. Thank God the private sector is coming to that reality now, supporting government initiative, but government still has a major role because they are the decision maker. The direction of the government is the direction where the economy will go. That's why when government take the right decision in the right path, things move faster than when private organizations are doing it. Private organizations might be trying, but there's a little they wish they can do. Imagine government has resources. They have what we want to move mountain within a space seconds. So because the situation that we find ourselves is the fact that we need employment need to be created, and that SME sector, it's the only sector that can create the large amount of employment that can take care of our population. Our population is currently over 200 million people. They need jobs, their family need to be taken care of, and economic prosperity is the responsibility of the government to welfare and the safety of the nation. And since that sector is the largest contributor of creating employment, then government should know that it's non-negotiable not to focus properly on that sector, so that for the well-being of everyone within the Nigerian space, so that even those who have caught the Jackpot syndrome, when they come back home, they will be happy that the country they left behind is no longer where it used to. There are some who are out there who are also eager to come back home, but the question is that when I come back home, what will I be doing? If the country is buoyant and is doing well economically, there are some that will not even step out. Fine, there is nothing wrong in stepping out for vacation, because I also love to travel, just to enjoy and have fun. It is good. It's normal. It's part of life. But majority that step out is out of survival, out of economic situation that can just continue. how do you justify somebody who have, toiled and soiled, going to university education, any degree, only to be staying at home 2-3 years without job? Some even venture into running their masters, not because they are ready, it was because there's no job. So okay, rather than wasting my time, let me go for master's degree. Some people advance, or those who come from an affluent background, to go for PhD. Why is he looking for a job? It's not justifiable, because even going to school is an investment, and somebody that invests in any project, there must be a return on investment. I stand boldly to tell everyone here that the most important sector, the most critical sector, is the SME sector. It is the backbone of every economic activity, not only in Nigeria alone, across the world. And every country across the world that has experienced economic prosperity, from Europe to Asia to America, they focus purposely on the small and medium enterprises, because they are the driver of economy. They are the one that drive economic activities across the nation. Because most people that stay in the local environment, in the hinterland, even including villages, they work for those SME, because without job, human life will be pitiable, and nobody want to be in such a situation. So it's a collective responsibility for everyone to also join hands with the government agencies to ensure that sector comes alive and rise up to its responsibility. The responsibility is huge, and we cannot afford to fold our hands and allow to crash, because we are all involved. The poverty that is ravaging the entire nation is affecting everybody, including me that is standing before you. But we all have a different ways of managing situation. Our shocks and surfaces are different. That's why some of us are stronger in terms of combating challenges, and some, at every pressure, they take off on the dapa. Now, but we are here because we know that this country belongs to us, and we have no place to go, and no foreigners will bring Nigeria a better nation. It takes an average Nigerian to come together and make Nigeria a better and greater nation. Other nations can only promise. There's a little they can do. They can say, we borrow your idea and everything, but they will not leave their home and come and build your home for you. Every home owner has the responsibility to build his home, and as you lay your bed, so you lie on it. Foreigner can deceive you, but it takes America to develop American. It takes Japanese to develop Japan. It takes Chinese to develop China. It will take Nigerian to develop Nigeria. So we all need to come together, and when we come together, where do we put our biggest focus? Where do we put our biggest energy? It is that sector that contributes largely to the survival of the entire nation, to the economic well-being of the entire nation, and that sector is the SME sector. Because at this moment, over 80% of job opportunities come from that sector, and most businesses within Nigeria space, over 90% of them are within that sector. And terms of employment, and 46.3% of our GDP come from that sector. So which sector do we support most? The more we support that sector, the better our economy becomes. And once there's economic prosperity in the nation, everybody is affected. That's why the Chinese are enjoying today. You see them everywhere. The Indians too are also enjoying. Everywhere you go in Nigeria today, you see an average Indian doing one business or the other, flourishing. They even have a community somewhere they look at you, where they have schools, they have supermarkets. They are actually running a parallel country of their own, and their family, and they are doing well. And because they have a support from home, they have a backup from home, and the same thing we can make happen, because that sector that all of us see, and it's a sector that we must work together. Some organizations are doing well. I work for organizations too, that we're also doing our own, but there's a little to which private entities can do. Government has to take the lead to ensure that sector comes alive, because that's actually their primary responsibility. The welfare and the economic well-being of an average citizen is the responsibility of the government, and it's a function of priority. In fact, if they declare a national emergency for the growth and survival of the SME sector, it is adequate and is appropriate, because the time has come, based on the level of poverty than an average Nigerian is experiencing, and the solution is at hand. It's not a rocket science. It's just to put our heart to it and be ready to do what is necessary, rather than just painting it as if it's a minor. It's actually a major issue. When everybody is doing fine and is okay, nobody cares who is occupying the Aso Rock. Once everybody is doing fine in everywhere they find themselves. But the reason why we even have urban migration is because a lot of small businesses that are supposed to be thriving in the hinterland, in different local governments, some of them are dead. They are not doing well. That's why you see a troop to commercial city. The last time I was in India, I think the commercial capital of India is Mumbai, and other countries, other states like Bangalore, Ahmedabad. You see there are people doing fine there. But they are not really trooping to the commercial center, because in different centers everybody is doing fine. If people in Nasarawa are doing well, people in Ibadan are doing good, people in Maiduguri are doing okay, business is flourishing in Kano, in Kaduna, in Kebbi, we will be trooping to Lagos. If you move to Baga, an average truck now comes every day, you see full load of able-bodied men looking for what to do, because where they are, nothing much is happening, and everybody within that space belong to this SME sector, doing one thing or the other. Every small activity within Nigerian falls within this sector. You see how important these sectors is. That's why it's a sector that must be prioritized in the scheme of things by virtue of the role it plays. Even the current insecurity that we are experiencing can also be deduced based on the level of poverty that is going on, because an idle mind and hand, it is said, is a devil's workshop, according to a popular adage. Somebody that's gainfully employed, that has something doing economically, that has a well-to-do family and is doing well, will not want to be throwing bombs up and down, endangering his life. But when somebody has nothing to do, economically is downgraded, he has no job, he is not doing anything, so he can as well want to commit suicide, because it takes somebody who has made up his mind to commit suicide and be throwing bombs up and down on the false pretense that when you get to heaven you will have 7 virgins, which is a fallacy and a total lie. Somebody who values his life will not do that, because nobody knows what's going on up there, but here is where we know what's happening. So a lot of things are attached in terms of poverty when that sector is properly handled and managed. Insecurity is traceable to poverty, and is very rampant in the northern part of our nation, and down here is also creeping up. You see so many area boys and touts who are struggling for daily living. Now overnight you see a lot of kidnappings for ransom can also be traceable to poverty. Somebody who is gainfully employed and doing well would not want to kill fellow human being for survival, but when somebody is down, it doesn't mind to bring another person down along with him. That is the reality that we find ourselves at this period. I have emphasized, and I'm going to restate here again, that the most important sector within any economy, not only in Nigeria, even across the globe, it is the SME sector, because of the role it plays in terms of creating job opportunities, in terms of creating employment for the well-being economically of every citizen. Because every citizen at a certain age must be gainfully employed to contribute their own quota to the economic development of their nation. And when that opportunity is not there, it leads to insecurity and all manner of vices that we are witnessing today. And a lot of research has suggested, fact has been confirmed, that in Nigeria, that industry, that sector of our economy is facing a lot of challenges. Our economy is very volatile, highly unpredictable. So many businesses are dying, not because those who are running them, they lack capacity. Some of them also, they've tried, but the challenges beyond them is beyond their control. Somebody who run, I was consulting for a business owner who run a small bakery of a staff strength of about just 20. When diesel was going for about 650, the business was running well. When diesel shoot up to about 1,200, and there's a limit to which you can increase the price of bread, people will not buy. How do you survive? The man has to, drastically cut his cost overhead, reduce his staff strength by 50% for the business to survive. Those who have lost their job by virtue of that decision, they have families, they have dependents on them. He is doing his business to the best of his ability, but the environment he found himself made the business very challenging and difficult to run, because it needs power to drive the business. And in some climb, such business have some support for them to keep running so that they can keep jobs for people. But our environment is totally different. That's why special focus need to be given to everyone running business within that sector to keep them running. But the more those sector thrives, the more they are able to create jobs for people. And when jobs are created for people, people gainfully employed, poverty begin to go down drastically. When poverty begin to reduce, insecurity also go down. And then when that happens, the rate at which people jackpot or leave the country for greener pasture will also reduce. Once somebody lives in the country and is able to fulfill all his dreams, hope and aspiration, the rate of traveling for permanent stay will be minimized. When they even travel, it will be for vacation, for pleasure or sightseeing. They will come back to contribute their own quota to the development of the nation. Most Nigerians that are living abroad, they are contributing and helping the development of those countries. They spend their talent, their energy, even their resources to advance those nations. But if they are here, they will do similar and the country will be better for it. If you live in US, you dare not pay tax. You have to pay tax whether you like it or not. Bills will be paid. And there they take it very serious. If you don't pay, you can go to jail. So you work, you labor to develop the country. Fine, you also earn. And like you all know, most Nigerians operating in those countries, they've risen to the top. They are one of the best doctors, lawyers in different fields of endeavor, contributing to the advancement of the economy of that nation. Imagine if we had to repatriate all the Nigeria and diaspora in this nation, if the environment is good enough. You see how faster our economy will grow. You see how much prosperity will bring to this nation. That's why I'm reiterating and I'm emphasizing that the time has come when government has to prioritize, the sustainable of developing our SME sector, that whatever is needed to be done in terms of infrastructure support, in terms of funding support, in terms of human capacity support for that sector of our economy to thrive. We as an organization that we run human capacity development, we try our own support to ensure business owners in that sector are doing well. But what is the level of numbers that we can do? But if government prioritizes, they know what to do, because it's not rocket science. It's something that can be done, and because several other nations have done it. India, with their population, if they can move over 100 million of their people out of poverty by supporting the SME sector, especially, it can be done here in Nigeria too. If China, that was once a very poor nation several decades ago, is now competing globally. In fact, India by economic standards is the richest country, second richest country after US in the world today. They've become the industrial nation of the entire world. Virtually most manufacturing goods come from China, including most of the things that are being produced in America. It's first being produced in China, they now label it, move it, to America, label it made in America. But because they have an agreement, they are the industrial plant of the world. That's why whatever anybody does in the world, you have to put into consideration what is happening in China. An average people go to China to import one to another. A lot of Nigerians are trooping to China to import so many things and being sold in our country. It's not as if we cannot develop in that nation. We too can do similar. All we need is just copy some prototype and develop our own model that suit our own purpose, because we've seen the challenge, we've seen where the errors are, and we can dedicate time, energy, and resources to be able to mitigate against all the challenges. There is not anywhere in the world where you run business without challenges. That's why you step out to be a business owner. Challenges are bound to happen, but when you have an enabling environment, when you have developed capacity to face those challenges, definitely there will be progress and there will be growth. So as an organization, we are doing our own best, but every other well-being Nigerians need to also support in that area, because the collective responsibility to get out of this poverty, it is what everybody must be able to do. And on that note, we need to prioritize, the SME sector. We need to ensure that things work the way it should work. And by virtue of that, when that is done, then everybody can live a life of prosperity and surplus for all and sundry to move on. The SME sector remains the backbone, the bedrock of economic activities, not only in Nigeria but across the world. The more we are able to support that sector, the better our country becomes, the more prosperous we become, and Nigeria will rise up to be a bigger and better and a great country. On that note, I want to pass the mic to the next person that will be taking over for me. Thank you, and God bless you.
Wow. Thank you very much, sir, for that insightful presentation. I really learned a lot. You would all agree with me that that was very powerful. Thank you once again, sir. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I will be talking on the topic communication breakdown in organizations and how to fix it. Communication breakdown in organization and how to fix it. Now, you will agree with me that communication is a must-have skill for everybody. But today, we are going to look at communication in different lights. That's why I put in organization. We know that the one aspect of communication is being able to present confidently, right? That is another aspect of communication. One aspect of communication is you being able to pass across, maybe among parents to children, teacher to student. That's another aspect of communication. But we have another aspect of communication that happens within an organization. Within an organization, from a boss to employee, team manager to team members, co-workers to co-workers, suppliers to managers as well. That's another form of communication. And one thing is that when there is a break in communication in any organization, know that a lot of things are at stakes. When there is a communication breakdown in any organization, a lot of things are at stakes. Because what will happen is that there might be missed deadline. There might be people not getting the goal of a particular thing. That is why it is very important for everybody to be able to communicate effectively. Something happened in our lodge this morning, and I said I will share it when I get to the stage today because it's very related to this topic. So we called the receptionist for them to come and clean the room and also to tell them about the lack of no water. So we were told that they will come and do something about it. But we waited about 10 to 15 minutes. There was what? There was nothing. They did not come. The person that was supposed to clean did not come, and the water was still not rushing. And so we decided to call again. And apparently the person at the receptionist did not pick the call. So one of us now decided to go and check. And the receptionist said he thought we wanted to ask about the cleaning because the person that was supposed to clean was not around. And I said that is a communication problem because he had no right for not picking the call. Of course, it's just him picking the call and tell us, oh, the person that was supposed to clean is not available. Simple. We would have understand. But instead, he decided not to pick that call. So, in a situation like that, if it were to be other person, the person can just assume. So the person is not, they are not doing what they are supposed to do, nothing is going on, and then the person is not picking up, and then pick offense. So sometimes when there's communication breakdown in organization, instead of clear cut instruction, there will be assumption. So we can be assuming, why is this person doing this? Is it that the person does not have regard for me? Whereas it's because there's no clear cut instruction. It is very, very important. So when the sender's intent is known, when the sender's intent and the instruction is clear, everybody will be able to move in a way they are supposed to move. There will be no assumption, because there is a saying that assumption is the lowest form of what? Knowledge or wisdom. It's the lowest form of wisdom. You do not assume. Even in maybe friendship or relationship, if you are not clear, if somebody does something, you don't just assume that, is it because you do not have regard to me, that's why you did this? No. Ask the person, why did you do this? Let it come from the mouth of the person, the reason why he or she did that, and then you can judge. It is very, very important. And if we look at communication breakdown in organization again, why does it really matter? Why does it matter? There are some mails, I don't know if they've sent you, you've received a mail before, that you will read it 5 times before you get what's the purpose of this mail. That is an aspect of communication. You'll be asking yourself, what is really the purpose of this mail? What's the intention of the sender? Why? Because the information in that mail is not clear. So when communication breakdown happens, there will be loss of time and work. People will lose time because the person that is supposed to know, you have to do this. Maybe somebody sent a mail, a manager sent mail, and you just say that, please do this before Monday. What is this? Please do this before Monday. What is this? And there are 2 things wrong with that expression. In aspect of communication, please do this before Monday. The question is, what is this? And the second thing is that, when on Monday? Because the person can assume end of business on Monday, and you are thinking 9 a.m. on Monday, but nothing in your mail clarifies that. That is communication breakdown. Or let's say, for example, now a manager asks supplier, maybe the supplier of, let's say, a bakery now, they produce bread, and the manager of the business needs the supplier to bring flour to the company. So please deliver these materials tomorrow. So no simplicity, no clarification. The supplier can think tomorrow end of business. So if the supplier brings the flour by 5 p.m., is the supplier guilty? Has the supplier done anything wrong? Whereas they need the flour by 9 a.m. But because the person said bring the materials tomorrow. So that is what an aspect of communication breakdown. No clarity. You have to make sure that you do not give your audience or whoever you are talking to the job of decoding your message. No, that's another stress of decoding. And the same thing, it's as simple as maybe you are sending a WhatsApp message. Send everything. Let me just say this. There's one thing I normally say. Many people don't know how to send what is called DM, direct message, on social media. And there are some messages I do not reply, because I myself know how to send, and maybe I should just, this one is not part of communication breakdown in organization, but it is still, especially when you are sending messages to people that you do not know on social media. You don't come to the person's message and send hi, hello. Maybe you send hi, hello, 9 a.m. You are gone. The person come back, sing hi, hello. There are some people that their own level of this thing is on the other side. They will say hi, hello. Maybe you don't even try. I miss your busy schedule. You now reply, good afternoon. Their next response will be, hello, good afternoon, how are you? So they will not go again for about 30
minutes or 45 minutes. When they come back online, they will not still send another thing. No. Communication, be straightforward. Nobody says you should not greet the person you are sending messages to, but make your communication to be clear. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Akefenwa. I have been following you for a while. Please, I would want to ask this and this. I would appreciate if you respond to me. Simple. So that when the person opens the message, everything the person needs, everything you want from the person is there. So no need to be doing the back and forth. That is why some people, there is one woman that I followed on Facebook, people will always say maybe she does not respond to DMs. Imagine people that have about more than 500 people messaging them. That's communication technique. You have to make your own message to stand out. And it's as simple as just being straightforward, being clear, put everything you need at once, and make sure you close. Let there be respect in whatever that you send. It is very, very important. By doing that, you will achieve what you want to achieve quickly. There will be no time wasting, and there will be no, you will get the response. So if the person will not do it, if the person, you cannot fulfill the person's request, you immediately say it and thank the person, and that is it. So not like going back and forth. Hello, good evening, how are you? I know I'm good, I am fine. We know that you want to greet. Nobody is saying that greeting is bad. That's not the case here. Of course you greet, but let your greeting, even if your greeting will not be at the same message, you can send greeting first and followed by what? By the purpose of your message. Now, another thing that can happen when there is communication breakdown, we've talked about the fact that we can have loss of time and work. Imagine that bakery now. The supplier thought end of business tomorrow is still tomorrow, and they were supposed to start production by what? By 9 a.m. But because there's no clarity in the message, the supplier is now bringing the flour by what? By 3 p.m. So as a result of that, production that was supposed to have been done by 3 p.m, they will now start by what? By 3 p.m. So the customers that were supposed to get product, bread, they are unable to get. So you can see how that single miscommunication has led to a lot of hassles in the workplace. So it is very, very important. Another one is that it eroded trust in leadership, especially in an organization that there is no clear-cut communication, there is no straightforward instruction. Maybe people are hiding things from one another. Manager is not being straightforward. Manager have maybe his or her own favorite in the office. They are privy to information. So there will be no trust in leadership. Then we assume that, okay, what's this? Because you can't just be giving up information that is not straightforward. Little by little, organizations like that can be exposed to some things that may not move the organization forward. Because you will agree with me that the success of any organization is that they are achieving the goal and the purpose of such organization. And so if communication that is supposed to aid the goal, that is supposed to help an organization to achieve their purpose, is broken down, the trust will not be there in the leadership. And then another thing that can happen when there is a breakdown in communication is toxicity. There will be toxic culture in that kind of organization. Yes, it will be toxic, because imagine a situation where there is, because gossip in workplace too is a form of communication breakdown. It's a form of communication breakdown in organization, because probably somebody said something, they now went to say it to somebody. They are now saying, okay, who said this? Who said I said this? Who was there when I said this? A lot of things are not even supposed to be happening. It can become toxic. Okay, you are telling me that you sent something, but you did not send something. I recently read something. Somebody was sharing an experience on social media, talking about working in the corporate world in some part of the world that is not in Nigeria, and she made this expression, is that if it is not sent, if there is no evidence, it did not happen. Now, in fact, they almost sacked this lady just because there was a kind of communication flaw. Not really. The thing is that she was part of a project, but I can't remember whether she was the leader of the project. But there was now something that happened, and the HR had to call them and another person, all the people in the world on the project. And there was another lady that was saying that she did not give the go ahead for that project. And this lady, sharing her experience, was very sure that it was the lady that gave the go ahead. In fact, the other lady was so certain. In fact, the idea is that she wanted to throw the lady under the bus in front of HR, telling the HR that no, she's not even aware that something is, and there are a lot of people that have even been complaining anytime there's meeting and a lot of that. She said she did not even know what to say, that this lady was very sure the way she was saying it with confidence, and it's a lie. But the thing is that nobody will believe we believe her. Is there evidence? Thank God they now said no problem, that they were going to do an investigation. So they started inviting each of them individually. Then they invited some other people that were on the project as well. Later on, they now called them together. At the end of the day, they saw a particular mail. Maybe I think it was a mail or something. They saw a particular mail from the lady that claimed that she was not aware of what was going on, giving the instruction that they should do that thing. That was the only thing that saved that lady. That mail, and that mail, it was the only thing that saved the lady. If that communication did not exist, or if it was through word of mouth alone, that's why we are talking about communication breakdown in organization. You have to know the right channel to use. If it's just word of mouth, it can be contested. It will be okay, when did I say this, where did I say this? But email, chat, it can never be erased. You sent it. So it is very, very important. So when there is communication breakdown, it affects the culture in a particular company or in a particular organization. It's very, very important. It affects because another thing is that it's less effectiveness. We have effectiveness in that organization. Everybody will know the instruction. There was something that I read. There was an assessment I did for an organization about 2 weeks ago, and then in that assessment they painted different scenarios, and one of the scenarios was that imagine that in an organization, managers believe that managers are not developing their team effectively. They now said, and also in that same organization, that's managers' complaints, and then employees too, they believe that they are unclear about expectation. So they now said, so if you were invited as a consultant or analyst for that kind of business organization, what would you do? The first thing I cited is that there is a communication gap. Because when the employee feel that expectations are not cleared, an expectation that is not cleared cannot be met. It is when the expectations are cleared. That's why we have job description in when you are getting a job. So those are expectations. So when you are doing short of your job description, so that means you are not obeying what is already there. So the thing is that communication gap can make people to feel that they are not growing, they are not improving, and they are not meeting expectation. And if the expectations are not met, the goal of the organization as a whole will not be met. So you can see that communication is really an effective concept in any organization, because the essence of in organization we communicate. I've talked about different ways, different people that we can have communication with. It can be manager to team members, it can be co-workers to co-workers, it can be CEO to the employees, it can be managers to suppliers. So we cannot do without communication. As a result of that, we must make sure that we do it very well. We do it in a way that it will aid the operation and everything that is happening in a particular organization. It is very, very important. Let's say, for example, now a CEO tells the employee and say that we must cut costs at Q2 or from Q2 now. So it's Q2, everybody, we must cut costs. That in itself is vague. How? Because the employee can just interpret it that if they're going to cut costs, are they trying to say that we said assumption? Are they trying to say that they're about to lay us off? Are they trying to say that? And laying off may not necessarily be the only ways to cut costs in an organization. But if the instruction is not and the vision is not clear, even the Bible says in Habakkuk, it said, make the vision plain, write the vision down and make it plain. That's the thing. Make it plain. That's communication. Communication. So you have a vision, make it plain. Even right from the inception of a business, you have to make the vision plain. That is why we have business plan. Yes, that's why we have business plan, because in your business plan you are telling us the graphical representation of what your business is all about. Is what your business will be, what are you going to do, who is going to be doing who. And in organization we have organogram of organization, who is reporting to who. That's the thing. That is communication. Who is reporting to who. You can't be not, and that's the thing. People need to understand. You can't say that you are supposed to report, you are A, you are supposed to report to B. You now think you are fighting with B, so you now carry something you are supposed to report to B. You now go to somebody that is the boss of B to go and report. They will send you back, because there is always what? There is always hierarchy, and that is to help the communication. Is to help the communication. You know, in an organization, it is not every day that the CEO communicates with what? With the people. It's not every day. But does that mean that communication is not going on? It is. From the CEO, we have directors, we have managers, we have team managers as well, we have team leads. That is to what? To make sure that communication is effective. It is very, very important. So if a CEO or a manager says we need to cut costs in Q3 now, and as a result of that the employees interpret it as something else, what do you think would happen? What do you think can happen? Please, let's discuss. Let's say, for example, let me repeat, manager or the owner of the company says, oh, I think we need to cut costs from Q2, and then no other communication, no other clarity, and the employee says what? And the employee interprets it as probably we are about to lay us off. If those employees go with that mindset, what do you think can happen? What do you think can happen if they go with that mindset? There can be fear, yes or no. They can be scared. Okay, even when they know they are doing the right thing, they might think that they are doing the wrong thing. So they can be fair. At the end of the day, some of them can even say, okay, before they even say I should go, let me tell them that I am leaving. Whereas assumption, just because the information, the communication was not clear. It is very, very important. And the same way, another scenario is if a team lead says that you have to finish this job before Friday. Finish this job, no defined time. What time on Friday? 6 p.m. Friday is still Friday. 5 p.m. Friday is still Friday. No success criteria. Okay, finish this job, it means different thing depending on the project the person is working on. Is it finish this job in the sense that you must have gotten the what? You must have gotten the information from the stakeholders you are supposed to on this project. That is an aspect of finishing the job. So you need to define the criteria and let it be straightforward. Criteria is very, very important. And confirmation, you have to confirm that the person gets your message. Because another thing that is important in communication in organization is that the what, the when, and the how. What should I do? When should I do it? And how should I do it? That's why when they send some things to you, they can tell you that please send this back in PDF form. That thing has actually happened to me about 2 weeks ago, that some people reached out to me. So I now forgot the assessment. The instruction was clear. Please send this back in PDF form. Unfortunately, I did not even see the PDF form, so I sent it in Microsoft form. Although they even acknowledged, the minute I sent it, they acknowledged it. But that was the time that I saw it. And immediately, I didn't say maybe that one has gone now. Immediately, I sent that same document again in PDF form. And I said, apologies, the previous one I sent was in the wrong format. Here is the PDF format. Simple, straightforward. They may not even see, but you can think that it does not matter, but it matters. Is it in the instruction? Yes. There are some mail that you will receive and they will put it there. Please acknowledge the recipient of this message. What that means is that tell us that you get this, yes or no. So if you just see, there are sometimes that somebody will send us WhatsApp message, you just view the WhatsApp message and do what, and drop it back. In messages like that is already there, please acknowledge the recipient of this message. It is important for you to reply the message and say, seen, thanks, acknowledged, thanks, received, thanks, depending on what you want to use. But just send something. Communication, it is very, very important. So it is very, very important for us to understand another form of communication in organization. You know that adverts that you are looking, brand, maybe banners, billboard, social media adverts, television adverts, do you know that it's a form of communication in organization? Did you know it is a form of communication in organization? And that is why it is very important to say it right, to be clear about what you are saying. It is important to be clear about what you are saying. There are some adverts, maybe you see an advert now and you will see 50% off. You see 50% off. What will happen? You will, wow, 50% off. But unfortunately for you, you did not see a tiny aspect that is just written faintly that says on some special items, and you've gone to what, to pick item, pick this, added everything to cart. By the time you now go to the place where you want to process the payment, and then you see that it is on special items, even all the items that you picked, they are not part of the ones under the promo. Is it your fault? You can flare up. Why? That's deceiving. If you want to make a brand advert like that, make it visible, let us know. But sometimes they want to play on our what, on our intelligence. They want to play on our mind. It is that 50% promo that we show very well, and the other terms and conditions apply. It will what? It will be tiny. It shouldn't be so. Don't use communication as a weapon of manipulation. Don't. Be clear. Who we buy, we buy. So you do not just have to manipulate. You know that. And what they are doing might be that after you've already added to carts, you may not want to say you want to take it back again. You can take it back. You know, and you can tell yourself, and this thing is beautiful, and just say, let me just make the payment. There may be at least 1 in 10 people that may decide to do that after they've already picked the goods. But it shouldn't be. Communication should not be used as a tool of manipulation. Be clear about it, and be clear about any instruction that you are given. Because if an organization does that, a brand does that, you are little by little, you are losing the brand trust that your customers have in you. And brand trust is very important. Customer loyalty, that's how to build customer loyalty. Little by little, they are not loyal to you. They think you are deceiving them. You may bring out something again tomorrow now, and they will say, is that not how they did the other time? So it is very, very important to be clear about any communication that you are putting out as an organization. So you can see that even within an organization and outside the organization, communication is very important. And communication breakdown will do more harm than good to any organization. It's very, very important. Another way of communication, aspect of communication is that, did you know that some organizations, they do not know how to manage complaints? They do not know how to manage complaints, which is a vital thing. When your customers start sending in complaints day in, day out, you need to check yourself. You don't have to start. What some organizations do is that they start to be defensive. Just want to prove yourself. Of course, you cannot satisfy everybody. You have to accept that. Everybody cannot be satisfied. But when complaints is already becoming too much, I think you need to check in yourself and see that, there's something we are not doing right. Because communication channel, if you go to the communication channel that we were taught in secondary school, they said when we have communication, we have the sender, right? The message, the channel, we have the receiver, and the feedback. So if your customers or your clients are sending in complaints, that is feedback. That is feedback. And that means you should evaluate yourself. It's giving you a chance at evaluation. Somebody says that evaluation is the breakfast of champions. If you are not evaluated and people are just telling you that you are good, you are good, you are good, you will not grow, you will not improve. That's how evaluation and feedback is very important. So when clients, customers are sending in their complaints, it is not for you to react defensively. No, it is for you to look inward and see something you can do about that. That is where brand image, brand communication is very important. And I think that's the work that a lot of PR people are doing, public relations or agencies. So public relations agency, they are talking about, they deals with how do you represent yourself as an organization to the public. You see that celebrities too, they have PR management. They have people that manage them. That's why they don't just do anyhow. Because you can do anyhow now and people outside will misinterpret what you have done. Organizations too, they put that in mind. That's why if there's anything that happened, maybe on social media, they can quickly put a broadcast out to either debunk or to say something about that. And some, they can choose strategy as a what? As a strategy. I mean, they can choose silence as strategy. So that's an aspect. That is communication. You have to communicate. Well, I think Nigeria speaks to the world. I can use this as an example. It just came to my mind. How many of us have watched this popular movie that just came out, Behind the Scene, by Funke Akindele? Okay. Do you remember that part where something happened on that land? They killed somebody. Yes. Now, there were two advice. What's the name of this lady? Miriam Uche Montana. Yes. She was advising her that they should do something, that they should tell the people, they should pay the money, right? They should pay the ransom or whatever money they are asking for. Yes or no? Yes. Why the other person, I think maybe V was saying no, this is manipulation. If you give them money, they will keep on asking again. But what is the reason Uche Montana suggested again? Well, she used another strong reason to do what? To support her point. What did she say? Yeah, that just imagine this. Aderonke Fernandez, put the surname in your land. They saw what? Cops. What would happen? Instablog. Everybody will carry it. And even at that, immediately she said that, what did the lawyer say, Victor? He had no choice but what? But to agree. Brand communication. Although we later realized that Uche Montana was actually speaking for her own words, for her own selfish interest. But she actually made a valid point. She made a valid point. That was why I said, so brand communication, it can also be from the angle of the whole organization to the people. How the organization is perceived. It is very, very important. Now, the next thing we will talk about, we will look at some frameworks. We will look at some frameworks that can help to guide the communication in any organization. So the first framework we are going to look at is CLEAR framework. CLEAR, CLEAR, CLEAR framework. And the first C is clarity. Vagueness is an enemy of what? Of communication. Don't be vague. Be clear. And this even applies to you yourself. You are sending WhatsApp message to somebody. Be clear. I'm here. Where are you? What are you really talking about? Don't let us assume. Put every information necessary. And vagueness does not mean that you should use too many words. No. In fact, ambiguity and using of too many words is even the opposite. If you use too many words, so you don't have to use too many words and then for you to be clear. Just be simple and go and pass across your point. Be specific. What do you want us to do? Please submit the project on Echo Word by 2 p.m. tomorrow. Simple. Submit it. You can even go forward and go ahead and say, please send the report of the project on Echo Word through email by 2 p.m. tomorrow. what should be submitted, how should it be submitted, and when should it be submitted. That's the thing. Clarity. So if the person on the other hand now did not now do that by 2 p.m, you have what? You have the right to send query, to query the person and say, okay, where is what I asked you to submit? Because I don't think that it can be as clearer as that. Submit the report of the Echo World project by 2 p.m. via email tomorrow. Very, very important. Be specific. Let expectation be defined. Let everybody know what they are supposed to do. Let everybody know what they are supposed to do. If you are a team leader now and you are leading a group of people on a project, be clear who is doing what. So that's what project management is all about. You people want to go for outreach and you are planning the outreach. You are leading the group of 5 individuals. Ask, give everybody what they are supposed to do. What are they supposed to do? Who will be in charge of publicity? Who will be in charge of communicating with the schools that you are going to? Don't just assume. No, don't assume. Don't say maybe people should work according to what they like. No, there should be outcome. There should be clear outcome. So when you do the meeting the first day, that is where you can what? You can give people what they are supposed to do. When you do another meeting, let's say after 3 weeks, you do another meeting, let them come. Please come and report what you have done so far. Clear cut what? Communication. So when they report, you can give feedback. They can go and work on that feedback. So it is very, very important for you to be clear. Don't just say handle it. Handle what? Work on this. Work on what? Make it better. Make what better? It is very, very important. Clarity. When you want to give feedback as a boss too, as a team manager, you want to give feedback. Don't just say make it better, because if you want to give feedback to somebody now, you cannot say that that person is bad at everything. You know, I belong to Toastmasters International, and one of the things that they do anytime we give a speech is to evaluate, and that evaluation is the best evaluation method that Toastmasters really like is what is called the CRC. Commend, recommend, commend. Because you will not agree with me that as that person has stand and has given a powerful 7-minute speech, so you cannot tell me that you've not seen 1 or 2 things that the person did well. Maybe voice projection, maybe body movement. So there must be something. Then you will commend the person before you recommend. So also as a manager of team, you are managing a team, you want to give feedback. The only thing you see is the person did not submit this, the thing is this. No, give a feedback in a wholesome manner. It's very, very important. Make it better. You have done well. Oh, I can see that you really worked extensively on this project. I can see that you were able to even think of calling some stakeholders that I did not have an idea. I believe that that was ingenious of you, for you to go a step ahead or by calling these people and hearing from their side. However, I would want you to look at 1, 2, 3 things. Simple. Be specific on what you want the person to work on, or else the person will assume. And what did we say? Assumption is the lowest form of knowledge. It's very, very important, because at the end of the day, what will happen is wrong execution. There will be wrong execution because you did not you did not say specifically what the person should work on. If the person thinks that it is the structure of the project that is not good enough, but you in your mind you think it is the content, the person needs to go and work on the content. But you just say make it better. Make what better? It's very important to be clear. Don't just say make work better. Make it better. Be clear about what you want the person to make better. Is it the content? Is it the structure? It is very, very important. So we will not have a wrong execution. Imagine you are not simplified and clarified enough, and you say work better, and the person now go and work on the structure for another, let's say 1 week, and you in your mind you already have it in mind that by the time the person comes back by that 1 week, you are wrapping up the project, but the communication is not what? Is not clear. The person comes back and you ask, okay, why did you work on the structure? I meant the content. But the question is, where did you talk about the content in your message? You only said, make it better. So always know that if it is not clear, it will not be done clearly. If it is not clear, it will not be done clearly. So make it clear so that anybody, even there is something that is said that if you cannot explain it to a 5-year-old boy, you yourself do not understand it. That is how simple you need to be when you are communicating. You need to be, it's not about speaking in big grammar. No, simplicity is very, very important. The next one, the next framework, we said the C in clear framework. Then the letter that we follow will be letter what? L. That's letter L. L means logic. L means logic. And logic talks about structure. Yeah. When we are talking about logic, we are talking about structure. It is your structure that determines understanding. Organize your idea. That is why when you are sending a mail, we all know how to send mail. You will see that a mail has a structure. What is the title? What is the subject? That subject will help you. Immediately the person opens their mail, it is the subject that will pop up. It is subject that will pop up. So that subject is a form of what? Is a form of logic. Imagine the subject is at the end. I get it now. Imagine the subject of a mail is at the end of that mail. What do you think would happen? There will not be clarity. So let there be structure in any communication. Don't put C before A. No. Be clear. Let it be arranged in a way that you understand. So the purpose of this mail is to clarify what has been going on. As a result of this, I want you to do this, this, this. In 3 lines. This, 2, this, 3, this. Let there be structure. Let there be logic. Don't be talking about something. You're already including another thing. No. Let the structure be what? Be clear. It is very, very important. Because if you do not do this, the result of not having logic when you are communicating in organization is that you just give random instruction. I don't know if you can relate to working with an environment where you just come, the manager just come. Oh, please, I want you to do this thing. Leave that instruction. After maybe 1 hour, the person comes again. Give another instruction. Which one are we doing for? Which one is our priority at the moment? That is what logic is talking about. It lets the person you are talking to know the priority. You don't jumble everything together. The person that talks, somebody talked today on multitasking, right? And one of the things he mentioned is setting priorities. A lot of things are important. A lot of things are important as for every one of us. We have a lot of other things we can be doing now. Sorry. Thank you. Now, but the reason why we are here is because this is on the top of our priorities, our top priority. So that is it. So but when you give instruction, when you just communicate in random manner, there will be no priority. You will not be able to prioritize. And at the end of the day, there will be confusing updates. Which one? Somebody can even hear something and you hear the other thing. It's very, very important. Somebody that can hear one thing and you heard another thing. So it's very, very important to have structure anytime you are communicating. Whether you are sending mail, whether through oral communication, whether you are in a meeting. We are still going to talk about communication while you are in a meeting. Those are the different aspects of communication that we can have in an organization. What are the things you should say first? What are the things you shouldn't say? After a meeting, what should you do afterwards? It's very, very important. It's very, very important. So let your team know where to start from. We know that you want them to do a lot of things, but be strategic and let there be structure in what you are doing. Let them know what they should do first, what they will do next, what they will do after. That's the idea of logic there. Teams do not know where to start from, and as a result of that, there will be wasted effort. There might be 3 important things that they are supposed to do. Maybe call the supplier. They have to call the supplier to update the supplier. They have to call the quality control to check on the production they've already made to see whether it's fit for the market. Probably they have to now they have to check on the what again? Maybe they have to check on HR. Okay, who are the additional people you say will come? You gave all these instructions. They are important. All these outline are very, very important. But the question is, which one should be the first thing they should do? This one should be the first thing they should do. It is very, very important. So that is, you have to understand that clear communication will not breed wasted efforts. So if it is clear, clarity, get the difference between clarity and logic. Clarity means it is clear. Logic means it is structured. Even if your communication is clear, yet it is not structured, know that it can still be misinterpreted. So all the aspects of this thing are very, very important. Structure, yes. Clarity, yes. Very, very important. So make sure you use step-by-step communication. You can use 3 outline when you send a mail or you send a WhatsApp message. What do you want this person to do? Please, I would want you to 1. Please call the supplier to confirm. 2. Do this. So clarity and structure is very, very important. Who can guess what letter E will be in the clear framework of communication? What do you think letter E can be? Anybody?
No idea.
Okay, letter E is empathy. Yeah, empathy. And what that means is that understand your team's capacity. Know who can do what. Because if you give an instruction, of course you want that thing to be done, but unfortunately you pass that instruction to the wrong person, or you pass that instruction to the person that does not have the skill for that thing. What you said is right, but you've said it to the wrong person. So at the end of the day, that communication is not clear, and what you think should happen may not happen. So empathy is very important, and adapt to your listener. It's not everything, and this empathy also comes in when you are giving feedback. There are some people, if you have not worked in a toxic environment, you cannot understand some things. But if you have experienced some toxic workplace, you will understand that some people they don't just care. You are giving feedback, not even feedback that can, there are some feedback that you may want to give it, and you think that everybody is doing this and it's better for me to share it in front of everybody in a diplomatic way so that everybody can learn. But imagine a scenario where somebody is giving feedback and is tearing down your personality in front of everybody. That's the thing. No empathy. Make sure that you understand people. Give feedback. Don't tear people down. You are giving feedback. You are not attacking the person's personality. When you want to give a feedback, you want to correct. In the book How to Win Friends and Influence People, it's there. You want to correct somebody. Correct the person's behavior, not the person's personality, not the person itself. Not you are bad. You are not bad. It is this thing that you did. You should have done it better. That is it. Not that because you're now giving the person a negative identity just because of an action. No, it shouldn't be. So it's very, very important to be empathetic, and it is a skill. It is a skill. That's what yesterday we were talking about Nigerian graduates and real world. In a situation where somebody does not have that skill now, your employer cannot start teaching you emotional intelligence. Where do you want him to start from? Something that you should have been taught from when you are growing up. But unfortunately for you, the people around you, they are gbas-gbos. Everything that everybody gbas-gbo. You've already inculcated the gbas-gbos. You and your siblings, everything that is gbas-gbo. Note, my sister, this thing that you did though is not. No communication like that. So you're not coming to the outside world, people that don't know you, that don't care. You want to do your gbas-gbos for people. So that's the thing. Nobody will teach you things like that. So there are things that, okay, even if you do not have it, due to where you are coming from, is something that you should learn. You should decide that that is what is called I want to work on myself. When people say I am working on myself, that is it. I am working on myself. Okay, I'm working on how I respond to things, because people will make you angry. People will do things that will annoy you, but it is not for you to react in certain way. It is not for you to react in certain way. So it is very, very important to be empathetic. Another form of empathy is when you do not engage in a one-way conversation. You are empathetic when you've given instruction and you ask the person, please, do you have any question? That's being empathetic. Please, do you have any question? So if there's any question, please reach out. That's being empathetic. Opening a two-way communication. So because you think you are being clear enough, but if you give a room for question and answer, then you are asking the person to clarify. It is very, very important. So don't do a one-way communication, and don't overload people. Don't overload people. That's another form of communication breakdown, when there is no empathy. Overloading people with a lot of duties, with a lot of things at the same time, not caring for whether they have skills for it or not. It is very, very important. And when there is no empathy in communication in any organization, the first thing that will happen is that there will be frustration, and nobody thrives in an environment where there is frustration, where there is no peace, where everybody is just emotion just on the high. No, nobody thrives. There will be frustration, there will be disengagement. Because you believe that nobody even understands me here, nobody understands me. So that's what you would think. And it is very, very important that we avoid that in any organization. And then there will be silent confusion. There will be silent confusion. So you need to understand that communication is not about what is said alone. It's not about what you say. It is about what they understand. Communication is not about what you say. It is about what your audience understand. Go back to that communication channel. The sender, the message, the channel, your receiver, the feedback. So the essence of communication is for audience to receive it. It's for audience to receive it. Now that's the same thing about teacher-student communication. If a student does not understand a topic now, it has to be this teacher to look to say, what other way can I communicate this? Maybe the way I've communicated it has not really landed. So it's not about what you say. Communication is not about what you say. It's about what they understand. And you have to make sure that people do not misunderstand you. You know that most times when they say they drag people on social media, I have actually seen that the major cause, when they say they drag people on social media, sometimes it's majorly misunderstanding. Do you know? That's why somebody can tweet something and post something. Why is it that most time it is not 100% of people that we agree that what that person has said is bad? When they are dragging people, they are always maybe 70-30. There will be some people that will think what this person said is not bad. There will be some people that will think what this person said is bad. So it is very, very important, not about what you say, but what they understand. Don't assume they will understand it. No. Do not assume they will understand it. Assumption, we say, is the lowest form of knowledge. So don't assume they will understand. Adjust your tone. Adjust your tone based on the experience of the person you are talking to. It's very important. In normal communication, if you are teaching presentation, how to talk to audience, how to make a presentation, audience analysis is something that we talk about. Audience analysis. You don't want to explain a concept now to, let's say they invite a doctor is invited to a particular village to talk about diabetes. We know you are a doctor, yes, But the way you will talk to those villagers about diabetes, you must not talk as if you are talking to your fellow doctors. That's you not being aware of your audience. It's very important. Audience analysis, empathy. It is when you understand the person you are talking to, it will determine the tone, it will determine even the level, the sophistication of the language you are going to use. It will determine. You are talking to people that do not understand the jargon in your industry. You are using the jargons in your industry. So we should go and carry the dictionary of medicine for we to understand your presentation. No. But if you are in the conference of doctors, of course, feel free. You are talking in the language that all of you understand. But it is when you do not have empathy for people you are talking to that you will assume that they will understand now. What's there? They will understand. No. That means you do not care about who you are talking to. They do not care about who you are talking to. That's why some teachers, right? That students, we've been students or we are still students. That sometimes if a teacher is teaching you what you do not know, then some teacher will come. They come and teach a concept that it will not be relevant, but you know that it is new to you. And students have this belief that if a teacher is teaching you something you do not know, the teacher is very brilliant. It's just that maybe an English teacher now, you are primary 6 students. I should now come as an English teacher. I should be teaching you maybe clause and something that is, or maybe I should be teaching you TGG, something that maybe I did in 400 level. I'm teaching you in primary 6. Before that, the person is the student. They may be, wow, but is this teacher doing the right thing? No. That language, that concept is not for them. It is not for them. It is very, very important. And then we have the A. Anybody want to try what the A can be? Clarity, logic, empathy. Then A will be what? Okay, no. A is authenticity. Yeah, authenticity. Be honest. Transparency. Some things that cause, when we say office politics, what are the major things that cause office politics? Lack of authenticity. Who said this? Maybe you've gone to give an in-house information to somebody that's not supposed to know. Things like that. That's the authentic. Or somebody is supposed to give an instruction that it should be clear. You now reduce the information. So you now go and give the remaining half of the information to your own guy, so that the guy will have the upper edge. That's not being authentic. That's being dishonest. You are not transparent. You are the manager. Everybody's supposed to be privy to the information. Let everybody know what is going on. We are all hands on deck on this project. Let's do this. This is what he said. So you now put some information aside, so that your guy, that is your friend, we have the upper edge and use that one to work on the project, and now come and present the project and say, wow, you really thought deeply about this thing, and you yourself know you didn't think deeply about this. They put the information on your lap. That's dishonesty. No transparency. So authenticity is saying that let your words match your action. Let what you say be the same as what you do. Don't say something and you mean the same thing. No, do not. Don't withhold information. That's when there is no authenticity. Withholding information. Why? Just because you do not want the person to really do that thing, you are withholding information as a leader, as a co-worker. No, you don't do that. I know we said that this organization, communication in organization is not really only about employee to maybe CEO or manager to team members, co-workers to co-workers too. Your friend is working on a project and you have the information, but you are hiding that information, because if you tell your friend, you can help your friend to get what ahead of you. No, it's very, very important to not withhold information. When we do not have authenticity in any organization, that's what leads to toxicity too as well, because everybody is just looking for a way to do something that is better than the other person. No collaboration. Everybody is looking for a way to be better than the other person. Low trust, because imagine now that manager that withhold information and gives the information to his friend, imagine other team members later get to be aware of that thing. What will happen? Next time, if the manager gives instruction, they will even assume, and at that stage they are actually free to assume that who knows, maybe he has even given the information to somebody else again. So that's it. There will be low trust. So it's very, very important. Office politics will be there. Disconnection will be there. Disconnection with people at the helm of leadership. So please, when communication is not trusted, it is ignored. When people do not trust where the information or where the instruction is coming to. So sometimes that's what happens in maybe our society, when we think everybody is being rebellious or being rebellion, just because not trusting where the source of that information is coming from, because you don't know that, we are not sure whether this information is even genuine, if it's for our advantage. It's very important. Be honest. Let your action align with whatever you say. Don't be a do as I say leader and don't do as I do. No, let what you say be what you do. It's very, very important. And the last one, R, that is resonance or the results. It's very important. Let your message connect. Let your message land. People buy in what they are interested in. People act on what they buy. That's why if a leader share a vision, it depends on how that leader shares that vision. That will depend on how people will buy into the idea. We buy into the idea. Let your message connect. Let your message connect. Some of us, like I personally, when I saw the information about this thing, I just saw, wow, this is something amazing. Me coming to speak for 20 days, it's just like when you like plantain and that's, oh yeah, I'll come and eat plantain for 20 days. For somebody like it, just like it connects to me. You like to talk, well, come and talk. They say come and talk for 20 days. One go continue man get there. You know, in Yoruba say they're giving me what I like to eat. You get, but the thing is that I saw the information and it connects. Resonance. So, and if your information is clear, if your communication is clear, if it is well structured, if it has empathy, if it is authentic, people will act on it. People will do what? People will act on it. If it is clear, it's structured, we understand it, we buy into it, then we will act on it. The reason why you think people are not acting on what you say, check it. Is what I've said clear enough? Is there a logic to what I've said? Am I empathetic? Meaning, does this person have the capacity for what I said the person should do? It's very, very important. So, when people hear and they do not act, that means there is no resonance. Many people hear instruction, but they don't act on the instruction. No alignment, no commitment. And in any organization, we want people to show commitment. That's actually what can make any organization succeed. When people are committed. In fact, when people are committed, people will do more than what to ask them to do. And that's it. They will do more than what to ask them to do. Very, very important. No alignment, no commitment. What will now happen? There will be no execution. There will be no execution. There will be passive team. People will just be passive. There will be no active team. No active team. So lack of ownership. That's another thing that can help any communication in any organization. Let people own. Let people own things. Let people be responsible for things. Don't just be a kind of boss that come and dump something. That's why we say let there be two-way communication. Let people share their idea. Like I said, if you are not if you have not worked in a toxic environment, you will not understand some things. Because you work with some people, they believe that your brain is equivalent to one this thing, so you cannot give them what advice, you cannot suggest anything. Even if you even try to suggest anything, they see your suggestion as an as what, how would I put it, as if you are telling them they are not good enough. That's it. That's how they see what your suggestion. So make sure that your message moves people. Let your communication moves people, the people you are talking to in your organization. Very, very important. When it does not move people, know that people will not act on it. And the essence of communication is for people to act on that communication and send what feedback if it is what necessary. Okay, so we've talked about the clear framework, right? That's clarity, logic, empathy, authenticity, and resonance. So always note that if there is no clarity, there will be confusion. That's it. If it's not clear, the opposite of clarity is confusion. Bring it tomorrow. When tomorrow? 5 p.m. is still tomorrow, yes or no? But yet you need it by 9 a.m. but you said tomorrow. If I bring it by 5 p.m. tomorrow, I did not do anything wrong. So if there is no clarity, there will be confusion. If there is no logic, there will be chaos. If there is no empathy, there will be frustration. If there is no authenticity, there will be distrust. And if there is no resonance, there will be inaction. I will repeat this. If there is no clarity, there will be confusion. If there is no logic, there will be chaos. And if there is no empathy, there will be frustration. And if there is no authenticity, there will be what? Distrust. And if there is no resonance, there will be inaction. Lastly, I said, no clarity, there will be confusion. Yes? If there is no logic, there will be chaos. If there is no authenticity, there will be distrust. If there is no what? Empathy, there will be frustration. And if there is no resonance, there will be inaction. People will not move to do anything you want them to do. So clarity is important, logic is important, empathy is important, authenticity is important, resonance is important if you want to have a clear communication in any organization. An organization's communication that is void of this will cost that organization a lot of things. Things will not be done how it's supposed to be done. Deliverables will not be met. Projects will not be executed. Why? Because the communication is not clear. I have another model or framework I will talk about, and I title it SCARF model. SCARF, yes. SCARF model. Yes, what do we mean by SCARF model? SCARF model. SCARF means the S means status. Status means dignity. Protects everybody's dignity. I think this is why we stress that feedback enough. It means dignity. Never reduce somebody's personality. Never reduce somebody's self-esteem just because you want to give feedback. Maintain the person's dignity. There are some things that are left to be said in private. Yes, it's very, very important. In private, you want to pass some information. No, some people can still go ahead as they want to rebuke you as a boss. They want to give you feedback. Maybe something you now put, you confided on them few months ago. They now bring it up again. Look at things like that. You may think these things are fables. Things happen. Things happen. Don't just say, me, I don't know how to talk. You have to learn how to talk. That's what we are saying. Don't say I don't know how to talk. That's just my nature. You know, there are some people, they have that bad attitude. I'm sorry to say. I'm just blunt. I say it the way it is. You are not blunt. You are rude. Sorry. Maybe they use that blunt to just be euphemism. You know, euphemism when you want to say something that is harsh in a mild way. I just say it the way it is. No. Do you know this, the what the esteem of that person? Do you know what happened to the person's self-esteem? Nobody is saying you shouldn't say what you want to say, but where you say it is also important. Don't criticize people publicly, and even if you want to criticize publicly, know how to do it. Know how to do it, because you don't even know the level that the person is coming from. Let me use this behind the scene again. If you have watched it, there's this scene that everybody's talking about. You know that scene where where Bimbo and the other lady at work, when they gave it to each other, Basbo, that it was that other lady. What's her name? I forget the names of people in the office, and she abused. It was the other lady that raised an insult first. It was in the office, in the open office. You insulted the person because she felt that one we just think at the end of that, we just take it. I just want to be the good boy. If it was the Ifedayo, the one that died, that would have been the good girl. Unfortunately for her, that's not Ifedayo. Now it's Ifeoluwa. That one gave it to her, and at the end of the day, she was the one that was embarrassed. So the thing is that the other lady shouldn't have even tried to insult anybody while other members of staff were there. That's the thing. Status. It is very, very important. It is very, very important. Don't talk down on your employees, on your co-workers, on anybody. Talking down, that's you not being you are not considerate of the status of the people you are communicating to in your workplace. Talking down at people. This thing you are doing, I can do it better. Okay, come and do it better. No, it's very important to, those are the things that can cause communication breakdown. Because somebody you abuse today now, that you say the person is not doing this right, is not doing this right. Do you know the level? Do you know what the person is facing? And aside that, you can correct. No, but we are not saying that you should promote laziness or you should promote inaptitude. No. If somebody does a work that is substandard, give feedback, but watch your tone. Don't use a dismissive tone. Public criticism, no. And talking down on employees or any member of your team, it's a no. It is very, very important. And then, because what this can lead to is resistance. It can lead to resistance. It can lead to low morale. You just see that people are not ready to put in work. It can lead to passive compliance. Passive compliance will be, they will do it, but it's not from their mind. There are some things that you will do. Is it not to carry the plate to this thing, but you carry the plate? Exactly. Passive compliance is very important. But instead of that, make sure you appreciate people. Appreciate people even before you give feedback. If somebody has done something, you cannot tell me that person, you cannot see one single positive thing in that project that the person worked on. So the only thing you can see is negative. This thing, outside communication, is personality traits that should be worked on. See, if you have trained yourself to always see negative thing from people, you are training your eyes, you are training your mindset, you are training your brain, what your brain should focus on. See, if they surround you with people that are 100% perfect, while everybody has seen perfection in those people, you will still see faults. You will still see faults. Like I said, if you have not worked in certain place, you will think some things are fables. You think some things are fables. You think some things are not real. Even somebody external will be seeing positive from that person, because that is what, and you are training your mind. That's what you are training your mind to see. It is, nobody can do it right. Nobody can do it right. So it is important. Learn to appreciate people. Learn how to give feedback. That's why it is called constructive feedback. Constructive feedback that will make them to go and work on it. There's some feedback you will get. You yourself, you'll be happy. Okay, thank you, that's it. Not that you talk down on somebody, you now expect the person to still say, oh, thank you. After that huge abuse, after that insult, then you now say the person does not take correction, the person does not like to take correction. If they abuse you like that, will you smile at the person? That's why some people, that is typically how some people are. Their own correction is insult. They will insult you and they still want you to be happy with that insult, and they still want you to say thank you for that insult. No, insult and correction does not mean the same thing. So it is important. Correct people without reducing the person. Correct the behavior, but do not reduce the person's personality. Who can guess what the C in scarf can be? Okay, nice try. It's a guess. The C, correction. Nice try. It's a guess. Any word we see, yes. Capability, it's a guess. Okay. Okay. It can actually be anything, but the one I put is certainty. Yes. Certainty. And this certainty is synonymous to clarity that I talked about the other time. Let what you say be true. Clarity, certainty, let it be certain. Clarity removes anxiety. When I know what to do, it reduces anxiety. When you are not certain, certainty is what will make you to give a feedback that is not vague. Please handle this better. Handle what? Is it the structure or the content? Let me know. Is it my tone or my movement? Let me know. Please work on yourself. Which one? What? Be certain. When there is no certainty, there will be no direction, and at the end of the day we have confusion. Unclear feedback, it creates repeated failure. Let me repeat that. Unclear feedback creates repeated failures. When you say handle this better, and you mean content, the person interprets structure. So the person goes to work on structure. The person comes back, but this is not what I asked you to work on now. I didn't say this. Oh yeah, go and work on it again. You didn't still mention what you asked the person to work on. The person now think, okay, maybe you asked me to work on everything all together. The person throw away that, start afresh again. Still comes back, but this is not what I asked you to work on. The person still start again in the wrong way. Unclear feedback creates what? Repeated failures. And the A is autonomy. Autonomy. That's the A in scarf. Give people ownership. Give people ownership. People are ready to perform better. And one thing about this autonomy is that when they know that they are the one that make the decision, they are ready to take the responsibility. Human beings generally, all of us, we are easy to pass blame. We find it easier to pass blame. We always look for who to blame when anything happens. But let them be responsible for that decision. So if anything goes wrong, it will be easy for them to choose responsibility over blaming. So it's very, very important. Give people ownership. People perform better when they know that they are involved in it. And there's something in management that is called micromanaging. Don't try to micromanage. You are delegating. You are still the one that wants to do it. Our mothers, they African mom, sometimes they can be like that. Go and sweep. The next that you are not sweeping very, you say you are not sweeping it very well. Go back. Some of them like that, they will say go back, go and sweep it again. If it is 5 times, you will get it. But some of them will say, oh yeah, bring it, not sweep it, you still do it again. Why are you stressing yourself? You've given the instruction, do it 1,000 times, but do it right. That's called micromanaging. Micromanaging is you giving the instruction, go and send this WhatsApp message to this number of groups by this time. The person has not sent it. You know, so the person has not sent. Instead of you to check in, that's check-ins. There should be check-ins. Have you sent this? Why have you not sent it? You now carry phone. Now see that you are not sending it yourself. No. No, that's called micromanaging. You putting yourself in the middle of everything. You want to see how it is. No, it is very, very important for you that you do what? That you give people autonomy. Don't dictate every step. Let them know the idea. If they put you as a leader of a project in your church now, maybe there's a program people want to do, anniversary, and then you are now the group leader. You've now given people different ways. You don't have to chook your eye into everything. Let them go for 2 weeks. Let them come and report to you. You've given somebody the duty of, please go and price how much they are what? They are renting 1 dozen of chairs. Dozens of chairs, tents and canopies and all that. But reason why some people they don't believe in that delegation is that they want to say, I'm the only one that can do it. I'm the only one that can do it right. You are not the only one that can do it right. That's a limiting mentality, limiting belief. You are not the only one that can do it right. They believe they are the only one that can do it right. They believe they cannot trust people. What if a dozen of chairs is 1, 2 and the person added 1,000, added 300 and said 1, let me go and confirm. Don't micromanage people. Don't dictate every step. And give room for what? For input. So when you are in a meeting, don't just let your meeting be one way. At the end of the meeting, ask people to what? To give you any opinion. Is there any contribution? Is there any question? So that's it. You are give people autonomy. You are giving room for what? For input. You are giving room for input. In an organization where their communication do not support autonomy, you will see that there will be low creativity. There will be low initiative. There will be dependency. They know that if Oga did not say anything, we will not act. Nobody is thinking outside the box. Everybody is thinking based on what Oga has said. No, it is very, very important. When people own the solution, they commit to the results. When people own the solution, they commit to the results. And the R is relatedness. That's the R in SCARF. Relatedness. And this relatedness is synonymous to empathy. It's synonymous to empathy. Make sure you build connection and not distance. Build connection and not distance. Let people be safe. Let people be understood. Let people be ready to open up to you. Yes. Let people open up to you freely. Avoid cold communication. Avoid cold communication. Avoid one-way communication. Authority without connection is not it. Let people connect. Mr. David that talked yesterday, if people remember, there was something that he said when they wanted to make him head teacher, right? He said at a point when he rejected it, he said there was a time that maybe the MD of the school now called him to our office and said, what happened? What's going on? Who can remember the statement he said he made to the MD? He told the MD something. Okay. Yes, that's the statement. He asked the MD, should I talk to you as a mother, or I should talk to you as the MD? Look at that. And the MD said, okay, talk to me as a mother. And that was when he explained, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that. Look at that. It is because the culture in that organization, it promotes authenticity, it promotes relatedness, it promotes empathy. But I really believe that a lot of people are already changing these days. A lot of organizations are getting better. Before there used to be Oga is coming. Everybody shh. This is not even like if you've not been to, oh God. Some places you people are just doing your thing and this thing. oga is coming like this, it will be as if you are in a graveyard. You are smiling, not even laughing. No, where? Those are the things. There should be relatedness. There should be relatedness. Because if there is no relatedness, there will be disengagement, like I said. There will be lack of trust. There will be lack of trust. It is very, very important. So what relatedness can also do is that let there be collaboration. Say, let's fix this together. We are in this together. Don't be quick to point out error. You people were the one. I've been shouting it. I've been saying it. I said it. You shouldn't do this. I do this. No. It is very, very important. We are on the same team. People respond more to relatedness and connection than to authority. Don't just throw your weight around. I am the boss here. No, not necessarily. No, it is very, very important. And the F means fairness. Fairness is very important. Be fair. Fairness consistently builds trust. It consistently builds trust. Be transparent in your process. Be transparent in your process. And there are some organizations, the still lack of communication. It is already in the organogram who is supposed to be promoted to this level. We all know the level that everybody is in. But instead of doing that, you now decide to sabotage somebody else's promotion. No, you shouldn't do that. There should be fairness. Everybody should be able to what? To be treated equally. Everybody is all equal. Okay, so we've talked about different models and framework. I think the next thing that we'll talk about now is the practical things we can use to fix communication breakdown in organization. Practical things that we can use to fix communication breakdown in organization. The first one is have a standardized channel. Have a standardized channel. If you are going to the corporate world now, or if you are going to be working, just this tip: make sure that when you want to communicate with anybody, please and please do it through any mode of channel that is typing, that is texting. Call. You can be, they can say you did not say it. The person can say I did not say it. Look at the story I shared with the body. But email, the thing about email is that the email that you sent maybe years ago is still there. You can always go back to it. So have a standardized channel. If it is for a message that is important, use email. Use email. It is very important. If you want to go on a short meeting, you people are working on a project, use Google Meet. Use Google Meet. Another mode of communication in workplace is Slack. That's another communication channel. Use Slack. Use Discord. Use some more, because WhatsApp is kind of volatile. That is, anything can happen. But there's some mode of communication that whatever message that you've sent is still there. If it is Zoom meeting, record. If it is Google Meet, record that meeting. Standardized channel. Those are the things that can help us to fix communication breakdown. Because nobody will say I was not there when they said this. And timeline is reading, deadline is approaching. You are telling us you were not there. Of course, we were not in the meeting, but the recording was sent on the group. Don't act like you did not know. So choose a standardized channel and be straightforward. Number 2, meeting. Make your meeting simple. Many people just fix meeting for meeting's sake. There's some meeting that no beginning, no end. No, meetings are to do what? To make sure that to give us the progress of what you are working on. You can keep it short and straightforward. That's why for any meeting, have an agenda. Have an agenda. What are the things that we are going? In fact, you can go as far as put a timeline on each item on the agenda. Very, very important. You've talked for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. You can, if it is 2 minutes you are told to talk for 2 minutes and leave. Talk for 2 minutes and leave. So it's very, very important. So make your meeting simple. Practice fix number 3. Feedback. We've talked about that extensively. Let there be no feedback loop. If somebody has done something, give feedback immediately. Immediately. Send it through mail. Please work on this. So the person always go back to that mail to update that project again. Let there be no feedback loop. And number 4, repeat back. What that means is that make sure you are, after you've already passed a what's it called, an instruction, you can ask 1 or 2 people, what did I say? What do you understand by the instruction that I made? Let them repeat what you said. You know, teachers, we do that. When you've explained something, call somebody. Okay, can you define? The person may not be perfect, but at least he or she should have idea. If it's a student, should have idea of what you have explained. So what that does too in a meeting or when you are passing information in organization is that to show whether the people you are talking to understand what you are talking about. And replace do better with do this. Don't be vague. Do better. Do what's better. Do this particular thing. So make sure you kill vagueness. It's very, very important. Have daily check-in or weekly check-in. Have daily check-in or weekly check-in. If you are working on a project, you've given different people what they are supposed to do. You can enter their DM and send a message. I hope you people are working on this. That's it. Yesterday I was talking about this Young Ed Fellowship Africa that I'm part of. They use Slack as the mode of communication. Although everybody has access to the to the platform, and on the platform we know the deadline for the foundational course, but on Slack they were still telling us, they will still send message on that Slack. Don't forget to take your course this weekend. Don't forget that the foundation course we almost run out. Don't forget, they still put it there. Don't forget that the $200 is for your courses. Don't try to use the $200 to go and pay for something on your social media platform or to go and buy something. They still put it there. That's why the fact that they told us when we did the orientation. So let there be check-ins. It is very, very important. Clarity check. Anytime you want to send a message, the next time you want to send, whether an email, a WhatsApp message, read it over and over again. Ask yourself, if somebody send this message to me, will I understand? That's the thing. Clarity check before you send any message. You send the message, the person will not even understand the meaning. This is not even about maybe grammar or something. It's about you not being clear. What should the person do about this? So it is very, very important. Fix assumption. Fix assumption. We said it. Don't assume. Assumption is the lowest form of knowledge. Do not assume. Do not assume. Silent feedback. No. Don't just give feedback in your mind. Don't just say, you should have known now. She should have known now. No words. Say it. Be verbal. It's very, very important. And there should be no one-sided information or announcement. When you announce something, give room for question and answer. It is very, very important. Give room for question and answer. So that case study of supplier versus manager that I talked about, supply this material by tomorrow. The supplier is bringing it by 5 p.m. the following day. It's still tomorrow, but you needed the material by 9 a.m. So you have to be clear. Please kindly supply our material latest 10 a.m. tomorrow. Straightforward. So it's very, very important. So put the agreement, put the delivery time there, and when you get there, ask for so and so, because that's another thing. Not that the supplier will bring the material, who will collect the material. The other people that are there, they did not tell me anything. No, did they tell you anything? They did not tell me anything. Did they tell you anything? They did not. The supplier is now stranded, or maybe at the end of the day, the supplier now supplies the thing where it's not supposed to be. When you get there, ask for Mr. Jide. He will tell you what to do, and at the same time, you go and tell Mr. Jide, send an email or a message to Mr. Jide. The supplier is going to bring our material by 10 a.m. tomorrow. Kindly attend to him. Simple. Clarity. And for advert, remember the advert that we did. We talked about 50% promo. You are excited, but just tiny. At the other side, they now put only on selected items or terms and conditions apply. For brands that work on adverts or media, always understand that clarity first before creativity. Clarity first before creativity. So let's now say that in an organization, there's already communication breakdown. Conflict is already brewing. It's already getting toxic. What can we do to revive it? What can we do to revive it? The first thing is this: when we have a situation where we have conflict, where we have tension, where we have fights, you have to first of all spot the conflict early. Spot the conflict very early before it escalates, and don't be part of people that will add fuel to what is going on. No, don't be like that. And the second thing is that the time, place and manner rule. If two people are having altercation at a place of work, how you handle that kind of thing is important. Don't be biased. Know the time, know the place, know the manner in which you are going to settle cases like that. Blame free framework. Don't blame anybody. No, don't blame anybody. Don't point finger at anybody. It is very, very important. Roles in the fight. Who are the people involved? The way you are going to settle employee and manager conflict is different from co-worker and co-worker conflict. It's different from supplier and manager conflict. You have to understand who are the people involved so that you'll be able to know the kind of people the kind of thing you are going to do to revive or to repair that communication. Make sure you move from fighting to repairing. Pause the heat first. Don't add fuel to it. Separate the person from the problem. It's this thing. It's something that happened. It's not the personality of the person. Agreed on one small thing. If it is two of you, maybe manager and team member, I think there should be one thing that you people agree on. Start from there. Agree on one little action. Okay, maybe for now, let all of us go and start on this. I always know that no victim. Avoid what? Blaming. In conclusion, communication is very important in organization, and it is normal for us to have what? Breakdown when we are communicating. But always note that breakdowns in communication are reversible. You can reverse any breakdown of communication in any organization, and the earlier you revive any form of communication breakdown, the better for your organization, the better for the people in that organization. Because if not, deadlines will be missed, the place will become toxic. So we should not see communication as just what comes out of our mouth alone. It's not just about that. It's not about what you say alone. It's about how you say it. It's about how your audience, the people you are talking to, understand. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll be passing the microphone to the next speaker.
Wow, such a wonderful class. Another round of applause for the last speaker, please. Yeah, she gave quite a lot of information on the importance of communication and communicating clearly. And the last speaker spoke about SMEs, small scale businesses, and how small scale businesses help to build our nation. I would like to say that I think one of the skills that we have acquired from this particular exercise has been the skill of listening. A lot of people have sat down here for several hours listening to different people speak, and that's a very expensive and high quality skill. So based on that, I would love you to give yourself a round of applause. I can see that some of us are tired and are sleepy. Well done. So we'll just start off with a little exercise. I'll just ask you some ice-breaking questions. Okay, so who can tell me what is the sweetest sound in the world? Yeah? Music? Yeah, what did you say? The sound of the ATM making money roll. Yeah? Sound of a baby. Okay. Well, you're all right. You're all right. For me, the sweetest sound in the world is credit alert. I'm not very happy when my ATM is bringing out the money. I like it when the money enters. All right. The next exercise I want us to do. If you have a pen and a paper, just draw a circle. All right. And in the middle of the circle, write the word happiness. I'm watching you. Is it 5D we have right now? So if you're not doing it, all right, so this exercise is basically for you. Okay, now have you done that? Draw a circle, you write happiness in it, and then when you draw the circle you write happiness in it. Think about 5 things you know make you happy. It should not take you less than 2 seconds to do. 5 things you know make you happy. All right, now that you've written the 5 things that make you happy, who can tell me what they've written down? 5 things that make you happy. Yes.
In the circle.
Yes, or around the circle, outside the circle. So you want to try 5 things that make you happy? And for me, when I think about happy, the first thing that comes to my mind is sleep. And then the second thing that comes to my mind is food. The third thing is family. Actually, the first thing should be God. Alright? Then the other thing, I'm not going to tell you, it's my business. But those things are the 5 things that make me happy. You know it. This young lady is knowing me too much. Alright. So have you gotten it, please?
Yes.
Alright, tell me 5 things that make you happy. Children, wow.
My friends.
Your friends.
Ego.
Money, yeah.
Books.
Yeah.
Good music.
And good music. Children, friends, books, good music. Yes, who can tell me 5 more?
Remove money.
Money, yes. I think, yes, any other person, 5 things that make you happy. That lady looks like sleep will make her very happy right now. Okay. Did I say that under food there is chocolate? I love chocolate. I didn't get big by accident. All right. Yes. 5 things.
For me, I have a lot of things that make me happy.
Wow.
But I would say some that I know is very good. I love nice clothes. Yeah.
Oh, I can tell.
I love nice clothes. I love nice pictures.
Ooh.
Nice fragrances.
Okay.
So just to add to what you have mentioned.
Just to add to what I've mentioned.
You mentioned a lot.
Oh wow, so clothes.
Yeah, I wrote down God, yeah.
God.
And another thing about me that I am happy with what I do for a living.
Round of applause for that. Very few people are happy. Oh wow.
So when people say thank God it's Friday, it's not thank God Friday, it's thank God it's Monday.
Thank God it's Monday. Wow. Wow, as it should be. I think we should adopt thank God it's Monday. Round of applause for him, please. Come on, let me see your hands. I love hearing people clap. Yes. Elizabeth, how far? You want to add one, yeah?
I love watching football.
You love watching football. I mean, football makes people happy. It brings people from different parts of the world together. Alright, let me go to my topic. My topic is how our surroundings affect our behavior. And I think that our behavior has lightened up right now. So I would switch the word surrounding to environment. How our environment affects our behavior. And I've said here that an environment is the physical, psychological, geographical, sociological, cultural, and economical space that someone finds themselves in. An environment again is the physical, psychological, geographical, sociological, economical space that someone finds themselves in. At this moment, we are at number 36B, Royal Palm Drive in Osborne, Ikoyi. And this environment is generally clean, physically, the streets are clean, the environment is clean, and that gives you inspiration. Socially, we are in the midst of intelligent minds because people cannot keep up with this level of conversation without being intelligent. Anybody who is empty of content would find that they are a misfit in this environment. Culturally, we are determined to break the Guinness World Record and to create a higher Guinness World Record for 20 days of eloquence. Economically, this place is very expensive to run because it means that a large number of people need to be fed, the cameras are running, the data needs to be running, the electricity needs to be running. So this environment is very expensive, and this can affect us here because the work ethic in this environment is high. The work ethic in this environment is high. It means we are working 247 for the next at least 3 weeks. Alright? And there is no break time. So you can see that everybody's mindset in this place is on work mode. Are we together?
Yes, ma'am.
So, though everybody's mindset is on work mode, we have different attitudes and different behaviors to work. These behaviors are known as our personalities. Now, before I get deep into the environment, I would like us to look into our different personalities. And I have a model for that. It's also known as the Big Five. This model is ocean. Say ocean. Ocean. So we're going to be running a test during this model. So I need you to be alert because we're going to run a little survey to find out your personality. Knowing your personality is very key because your personality affects how you respond to your environment. Some people can do well under any environment, and some people may not thrive in just any environment. The gentleman here said he likes good clothes and good fragrance. So that means that if he's in an environment that is stuffy, he would be irritated. Am I right, sir? And if he sees someone that is not properly dressed, his instincts will be to dress the person up accurately. You see that? So we react to our environment, we react to our surroundings, and our surroundings bring out our inward personality. This is very key. So we're going to be looking at the word ocean. O there represents open. Now, we have people who are open. They are open to new ideas. They are very creative. They are very adventurous. You say, let us go skydiving. They will tell you when. You know, they don't ask questions. They are open to new ideas. For example, many of us here that have been committed to this program are open to new ideas. The reason why you are here is because you heard 20 days of eloquence. Of course, when you heard that title, you were challenged. But you did not just think about how challenging it was. You said, you know what, I'm going to do this. I'm going to be present. I'm going to make sure that it happens. That means you are open. Now, some people are conscientious. They are organized, responsible, and disciplined. Did you have those classmates that had 5 colors of pen? Red, purple, green, blue, black. And they would arrange it on the table. Then their math set was always accurate. Everything about them was organized. They had a timetable for their day. I know some women that plan the time they will exercise. Some people are very organized. You can never catch them on fresh. Alright? These people are conscientious. That is their personality. And if you notice something, if you remove them out of an organized environment, they will become fidgety and they will begin to get angry. Some people are extroversion. They are outgoing and energetic, very boisterous. A very popular example I'm going to use now is Derele. Another example is Funke Akindele. You cannot be in the entertainment industry and not be an extrovert. Because it means that you are like a bus conductor. You know, bus conductors are original extroverts. They have no shame. They can be at a bus stop for 2 hours shouting their boss name whether people come in or not, and they maintain their price whether people come in or not, because they know that people are going to come. They know that their destination is going somewhere. Now, if you're an introvert, you may not really always like the camera to be on you. In today's modern world, where the virtual world is also an economy of its own, some people are running social media pages that we call them no face. You see them, they would give a command to AI to create a character. Some people are creating character around Disney princesses and putting stories online for people to view, because they want to make money in the virtual economy, but they don't want people to know them. They are introverts. So you are either extrovert or you are an introvert. The other personality we are going to go on in Ocean. So I've mentioned open, which is O. I've mentioned conscientious, which is for C. I've mentioned extroversion, which is for E. And now we are going to agreeable. Some people are very agreeable. They are kind. If you say, let us do it this way, they will say, no problem, we can do it this way. If you say, let us go this way, they will say, okay. They are kind people. They are easy to work with. And if you are working in an office, in your team dynamics, you need agreeable people. But you should not only have agreeable people, because agreeable people can sometimes be yes men. And the problem with yes men, who can tell me what the problem with yes men is? Yes? They say yes to everything. But what's the problem with that? Yes? They never have time for themselves. They are toxic to themselves. And when you are about to make a mistake, you will not know that you are making a mistake because you are working with a yes man. Now we have the neuroticism. Under neuroticism, each one of them has word and opposite. You have people who are highly emotional, and I'm sorry to say a larger set of our generation are highly emotional. Under any form of heat, we seem to lose our minds. And then under neuroticism, we have people who are low on emotions. They do not allow their emotions to control them. They are very stable no matter what is happening. Now we have looked at 5 personalities. Who can tell me what the model for the 5 personalities are? Yeah, who can tell me? We can chorus the answer. What's the open? That's the first one. I said the name. What's the name? Ocean. Thank you very much. And what is O representing? Open. What is C representing? Consensuous. What is E representing? What is A representing? What is N representing? Neuroticism. Very good. Alright, so we are ready for the test. I'm happy that you have your piece of paper. So we are going to do a test, a little survey. Just write number 1 means strongly disagree. Number 2 represents disagree. Number 3 means neutral. Number 4 for agree. And number 5 for strongly agree. So we'll start off with O. I enjoy trying new things. Do you strongly disagree? If you strongly disagree, you put 1. If you disagree, you put 2. If you are neutral, you put 3. If you agree, you put 4. If you strongly agree, you put 5. So for O, the first thing I'm saying is I enjoy trying new things. So please write down how you feel about trying new things. Okay? Can I read the second one?
Yes, ma'am.
Alright. So still under O. I am curious and love learning new things. The second one, I am curious and love learning new things. Remember, 1, strongly disagree. 2, disagree. 3, neutral. 4, agree. 5, strongly agree. Number 3. I hope we understand what we are doing. If there's any misunderstanding, please raise your hand. Okay, number 2. I am curious and love learning new things. I am curious and love learning new things. Okay? Then, number 3. I enjoy creative adventures. I enjoy creative adventures. That's number 3. Now, for C. For C, number 1, I plan my task ahead. A, strongly disagree. 2, disagree. 3, neutral. 4, agree. 5, strongly agree. So the first question for consensus, that's C. I plan my task ahead. Do you do that, or do you not do that, or are you neutral? Okay? Now, number 5, I meet deadlines consistently. That's still under C. Number 2 of C. I meet deadlines consistently. Okay? Are we together? Okay, number 3 of C. I like to be organized. Alright? I like being organized. Alright? I like being organized. Okay? Now, we are on to E. That's extroversion. So, number 1 in E is I enjoy being around people. I enjoy being around people. You remember your options? 1, strongly agree. 2, disagree. 3, neutral. 4, agree. 5, strongly agree. We want to find out our personalities. Okay? So, that's number 2 of extroverts. I feel energized in social settings. I feel energized in social settings. And number 3 of extroverts, I start conversations easily. I start conversations easily. If you are here and you are not an extrovert, I will find it very interesting. You're not, but you start conversations.
I guess I'm working on myself.
You're working on yourself. All right. Okay, then A, that is agreeable. I am considerate of others' feelings. I am considerate of others' feelings. Remember, number 1, strongly disagree. 2, disagree. 3, neutral. 4, agree. 5, strongly agree. Then number 2 of agreeable, I like helping people. You need to like helping people. Some people help people but they don't like it. Okay, so I like helping people. Then number 3 of agreeable, I avoid conflict when possible. I avoid conflict when possible. Please write the right number because we are going to calculate it. Alright, now finally neutral. Okay, neutral, are we ready for neutral? Do you have a question? What's your question, please?
For agreeable, what's the third question?
I avoid conflicts when possible. You like to sweep things under the carpet. The second one is I like helping people.
I like helping.
Yes, you know, some people like to, they are peacekeepers. Like me, I'm a peacemaker. Okay. All right, now neutral. I get stressed easily. Number 1 in N, I get stressed easily. And number 2 in N, I worry about things often. I worry about things often. And number 3 in N, my mood changes quickly. My mood changes quickly. We're going to take our time to calculate it. 12 to 15 is high, 8 to 11 is moderate, and 3 to 7 is low. I believe that everybody has a little bit of the ocean in them. Okay, you raised your hand. What's your question?
Sorry, for consensus.
Yes,
Is it 2 questions or 3?
it's 3 questions.
Alright, look at the first one.
Okay, the first question, I plan my task ahead. The second question, I meet deadlines consistently. The third question, I like being organized. I like being organized. I think I can tell some of our personalities from relating with us. Okay, can't tell everybody, but just a little bit. All right, so surprise me with your answers. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm jumping the gun. Okay, so if you had 12 to 15 in open, can I see your hand? 12 to 15 in open. 12. Okay, so you are a little bit open, not too open. Okay, 12 to who had let me see, who had 8 to 11 in open? 8 to 11 in open. Nobody? Oh, we are still calculating. Strongly agree is 5. Strongly disagree is 1. Oh, okay. I think some of you will give me your answers afterwards. You can give it to me on the WhatsApp group. That will make a very good conversation. But I know that I'm open. I am 15 on open. I know that on consensus I'm probably 10. Not bad. Yeah, in extroversion I'm 10. It depends on the circle. Agreeable, I am like 7, 11 thereabouts. Okay. In neurotic, I'm 15 if I'm pregnant. If I'm not pregnant on a good, and maybe on my period, I'm 15. On a good day, I'm probably 5. All right. Now that we have found out about our personalities, let's go to our surroundings and talk about how these surroundings affect someone. Now, ideally, we are taught that our personalities are formed from our surroundings, from our environment. So let us say, for example, somebody comes here with a very huge stature, okay, and the person comes with black glasses, wearing a black suit, black all the way, the black suit with a black shirt, and black shoes, black tie, and big black goggles. You can't see their eyes. And then after this person enters, two other people enter with the person, and they have strong facial expressions. What will happen to you? You'll be scared. You begin to wonder, who is this person? Are we together? Now, if one person actually dressed that way should come in here frowning their face, keeping their expression very strong, it would affect everybody's mood. Are we together? The only people it will not affect are neurotic low, people that have zero emotions. Yeah, but naturally this person's mood will affect everyone. So your surrounding is not just the place, your surrounding is the mood in your environment. So for example, if you grew up in an environment where they used to curse each other each morning, you will hear a grandmother talking to her grandchild, telling the grandchild that the grandmother, she's a crazy person, she's going to show her grandchild crazy. What kind of environment is that? Toxic. Alright, now it will shock you that people who are so vile in their language also live in a dirty environment. Okay, when everything is clustered, the clothes disorganized, the books disorganized, the plates, everywhere is clustered. Let's say you come back home, you meet your house terribly clustered by your younger sibling, or by your children, or by the people in your house. What does that do to you? Yeah, you get frustrated. Okay, it brings out anger in you, frustration. You can see the emotions we are calling now, just because of the surrounding, just because of the environment. The environment can either be frustrating or disappointing. Now, culturally, I think I have said before that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So peradventure you are somebody with very brilliant ideas, and you have given yourself time to study, and you have gotten lots of knowledge. Then you go to this particular tech company and you say, you know what, I'm going to bring out big ideas. I'm going to bring out games that people can play and use to learn math. I'm going to bring out games that children can play and use to learn English. But then you get to the office, and when you get to the office, you try to share your ideas with your work buddy. They shut you down. They shut you down. They shut you down. You guys have NPR meetings, and during the NPR meetings, you get shut down. What does that do to you? Hello? What does that do to you? It stops the flow of creativity. And so probably that company actually needs bright ideas, but because the people around you are stuck in 1995, they cannot get the blessings of 2026. Are we together now? So yes, if the culture is toxic, ideas cannot grow there. Somebody spoke earlier on, it was a gentleman who spoke about SMEs, who spoke about Nigerians leaving the country, going abroad to build the economy of different countries. Why do we think Nigerians are leaving the country? It is because their ideas are not welcomed. Even though you have a brilliant idea and you get sponsorship, and you want to start a business, there are so many aspects to starting a business, so many things that are missing. For example, black tax. Somebody spoke about black tax. Black tax prevents people from thriving, in the sense that you don't have enough money to save. So you are trying to grow a business. When a business is just starting, it's like a plant in a nursery. It's a shrub. A plant in a nursery is usually kept in a shaded area. They don't put it in the hot sun because the hot sun can scorch it. And when a plant is just growing, you don't start plucking off the leaves, because if you pluck off the leaves of a growing plant, it will die. The leaves are a part of its photosynthesis process. The leaves are a part of the way that plant would feed and grow. So this is what black tax does to us, or does to people. You are just graduated. Some people don't even graduate, probably from secondary school. Alright? You just came out and then you are working. Your parents are depending on you. Money that you should save to start your business does not come through, because instead of giving you and supporting you, they are being taken from. And guess what? Probably your parents are in their 50s. A 50-year-old person is a very young person. I have to say it now. Because if they are in their 50s and they are depending on you, and God blesses them with extra 40 years, are you going to be taking care of them for an extra 40 years? Are we together? So now they are taking from you what you should use to save to buy land, what you should use to save to build house, what you should use to save to raise your children. And the problem with black tax is that our lives are backwards, in the sense that we are putting the cart before the horse. At a particular point in time, they are in their 50s. You will be 50 one day. So think about it. Close your eyes. When were you 1 year old? Let's say you are 20. You were 1 year old in 2006. 2006 looks like yesterday. So if you are 20 now, by 2046 you yourself will be 40 years old. Remember, the parent is in their 50s. They are still going to be 90 years old. And if the money you should use to develop your life and grow, you are using it to spend on them, their body is not going to get stronger. What would you have to pay hospital bills when they are 80? When you have used everything now. And what about you when you are 40? What about you when you are 50? Some people don't get married until they are 40. So just picture it. You have used your savings to take care of your parents in your 20s, and they are in their 40s and they are in their 50s. You are not yet 40. You have not yet married. Who will take care of you when your knees are feeble? Some people get married at 35. So by the time you are 40 years old, your first child is 5. Are you going to do to your children the same thing that was done to you? One of the oldest books says a wise man leaves an inheritance for his child. So I do not know where the idea of making you that doesn't yet have a life, that hasn't yet figured your way in life to take care of an adult comes from. So of course, a lot of things are going wrong in your head. You are going to work. You are thinking about your future. You are looking at the lives of children whose parents have planned for them. And you are asking God, why me? Then when you come back home, you have not eaten, and the adult at home is waiting for you to feed them. Frustration. Day in, day out, day in. You have dreams. You want to be a musician. You have dreams. You want to be a tailor. You have dreams. You want to develop some AI app. You have a purpose for your life. But your purpose keeps going far away from you. Now you sing a song like Akon, living in the ghetto. It's like being on sinking sand and you don't know what to do. You keep going down. So you know what? Because of this mental breakdown, you lose yourself. Your personality changes. If you're a conscientious person who loves to be organized, you are in a very disoriented and a very disorganized situation as an adult. This will make you toxic. Any little thing that is done to you, you will spark. People will say, what's wrong with this person? Then you begin to accept an identity that you are not. You will call yourself fire. Who told you that you are meant to be burning people? What does it do? It makes young boys and young girls become criminals. They will say it in their music. I want to buy house for my mommy. I want to build house for my daddy. Where? Where in the world is this scriptural? Why? Did you give birth to them or did they give birth to you? I am not saying that you should abandon your parents, but there is a time for everything under the sun. A young lady who is married, who has given birth to children, is more concerned with raising her children. If you desire to be a parent in your lifetime, be the parent that plans wisely. Economical. The economical situation is frustrating, or the economical situation is a blessing. I would first of all say that when an economy works against you, it takes the mind of an eagle to soar above the storms of the system. I spoke about the eagle yesterday, and I said that the eagle has a vision and it is focused, and regardless the storm, the eagle is going to soar. So yes, the economical situation might affect the people in the sense that you are wondering how you are going to save money to build your dreams. Some of us have massive dreams because they have told you to dream big. And dreaming big is not a crime. But the economy, does it permit your dreams? I remember buying eggs in this country, 2 for 50 naira, in 10 naira, not in 1995, in 2015. In case we have forgotten. Let us say a 10-year-old or an 11-year-old, let's make the child 12. Somebody who was 12 in 2015, by 2026 should be at least 23 or 24. Let's say an 11-year-old or a 12-year-old said, you know what, I'm going to own a farm, I'm going to own a poultry, and I'm going to sell eggs. Apart from that, the child loves cooking, and then the child goes and invents something that they can make with egg. Let's call it burger eggs. Add some spices like your flavors and moringas and turmeric and those spices that bring out unique taste in food. Let us say this person actually created this and was hoping that, you know what, when I grow older, I'm going to own this poultry, I'm going to do this. I'm not just going to do this, I'm also going to sell chicken, I'm going to do a lot of things with my poultry. Are we together? And then lo and behold, the child goes to university and studies agriculture. Okay? But everything now is so expensive. I don't know how much do they pay coppers now for their copper salary. Ma'am? 77. So now, your dad did not get insurance for you. They did not plan the will. So the father along the way, God forbid, because the father is doing 7 jobs, in a very difficult economy to take you to university. Is, to me, I think it is war. They are not using gun to shoot us. They are using the economy to shoot people. So the father is doing 7 jobs, trying to make ends meet, and what happens? The body will tell you, the heart stops. Boom! The father goes to heaven before his time. Unfortunately, he did not do insurance plan for his child. And then the mother, who doesn't have much experience with work but a petty business, is now depending on the child. You are serving as a copper 77,000. Let's say 30,000 naira goes on transportation. You are left with 37k. And that 37k, your mother and your younger siblings are depending on you for the 37k. I've not even put your feeding, no. I've not put your fashion sense. I've not put your data. I've not put communication, what you need for communication. The money has gone. Phew. Then they will say, can't you save? Can't you save? Don't you know how to save? From where? From where? You see how the economy as an environment continues to increase poverty. And one of the things I've come to realize is that we will be boasting about how much we spent on certain things that we shouldn't spend so much on. Are we together? Because we are used to the price. Why should a room be more than 1.2 million? On God's green earth, land is free. Why should a room be? Thank God we don't pay for air. Imagine you are paying for air. You see, this will affect your behavior. When you come online and you see somebody commit abominable, and then the person becomes rich for abominable, you will tell yourself, you know what? I think I will do the abominable. Yes, that's what will come to your mind. Your personality might be agreeable. Maybe you're an agreeable person like me. I used to be very agreeable. Very, very agreeable. But right now, I'm not agreeable anymore with just anyone. You need to earn the right. I need to buy into what you are doing for me to agree with you. So now you can see how the environment changes our personality. It changes who we are. Cultural. Okay? We have good culture. Like somebody said yesterday, the double-edged sword of life. The knife can serve, the knife can stab. It's a good culture to respect the elders. Because of course, you can't buy their experience. Something happened to my Samsung phone about 2 weeks ago. The screen of my Samsung phone got broken. That broke my heart because I'm using the Samsung phone for my content life. And I'm like, this Samsung phone that takes my beautiful pictures, what am I going to do? So I sent someone, one of the girls working with me, to go fix my phone. And then when she went there, she put the phone on speaker and then said, please sir, tell madam, how much is it? The man said 250k. I said, so I don't have the money, but I have a plan. So bring that phone. Then I was then wondering, I should have a phone in this house. This Nokia phone is about 10 years old. So among phones is an elder. I hold it with pride. The screen was even cracked. I just pressed it. It came on. I said, let me put my SIM card in it. Nokia phone is genius. I don't know why they've gone out of market. Nokia phone is genius. Sincerely. And the phone, I've been using it for the past few weeks. No hassle. The screen has black on it though. This black, I can see what is there. It's functioning. All the apps, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, the phone is functioning 100%. 10 years ago. There are some phones that you can't, the last version was made 5 years ago. You can't use it anymore. So yes, in reference to elders, there are certain values and core values that elders have that cannot be bought. There are certain experiences that elders have that cannot be bought. For that reason, I believe you should respect them. I believe the culture in respect is right. Are we together? However, the culture in respect can be toxic when there is no fairness. When somebody gets away with lying because they are elder. When somebody gets away with stealing because they are elder. When somebody gets away with partiality because they are what? Elder. I'm sorry. I love Nigeria and I have hope for this country. I believe in Nigeria. Please, who can tell me how old Nnamdi Azikiwe was when he first became, was it Prime Minister in Nigeria? How old was he? He was in his early 20s. He was in his early 20s when he became president in Nigeria. Who can tell me how old Olusegun, former President Olusegun Obasanjo was when he became first military president in Nigeria? In his early 20s. Who can tell me how old late President Buhari was when he first became president in Nigeria? In his early 20s, 30s, right? Then our wonderful, most honorable royal family president Bola Ahmed Tinubu was first governor in Lagos State. I think he was in his late 30s or early 40s. There has never been a time in this country until now when the youths were not allowed to lead. The people who are elders today challenged the elders of the past when they were youths. Who can tell me how old Chinua Achebe was when he wrote Things Fall Apart? When I first saw the video, I thought he was a teenager. He was in his early 20s. Wole Soyinka was in his early 20s. These were young men, just like yourself today, that are here. So as young people, you have brilliant minds. Why were they allowed to express themselves as young people in those days? Because the environment was very flourishing and the environment allowed them to thrive. How many of us here know parents who have sold properties for absolutely no reason? Okay. Here in Lagos, there are so many people whose parents left an inheritance for them that did not leave inheritance for their children. They took the properties and they sold it one after the other just to live high society life, just to belong. And after selling all the properties, they are expecting their children to build for them. Are we together? So culturally, the culture of respecting elders, I'm not saying you should disrespect them. Are you getting me? But the culture of supporting something that is wrong because it is done by an elderly person is toxic. And this has affected so many people. Our environment affects our personality. If a child grows up in a family of scholars, it is very natural that that child will be a scholar. Except a visitor comes in. What do I mean by a visitor? No. I've seen a lot of families, thank you. I've seen a lot of families that complain that this child was well trained. This child was raised in a decent family, but this child is different. Especially for kids that were raised in the 1990s, or raised before social media, the express yourself generation, the Gen X and the millennials. The Gen X and millennials shocked their parents. The same way each generation is shocking the other generation. Because our parents thought we will be SU, just like they were SU. So who was the visitor? The visitor was television. It's called television programming. Let's break the word. Television programming. So the millennials and the Gen X were programmed by television. If your parents did not have a computer, you would have seen computer in television. Back in the days, they had the movie Back to the Future or Back to the Past. You will see movies that inspired you. You will see American pastors with long hair, trouser, looking very fine. You will hear different types of music that will make you question your background. So from that moment, people in Africa were being programmed. Okay? Even the way we speak. Some people will say a child is being born in Ondo and that child is speaking with American accent. Where did he get it from? Cocomelon. It's a visitor. It's a visitor because we're talking about his surrounding. It's part of the environment. That is why teenagers back then would have a conversation with their parents and they will say, you are not understanding me. Of course, because your parents went to school with a chalkboard and you went to school with biro and paper. Your parents, then I used to admire my mom. She doesn't used to watch TV. There was TV in the house, very colorful box. The only thing she would watch is Super Story. She will just come watch Super Story and sometimes watch telenovelas like Lady of the Rose. She has marked her time. That program is 8 p.m. in the evening. From morning to 8 p.m. she has done everything she wants to do. I will be watching an interesting movie or program. I won't see her. And there are times when as soon as she sits in front of the TV, when the TV comes on, she will sleep off. Because in her training and her upbringing, television is not part of her programming. But she can pick up a book and read. Because in their generation, reading is part of their programming. Are you seeing the behavior tactics here? So now my programming is different from her programming. But because she is living with me, I was influenced by her programming. So as a teenager, at the age of 16, I was watching a particular commercial on MTV. And then the guy said, never let go of your M. The guy held MTV close to himself and he was running. And he said, never let go of your M. I said, the only thing I've been told not to let go of is, what concerns me with MTV. I can't let these people program me, so I X'd MTV. Then I realized that I was having romantic thoughts because I was watching romantic movies and romantic cartoons and I was reading romantic books. And I said, this romance, the people in my house have not seen one good marriage. Not my mother, not my grandpa, not my auntie. Marriage is not for me. I'm going to X these romantic movies so I will not be thinking about romance. So now I've X'd MTV, I've X'd romantic movie. The next thing is the news. So after a while, I was like, this news is always negative. It's giving me negative energy. So I X'd the news. Nothing to watch. I didn't watch TV from the age of 16 till I was 28. For real. This is no jokes. I remember then in Unilag, people will be watching And When You Are Mine, different telenovelas in the I don't know what they call that room, general room. I will pass by, I won't watch, I'll just be shaking my head. I'll be wondering, why is a woman testing over a man like this? What nonsense. I have a future. Okay? You have a question? Yeah.
Between that time of 16 to 28, did you use any screens at all?
Screens like phones. Yeah, I had a phone because I wanted to make calls, but it was not smart. Then I think I opened Facebook in 2012. By that time, my friends were begging me that, young lady, are you living under a cave? You need to have Facebook, and that was it. But I was I prefer realistic relationships because that's how I built myself. I went out, I met people. Matter of fact, that's how I went to university. That's how I met someone that sponsored me to university, because I lived in the real world. I did not live in another world. I remember seeing a movie on this girl from another country, Uganda, that learned how to play chess, that won the chess game. Her mother complained to the man that you are turning her into a ghost. I said, yes. Sometimes people become ghosts. They become Casper the Friendly Ghost. You are watching another reality on your screen that you cannot experience in your own reality. So personally, you are conflicted because now you belong to two different worlds and you don't belong anywhere. As a kid, this Japa, till now I don't have Japa syndrome. Because when people were singing I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, I thought myself, how can you dream of nightmare? Why would I be dreaming of a white Christmas? Snow kills people. But the culture abroad is a culture that makes them believe that whatever they have is good. And so they find the best in what they have. So yes, snow kills people. They have to stay at home. They create an entire holiday around it. It's not because they like staying at home, but they cannot do anything about the snow. So what do? With excess snow, they build snowman, and then they tell stories around snow. They make good use of their time. They are not complainers, but we complain. The sun is shining, complain. The rain is falling, complain. It's a culture. It's a toxic culture. It's a culture of low self-esteem. And so when I came to that realization, I told myself, in Nigeria we have golden Christmas, and there is nothing as beautiful as our golden beaches. Our beaches are fine. I will go to the beach and wear something beautiful. I take my kids to the beach. There is coconut in the beach. There are beautiful trees in the beach. In Nigeria we can play during Christmas. We have a golden Christmas, and I dream of golden Christmas. When I remember that time, our mothers will cook a pot of jollof rice. They will serve you jollof rice. It will be oily. You will eat it. It will be as if you put a lip gloss on your lips. Then they will give you one big bottle of Fanta or one big bottle of Coke. They will divide the bottle of Fanta in between 4 children after putting plenty water on it. If you grew up with your old parents like me, like your grandparents, I traveled to Osun State with my grandfather. We went to Igbajo. We had what they called Igbajo Day. You will see people coming out with torchlights, going around the village, because Igbajo has lots of mountains. In the evening, such a beautiful sight. So I dream of golden Christmas. I don't dream of nightmares. If God forbid you should be abroad and don't find a shelter during the winter, and you have no money and you sleep outside, you'll be Jack Frost, because by the time they find you in the morning, you'll be cold, ice cold and gone. Do you understand? So why am I dreaming of a white Christmas? But a visitor entered into our homes. A visitor entered through the media and programmed people not to love themselves. And back then our parents would say, go and watch TV, don't go and play outside. No, I didn't listen. No. From that age of 16, I played very well. My mother would complain, say, Elma, you need to be responsible. I said, have I washed plates? I've washed plates. Have I swept the house? I've swept the house. Have I read all the books at home? Have I read the books at home? What am I doing inside? I'm living outside my world, living like a ghost. Are we together? So we need to be deliberate about our surroundings. We need to be deliberate about our physical surroundings. We need to be deliberate about our culture. We need to be deliberate about our economy. Okay? We need to be deliberate about our surroundings, because these surroundings affect our persons. It affects our personalities. When you are not deliberate about your surroundings, you will make poor decisions. And when you make poor decisions, you will be conflicted in your heart, because you don't want to blame yourself. You want to blame somebody else. But deep within your heart, you know that it is your fault. So yes, it is your responsibility to keep your surroundings clean. And if you are living in an environment that is culturally dirty, it is your responsibility to save money, no matter how difficult the economy is, and move out of that environment. And if you cannot move out of that environment, it is your responsibility to move to an environment that is clean, that you can afford. Because a dirty environment affects your mind. Okay? Now, it is your responsibility, the social circle that you are in. A gentleman spoke yesterday about his life. He said he makes friends with intelligent people. He makes friends with what? Intelligent people. Because iron sharpens iron. Iron does not sharpen wood. If you put iron beside wood, the wood will make the iron rust, or the iron will break the wood. It doesn't work that way. I know that some of us want to be heroes, and some of us want to change people, especially those of us that are firstborn. Please be delivered from hero syndrome today in Jesus' name. Amen. You're not a hero. So be deliberate about your circle. And then he said something. He said, choose friends that have gone ahead of you. You cannot only have friends that are your mates. You need to have friends that are far ahead of you, so that you can ask for their advice. Because if you have friends that are on the same level with you, or friends that are envious of you, you can't ask them for advice. They will be like, who is this person? Who do you think you are? And then they will shut up your advice. They won't give you a good advice. You understand? Choose friends that want to lift people up, not friends that want to pull them down. Alright? Now, also be very careful and conscious about building your economy. Yes, there is global pandemic or financial upturn all over the world. Some people in power have made decisions that are leading to war. Elephants are fighting, the grass is suffering, and therefore generally in the world the economy is bad. But you are responsible for your own economy. The gentleman that spoke yesterday said something. He said that he was earning how much for his corpus money? 19,000. But that was he. Did he define his life by the 19,000? No. He went out to look for extra because he was young. Imagine he stayed in the environment of complainers, people that complain when the rain is falling and complain when the sun is shining and never see any good in themselves. Imagine if he was in the midst of complainers. It was the midst of people that say, hey, the economy is so hard. How am I going to take care of my mother? How am I going to go to? How am I going to? If he was in their midst, would that brilliant idea come to his head? Because he was in a circle of brilliant people, he had a brilliant idea. And even though the government was paying him 19, how much was he going home with? 500. He started with 500. Yes. 500 per month. Then when he moved to 700, how much was he saying? No, at that point in time he was saving 500k monthly and living on the 19. Do you see that? Now imagine the setting he came from. It was a setting where black tax was reigning. Give me, give me, give me. Give me, give me, give me. Give me, give me, give me. Would he save that 500? The reason why he was able to grow, he grew, and then what did he do? He was able to buy house. Did she ask for it? She did not. Are we together? Now you are. I hope we are getting it now. There's a time for everything. There's a time to save. There's a time to do what? Especially now. It is much easier to save between now and your 30s than it is to save in your 30s, because people who have children find it difficult to save. A normal primary school that is just going to teach your child the basic, nothing special, no British curriculum, nothing, basic, is at least 150,000 naira to 300,000 naira per school fees. God bless you with fertility, you give birth to twins or triplets. Multiply it, and children are expensive. Their diapers are expensive, their food is expensive, their lifestyle is expensive, their clothes are expensive. Children are very expensive in the first 10 years of their lives. So, amen. So, saving is easier when you are younger. Are you together? Saving is easier now, because as a human being you will grow, and your needs and your desires will grow. So you need to be conscious of your economy. I understand that the economy of the world is difficult, but it is your duty to build your own economy. You might be coming from a toxic background, you might be coming from a toxic environment, but your journey should be into a flourishing environment. I hope the next speaker is ready. I'm about to conclude. I will say a short story. A plant found themselves in an environment where the sun was too hot. Let us say the plant was here. And in this environment, somebody had created water to water the plant. The plant noticed that the other plants around it were dying. And so the plant decided to pull itself from its roots away from that environment. To get to that environment, there is sand on the way. The journey was a difficult journey for the plant. By the time the plant got to the place where there was water to water the grass, the plant was really dried up. But as soon as water landed on that plant, the plant was revived and it was looking beautiful. The background you are coming from might have affected your personality. You might be an open person, but now you are closed. You might be a conscientious person, but the people around you said your own is too much, so now you are no more conscientious. You might be agreeable, but the world has shown you that they are not merciful to agreeable people, so now you are too careful. You might become an overthinker because so many tragic things have happened in the past. Now is the time for healing. The process to healing might be difficult. You might need to go for therapy. You might need to do self-therapy by visiting a library, Libraries are free. There are many libraries here in Lagos and in Nigeria. But the truth about it is that you can start that journey and take that journey out of the toxic environment into a flourishing environment. And on that note, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
So thank you so much for that amazing speech. Thank you so much. So apparently, one way or the other, we are all oceans in our own space and not in our own way. So right now, I'll be speaking about the discipline of self-leadership. The discipline of self-leadership. When we wake up in the morning, no, let me don't start from the morning. A day before, we always tend to plan our day one way or the other in our heads, or maybe we write it down. We plan it. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. Maybe I'm going to press my phone, or I'm going to journal when I wake up, or maybe before I do my main journaling, maybe I'm going to do gratitude journaling, or maybe before my gratitude journaling, maybe I'm going to actually listen to maybe a podcast or a message. One way or the other, a day before, we always subconsciously plan our day. But what happens when we wake up in the morning? Most of us don't self-lead ourselves. The first thing that happens to most of us in the morning, except those that have disciplined it, is that you reach for your phone. I don't know if it's just me, but every time I just want to touch and feel my phone, even if I'm sleeping, to just know if maybe I've not slept on it, or it's not broken, or like it's just, I don't know if it's subconscious right now, but it always happens. I just want to touch my phone to feel it, to know that okay, my phone is still here, even if I'm in my house and I know they cannot steal it. And that is actually a bad, we have heard it over and over again, that it's actually a bad way to start our day. But you know what, most of us still do it. Why? Because we have not learned the discipline of self-leadership. So what is self-leadership? Self-leadership is the ability to guide yourself. It's the ability to lead your emotions. It's the ability to set everything about you aright. To self-lead yourself without needing external persons to do the pulling and the pushing here and there. Self-leadership is something everybody should have. It is not supposed to be for one set of people, because this thing of self-leadership is actually known to certain set of people. We know now that most motivational speakers, they are self-leaders, because most times, most of the ones I know, they actually do what they teach or preach. Another set of people that are self-leaders are teachers, good teachers. They are actually self-leaders. They don't need anybody to prompt them to do the right thing. They just know what to do. Like, I'll use Mr. David as an example. Like, he read of being a good teacher yesterday. He just knew what to do. Just knew how to lead himself, right? So it is an ability to be able to guide your emotions and your actions, especially when nobody is watching, or nobody is there to give you the accolades, or nobody is there to put you through. You just know the right thing to do. So here we are yet to learn the discipline of self-leadership. And to everything that we know, or to everything that we are being, or to everything that are being built in this world, we know that there are pillars to them. What are pillars? Pillars are the things that make something stand. They are the one that is keeping it held down. Without those pillars, it's just like you building a house. There is no way you build a house without a foundation. So let's just call pillars of self-leadership. Let's call it the foundation of self-leadership. The first one is self-awareness. A person who is not self-aware cannot even lead a people. Yes. If a leader that is not self-aware runs a company, within the span of a year, there is tendency that most people who have an option, even some that don't even have an option, will actually resign from the company, because a leader that is not self-aware becomes, it lashes out very fast. A leader that is not self-aware does not even know how to read the room properly, does not know when to praise the teammates, or to praise the workers or co-workers. It does not know the right thing to do at all. So for you to self-lead yourself, you have to be self-aware. You have to be very, very, very self-aware. Like, you have to be in the state of, I know myself, I know what I can do, I know how I can react to something. I think yesterday while I was sitting down here, actually I saw the message of one man like that attempts to be a pedophile, actually. And I said something that, if not that I know myself, I would have said that I attracted this man. But no, I did not attract this man in any way. I did not wear anything skimpy, or did I wear anything very revealing. So because I know myself, I am very, very self-aware. I'm aware of the way I talk, I'm aware of the way I walk, I'm aware of the way I move, I'm aware of the way I respond to people. Because even in the midst of all the chaos that happened between both of us in our personal DMs, I actually still responded very politely, because I am supposed to insult him, but because I know myself, and he's somebody's father, let me just act very well and properly. So it is understanding your emotions. And I always say something, that emotions are the best drivers. They drive you, whether you like it or not. Emotions drive you, and if you don't discipline them, they'll discipline you. It's just like when you are driving a car and you are drunk. You being drunk in emotion senses, you not having a hold of your emotions. When you're driving, you tend to lose grip of whatever, and you're drunk, you tend to lose grip of wherever you're going, and then the car begins to go by itself. And out of 100 of all of those cases that have happened, 99.5 of them always crash badly and end up badly. They either don't come out alive, or they come out very scarred, or they lose one arm, or they lose one leg, or they lose both legs, or they lose both arms. One way or the other, they are armed. So that's the same thing for emotions. If you don't discipline them, they'll discipline you. If you don't put them in order, if you don't, okay, this is how I respond to this is how I respond to anger, this is how I respond to joy. You know, there's a way where you can be very, very happy and you misbehave. So, but in you being self-aware about what joy is all about to you, in you being very aware of what happiness is all about to you, you can actually put it in its place, because you can be very overjoyous and do the wrong thing. Yes, child that is very, very overjoyous can dance and dance and dance and hit the pot of soup that his mother just cook and it's to pour, and the mother will not say you were happy, that's why you poured it away. The mother is going to scold the child. The second pillar of self-awareness, note I said we're going to have 5 pillars of self-awareness, and like I said, pillars are foundation, things that are holding, things that makes up what self-leadership is all about. The second one is self-control. It's still, I would say self-control is still inside self-awareness, but self-awareness bets self-control. Yes. So what's self-control? Self-control is understanding your emotions and how to wield it. Emotions, as much as we can discipline them, are actually weapons, and how we handle these weapons all depends on us. The other time somebody was talking about AI, and somebody I think Mrs. Kalma said that even the fact that AI is doing all of it, a man still have to program AI. Same for our emotions. We can still program our emotions. We can still program how it functions. We can still program how it delivers. That is what is called self-control. In this room, no matter how angry some people are, you will not see them that they will react wrongly. But some people, when they are angry, just start taking two steps backward. Don't take one, no, because if you take one, it's very dangerous. Start taking two steps. But there are some people, no matter how angry, you know, I have a friend that no matter how you get him angry, it's not even shown on his face. But me, it's not like I'm bad, or it's not like I'll beat you, but I will be visibly angry, very angry. But there are certain people that no matter how angry they are, it's not be visible. So is you, when it comes to self-control, it's you choosing discipline over feelings, that no matter how you feel about this thing, you are not going to respond. You're choosing how to discipline yourself. So okay, even in this, one core example I will use is people who sell things, people who run a business. Some people who run a business, when they buy stuff from themselves, they don't pay. You buy something, you say, here's my business, it's me that will still pay the money. But there are some people, when they buy things from themselves, they pay. And that's actually how to be a self-leader. You are leading by example, and you're not choosing the feeling of, she may see me that have the money now. No, it's actually you leading by example, but you're leading yourself by example first. So the third point, I've mentioned self-awareness, I've mentioned self-control. The next thing I'm mentioning is self-responsibility. Self-responsibility simply means I own my life. That means no matter what happens, Nami go still carry am. No matter whatever is going on, I'm still the one that is going to bear the consequence. So from where I can, from whatever point that I can, I start taking responsibility. And that's what a self-leader does. That's why it's one of the core pillars, because you have to be responsible for yourself to actually self-lead yourself. It is you not playing the blame game. I want to talk about this blame game. Some people unintentionally actually play the blame game, and that's why the first point was self-awareness. They can blame, like for everything that happened, there's somebody that they always point to. And in every principle, if you keep blaming somebody for everything that happens to you, you can never move out of that space. You can never ever move. Okay, something happens, and okay, let me use a scenario. Okay, we are streaming now. I'm actually a media girl, and we are streaming now, and maybe something just went wrong with the live, and okay, maybe instead of me to change back, okay, I don't know how to explain it, but on the system when we are streaming, we have two spaces. So there is one that is called the preview, and then the one that goes into the live. So maybe the one that is showing on the live has gone blank. So somebody's supposed to be standby on the system that changes it so that that fault will not be seen. Maybe everybody, we were doing one thing or the other, or we're short of ends, and then the boss comes and it's like, nobody changed this thing. Sir, you could have actually assigned somebody to be there and not live there regardless of whatever happens, or you would have been there by yourself, or you'd have noticed it earlier. But it's blame, instead of him to say, okay, how did this happen, please don't let it happen again. But no, we go on and on blaming people. It's because of you. Assuming this one, you will not start referring to things that have happened since. That's how that other day too, you did this one, you did that one. That's how some of us play games with our friends. It's not, I won't even call that friendship. If you always play blame games with your friends, you're always blaming them for every single thing. Assuming you have called me now, I would have not overslept and I would have got A in that exam. Take responsibility for your life now. How do you want to self-lead yourself if you cannot take responsibility for just your own life? They are not even telling you to lead other people. Just lead your own self. You don't want to. Assuming we went for this event together now, maybe I would have even had Lucky Charm. And every time you play the game, blame game, you notice that you're always giving flimsy excuses. You don't have any core and valid excuse that you're giving. You just keep giving excuses. In fact, something that is unrelated to the person, you will bring it up again. You just want to stir the anger. No, you're actually supposed to be very, very responsible for your life. And all those people that are king of excuses, they can make excuses for Africa. Okay, why are you not around today? And this one, they always have something to say. See, even I think I learned this, I think early last year, that even on days where you have excuses for not doing something, just say you're sorry instead of going on with the excuses. You're actually helping yourself, and it's one call where you can actually take responsibility for your life and self-lead yourself and be accountable. For you to actually take responsibility for yourself, you have to be accountable. It does not just have to be your friend. It might be a mentor. be very, very accountable. Being accountable makes you, okay, I would make this random example. If you're somebody who presses phone a lot, and because you want to practice this responsibility thing, and maybe it's exam period, you're not like, okay, let me be accountable to maybe my friend. So what we are going to do is that, for me to be very responsible with being studious, I'm going to take my phone to my friend and collect it after I'm done with paper for the day. Your accountability has to be very radical, because if not, whether it's your mentor, whether it's your friend, you become familiar with the person and you will not keep up with it. Especially if your friend is not as strict as, you just say, give me my phone. I'm not giving you. You said I should hold it for you. No. She don't know that this one. Oh, I'm ready that for ready now. It's not good. Oh, we cannot play make jacket doll boy. You are just making excuses. And if the person is not strict, but if you want to be radically accountable, you're going to look beyond the familiarity you have with the person. So I said the first pillar of self-leadership is self-awareness. The second one is self-control. The third one is self-responsibility. The fourth one is self-motivation. How well do you talk to yourself? Every morning when I wake up, it's a normal thing. I look into my camera, or I look into my mirror, or I look into the mirror, and I tell myself how beautiful I am. Like, yes, I see. There is no opinion of me that you will give me that if I'm not seen, I'll believe. If you tell me that I'm not beautiful, I will tell you that that's meant for maybe your babe or your sister, because I'm not seeing it in me. I tell myself every morning I'm very, very beautiful, and no matter the mistake I made a day before, it does not define my today, and I'm not going to allow it to define my today. I tell myself every single thing I want to believe that very day. I speak to myself, like I speak anything I want into myself, like I speak it, because if you don't see it, people cannot see it with you. Yes, see, there is a way a motivational speaker can come and tell you that this thing is silver, and if the person is a very sweet talker, you would almost believe even if you're saying it. Yes, but if by myself, no, this thing I don't look calm, see, it's good, it's good. You hold on to that belief that you have, because way ahead you have seen it, you have touched it, you have rubbed this, but before then, if you have not, you'll actually be convinced that it's actually silver. So what do you tell yourself every day? What have you made yourself believe? Because what you say to yourself every day, what your ears have heard every day, will actually make up your reaction every day. So what do you tell yourself? How do you motivate yourself daily? Like, you're not waiting for anybody to applaud you before you feel fine. You're not waiting for anything. Okay, I think it was yesterday. My speech was very, very short. Like, it was not later I was not realizing that this thing was very, very short. But I now messaged my friend, what? It's like I don't want to do this thing again though, because how will my speech be that short? Like, I'm supposed to do long speech and all. But I now thought it wanted to affect my performance. In fact, I almost went home yesterday. It almost affected the performance for today. But I had to tell myself, no. We don't quit. Quitting is not our thing in this place. Like, it's a mantra. We don't quit here. Leaders don't quit. And that's me learning how to self-lead myself. Because if I can properly motivate my own self without any external force, I can definitely motivate other people to do stuff too, if I can motivate myself. So the first one, I said self-awareness. The second one, I said self-control. The third one, I said self-responsibility. The fourth one, I said self-motivation. The fifth one, self-consistency. How consistent are you? Yes, how consistent? Without anybody pushing you to say, come and do this. Come. And I think first we have to define consistency. I think it was yesterday night where I think Elizabeth and I, then Mrs. Kalma, Missy, we're just talking in the room about consistency and how if you use another person's definition of consistency to run, you might actually run out of strength. It's just like the dog saying he wants to raise cheetah at cheetah's consistency. It will run out of strength. Yes. So what's the definition of your own consistency? Consistency for you might mean every single day. Consistency for another person might mean 3 times a week. 3 times a week. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Monday, Wednesday. Some people, for me now, I prefer Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays. I don't like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Yes, and it's not cliche or anything. I don't just like waking up in the morning and the first thing I want to think about is doing, especially when it comes to posting. I say Monday, Wednesday and Friday. No, I prefer Tuesday, Thursdays and Friday. That's my definition of consistency. And the fact that I can always push myself at every Tuesday, every Thursday and every Saturday to do that task is me learning to self-lead myself. I am doing everything without anybody motivating me. Self-consistency is also you building habits. How well do you build that? No, have you even built that? Do you even know what is habit first? Yes, we have good habits, we have bad habits. I think sometimes we need to go back to what they taught us in nursery school, primary school. It's as simple as that. For some people, eating on the road is a norm. It's a bad habit. Yes, it's a bad habit. And for self-consistency, for you to correct that, you have to keep calling yourself to the consciousness that eating on the road, even me self, sometimes I would have opened it to gala. I would have taken one bite. I'll not remember that. No, we don't do this. I'll not put it in my bag. And it is consistency. Consistency does not mean it will be perfect all the time. It just means even if on days you see me like it's not perfect, you still continue the next time you're supposed to continue. That is consistency, and you bringing yourself to that consciousness of you doing it every now and then. It is one way to self-lead yourself. So I've given my 5 pillars of self-leadership. The first one I said self-awareness. How aware are you? The second one I said self-control. Yes, I said self-control. The third one I said self-responsibility. The fourth one is self-motivation, and the fifth one is self-consistency. And now I'm talking about self-motivation, you motivating yourself to do stuff. Yes. So now, apart from the pillars, that's the foundation on which the house are built on. Now let's talk about the layers. The layers of self-leadership are the internal systems we put in place. Now the house have been built. We now have the structure. We now have all of this. What are the internal systems put in School of Eloquence for it to function? They have a registrar. They have the person that is going to attend to us when we need certain stuff. They have the media, they have the photographer, they have people from the GWR, they have all of that. Those are the internal systems put in place. If you don't walk into this place, you will not actually know that we have all of that here. Yes. So after the foundation, then we talk about the internal systems put in place. So what are the layers of self-leadership? The first one is your internal voice. Like I was saying, how often do you talk to yourself? I think for me, I believe how often you talk to yourself is what builds your internal voice, because it's what you tell yourself every day that makes up you. If a thief continuously every day he's telling his or herself that I don't have heart, I can take anybody's thing. If it's my friend, then I will take. If it's my mommy, then I will take. If it's my daddy, then I will take. If he keeps saying that thing over and over and over again, it will form an internal voice that even on days where it's trying to be remorseful, it comes. Even if my mommy own, you will take. Even if it's your daddy own, you will take. Even if your uncle own, you will take. That's formed an internal voice. So your internal voice matters. How do you speak for yourself? Yes, how do you speak for yourself on days where it's just you? That's how you self-lead yourself. On days where you want to make certain decisions and nobody's around and you have to really make that decision, what's the internal voice that comes to you? How do you respond to it? The second one is your emotional core. your mumu button. I think there was one time a guy came and spoke about mumu button. Yes, he spoke about mumu button and how you can. That's your emotional core. Like some people can just press it anyhow, but some people, because they've self-led themselves, they can allow it to be pressed. Yes, there's a way you can allow your mumu button to be pressed. It's just like being tickled. It was of recent I just learned that no matter how ticklish you are, you can actually learn how not to be tickled. I am very, very ticklish in nature. Like, God, I hate that. I hate that thing. But it became a thing that people were using against me. So if I'm trying to get angry, I'm trying to correct somebody that I don't like what you just did, just come. And there's something that are very, very ticklish that you have not even tickled them, just moving close to them. Stop, I'm not playing with you. Stop. Stop, I'm not playing with you. So somebody that told me you can actually learn how to not feel tickled. And I learned the act. So if I don't want to be tickled, no matter what you do, I will not feel it. Yes. So that's emotional core. So how well do you manage your emotion? Like even under pressure. No, you have to sign this document. No, I'm not going to sign this document except I go through the terms and conditions. That person, it might be your lover, it might be, for every guy there's a woman that can see. Like when I mean that's turn it on and turn it off. Yes, there's always a woman. But even with that woman, if you can really self-lead yourself, no, your woman cannot make you make wrong decisions. It's only if you want, like, no, she's my woman now. I have to. It's not everything you have to consent to. If you are actually self-leading yourself. Yes, the third one is behavioral system. That's when we start talking about behaviors and character. Yes, some people have bad character. It is just so bad. I want to self-lead. No, I think most of the time when people think about why people start thinking about self-leading themselves is because they've seen people they want to lead, and it's not supposed to be like that. That's one of the behavioral system. It's not until you have people you want to lead before you start self-leading yourself. Okay, recently I'm the head of one media team like that. So we are in the group, and most of the time read the message and respond to the message. They say no. They'll be dropping reaction. And me too, I am queen of reacting. I do. Especially when you are sending me, you're not my man. Why you be sending me 5-minute voice note, 8-minute voice note because you are on the group? Don't do it. I don't like it. I'll just press it so that it will mark that I've listened to it. I'll open it once, less than 1 second. I've pressed it back and I'll react. So I now had to learn how to stop reacting because I wanted to lead the people, and it was so hard because now I wanted to say stop reacting to my message, respond like you actually read that message. She was talking about communication in an organization, that effective response. How do you respond to messages? It's very, very important too. So personally, when you want to self-lead yourself, it's actually part of the behaviors and attitude you have. How do you respond to people's message? Like she was saying the other time, some of you want to send DM to somebody. If you send me for the first time, want to message me, not send me full stop. Sorry, I will not reply to your message. If not that we are standing like this and just want to tell me that so I'll be able to save your number. I'm sorry, I will not open the message because currently I have 500 and so I even have over 500 and something contact that their messages are there. Not talk of the number of groups that are there. I will not come and be seeing only you not expect me to open the message. No, go straight to the point. Me, that's how I always do. I always go straight to the point. When I wanted to message Mr. David yesterday on IG before I left, hi, I mean, because I am girl that sat directly in front of you that wore glasses that shaking. You explain yourself. It's part of the behaviors we have to learn. Yes, it's part of the characters we have to learn. So I've mentioned 3 layers, and I said layers. Layers are the internal systems that we put in place to help us self-lead ourselves. The first one I said your inner voice. The second one I said your emotional core. most, I'll call it mumu button. How well can you even under pressure, how well can you put your mumu button in place? The third one is behavioral system. So one core thing I would like us to know is the fact that when it comes to self-leading, it's not that you don't have dreams. Yes, it's not that you don't have goals. It's not that you just lack alignment to function. Like now, you have potentials, but you're not kinetic about it. They are just there. Everybody, we have potential. All of us have potentials. I think about 2 times I've heard the guy that said that his friend had this before selfie stick really came out. His friend had that idea of what if we have a stick that can actually do that, and the guy did not implement it. He just had the potential. He was not kinetic about it. He did not make move about it. And when somebody now invented, he did not say, and you see, and I had the idea. Oh, please don't be like that. Some people, you have goals, but aligning to the goals, like when I started, I said most of us every day before we sleep, we always plan how our day will go in our head, whether it's subconscious or it's conscious. We actually have that plan in our head that, okay, when I wake up tomorrow, I actually want to listen to Bishop Oyedepo. When I listen to Bishop Oyedepo, that would last for like 1 hour. Then I'll check my notifications. Then I'll check my emails. When I check my emails, I'll go and take my bath, brush my teeth, dress up, even if I'm not going anywhere, just in case maybe I'm not keeping track of time and then I run out of time, so I'll be able to run. So after I dress up, maybe I'll journal. I've not done my gratitude journal because I had to put sermon first, and we already have it planned out in our head. But when we wake up the next morning, what do we do most of the time? We press the phone first and we'll start seeing notifications from the night before. I was saying it the other day, I think my last 2 speeches, I was saying that some people don't sleep in the night, because tell me why I wake up early in the morning and I'll still see messages. I was up till like 12 and I'll wake up, I'll see 3 a.m. message, 4 a.m. message. Una no dey sleep. So imagine I now start my day with replying all those messages, and that same person that was active by 4 is still very active, will not respond to the message immediately before we know it. But after a conversation, you can say yes, the conversation might be healthy, but my day for that day has been ruined. Yes, that's what is spoil. We're not working in alignment. So it's not like we cannot self-lead ourselves. We don't just know how to align ourselves with what we put in place as plans, what we put in place as goals, what we actually put as strategies. Yes. So we also have big dreams. All of us have dreams. Jesus. If I start telling you the dreams I have, I was telling myself that before, I want to be like Wole Soyinka but I want to be the youngest version of Wole Soyinka. Please ask me why I'm not the smallest version of Wole Soyinka, because I have small discipline. My discipline is so small. When I mean very, like, I hate reading school books. The school books are supposed to help me, that maybe they will not start picking. No, I've actually always been book smart, actually, even regardless of like the small discipline and all. But because I was not, in my school in Evadilaja, if you are coming from a very good private school and you're always top of your class, when you come to Evadilaja, you always meet your match or somebody higher than you every single time. So if you believe that nobody can beat me again, now go and relax. It is finished. So that's one of the things that affected me, and that's why I'm no longer. I actually still want to be the youngest version of Wole Soyinka. I can still be. I'm still very petite. I can still work out, but please just tell me to have a little bit more discipline than I already have, because most big dreams are actually killed by lack of discipline. They cannot discipline themselves to function. So, but let me create like a story in our head. Imagine we go online, we want to go and search for something. So as for when we put off our phone before we left it was on WhatsApp. Yes, it was on WhatsApp when we left it. So by the time we pick up that phone to actually go and maybe want to search for the ongoing Guinness World Record attempts and all, when we got, because that thing was on WhatsApp, instead of us to remove it and go and search, we first scroll, okay, I have no response. before we know it, by the time we're remembering what we want to do again, it's like the next 20 minutes. It's lack of discipline. We cannot just, well, let me quickly remove it. Yes, some of us is gist. I used to call myself queen of gist, but now I have to change it because, like I was saying, how well do you talk to yourself? I've said queen of gist so much to myself that the moment my friends see me, they'll first say, I don't get gist, though. I know that's a very bad thing. So I was already attracting what I was saying to myself, which is not supposed to be. So self-leadership is both freedom and restriction. Yes, it will give you freedom to your life, but it will restrict you from certain impulses, like impulses of scrolling through social media when you wake up in the morning, the impulse of saying hi to somebody because you are tired. Or let me state another one. Those of us that when we want to talk to certain people, we send voice notes. We say you want to talk to especially somebody that you just met. You do not even tell the person, permission to send VN or voice note, and the person has said, okay, permission granted. Some of you don't even want to know whether the person is on the road, the person is in a meeting. I have a dad, like I'll call him another dad of mine. He's actually a doctor, and it was from him I actually understood why that principle came about, that you don't send somebody voice note except permission is granted. It's a doctor. Sometimes emergency CS can come up. They need to operate on somebody. They need to do this one. They need to do that one. But once he sees the message, he can just read the message. If it's thank you or sir, I need this. If it's to tell one of the nurses, go and tell somebody downstairs that he needs this and that and that and that and that, and he'll give it to me. But imagine I sent a voice note. He cannot listen. He said when he's trying to gather what he used to operate, that he will not start doing or start. No. Yes, that's what it's an impulse. Most of us get that impulse a lot. VN is very fast. You just do dun dun. Hey, hi, what's up? I just wanted to say that you are good. That's sent. But imagine typing. And for somebody that like me that's also a freelancer, I've gotten so accustomed to punctuating while typing. When I start looking at it, is punctuation correct? It's very subconscious. So the impulse of sending a voice note is very sweet because I don't have to look at punctuations when I send voice note. I'll just say it because in the normal way I'll talk. Hi, good morning. How are you doing? So I just wanted to say that the files that you sent to me this morning, I've actually reviewed them and sent them to your mail. But I cannot send a voice note. I'll have to start at hi, comma, good morning, full stop. I actually sent you the it's taking time, but it's an impulse. So when we talk about self-leadership, it amplifies the freedom of your life. Yes, because once you can lead yourself, you can do many things. You can lead people. You just find organization comes easy for you. For you to organize people to do things, it just comes easy because you've learned it from doing it to yourself. You've learned it so much. It's just like you telling me to come and tell a child, I always use a child as an example, or teenagers, that they are very beautiful. That's one of the easiest tasks you can give me, to tell a person that you're very beautiful. It's easy. Why? I do it to myself every day. I still did it this morning. I can show you the video on my phone. If my phone is dead, I will go out, maybe when I'm walking and I see all these mirror windows that used to have this mirror that you can actually see yourself. I'll be like this. Okay, outfit check, face card check, and I'll go. It's not, yes. So so it is what we do, like for us to actually be able to self-lead ourselves. So like I said, I'll be ending with this, and I hope next speaker is ready, that self-leadership is all about, yes, self-leadership is all about freedom and restriction. It gives you freedom to life, but many restrictions to many of your impulses. So right about now, I'll be passing on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Nigeria and the world. My name is Oluwagbemisola Hannah Ogumefun, and I am here again. It's been a very long walk to freedom, a long walk to 480 hours, and we're still at 167 hours.
Wow.
We'll make it.
Amen.
We've set the record already.
Yes.
Watch out, world. Nigeria is taking it.
Amen.
Today I'm here to talk about something very important at this time and age. I'm here to help us reflect on one of our most defining challenges that we're facing right now. A lot of speakers have spoken, a lot of speeches have been sent out, a lot of thought processes have been done. How do we build true substance, depth, meaningful value in an age where everything begs for our attention, yet almost nothing builds us? How? How do we do it? We live in a world where distraction is the new normal. Our phone screams every second like impatient toddlers. Our notifications sounding all day like alarm bells. And information overload is relentlessly what we face now. Hence, I will be speaking on building substance in an age of distraction. We've talked about AI, we've talked about social media, we've talked about... There was a time when there was no internet. A speaker was speaking earlier and she spoke about her phone not being smart. And someone said, eh? Yes. There were times when our phones were not smart. They were buttons. They were practically like calculator. Yes. If your phone even has game, you are using a big phone. Yes, at that time. If your phone has a game, you are using a big phone. So there were times like that. And we've evolved over the years, over the decades. And we're here at the era of AI. T.S. Eliot says something. He says, where is the wisdom where we have lost knowledge? And where is the knowledge we have lost in information? Where are they? Where is the wisdom that we have lost in knowledge, and where is the knowledge that we have lost in information? The world is currently drowning in information. There is, you hear companies talk about big data. They're generating data every second. We talk about big data. Every little cheese, every little hello is data. So we live in an era that there is a lot of information. The world is drowning in information, yet starving in wisdom. We live in a world right now where people are obsessed with appearances but rarely stop to reflect. We live in a time where everyone is busy. Everyone has something to do at a particular point in time. Everyone is busy. But only few are building something meaningful. You know, one of my colleagues said something some time ago. He said, this one that they'll tell you, come and do this, you say you're busy, come and do that, you're busy, come and do this, you're busy. Then when you now break down and the doctor tells you to bring money, you still say you don't have money. So what have you been busy doing? So we live in an era where everyone is busy, but only few are building something meaningful. And I ask, if everything is loud, how do we build something that lasts? Even in an era where everything is loud. In a world where attention is currency, how do we cultivate depth? How? In a world where speed is glorified, how do we maintain balance? And that is why at this time, at this age, at this minute, it is really important for us to discuss about how to build substance in this age of distraction that we find ourselves in. First, let's try to understand the age of distraction that we find ourselves in. So first is the digital storm. Tech ethicist Tristan Harris says, if you're not paying for a product, then you are the product. I'll take that again. If you are not paying for a product, then you are the product. The previous speaker spoke about how people wake up in the morning and the very first thing they take is their phone and they begin to scroll, and before you know it, even before they get off the bed, like 1 hour is gone on something that is not productive. Gone. I was having a conversation with someone yesterday and we're talking about how I don't understand how people tend to spend their productive time watching and following people who are building their lives, but you're not doing the same for yourself. You know everything going on in the life of every celebrity. You know the latest clothes in the market. You know the latest style. You know the latest song. You know the latest this. You know the latest that. I remember when I was little, my mom would say something. So when the other speaker spoke about her mom not watching TV, I quite understood, because those days, when we tell my mom, come and watch TV, sit down, come and watch TV, my mom would say, you are watching TV, you are watching the people building their lives, but you are not building your own. You know, she would always say that thing. Initially, it was not entering, but one day it actually sank in. I was like, wait, it's true. These are actors and actresses that will be paid for the roles they are playing. You're watching football, they will, whether they lose or they win, they will be paid. But what are you doing in that time? How much are you getting? My mom would say, when they are done, how much will they give you from the money they are being paid? So it began to sink in, and over the years, I began to work on it. And now, because of that, I hardly go on social media just to doom scroll. If I'm going to be on social media, I'm looking for something. And I've cultivated the habit of getting information, important information from social media. A lot. My social media is for information search. I might be on Facebook, but I don't even know what is going on Facebook, because I'm not there to doom scroll. I'm there to get, that's where I get my information for scholarship days. Most of the trainings I do, I get them from social media. Most of the connections I get them from social media. But I might not know what is going on. I might not really know what is going on. I feel privileged that I stand on this podium as we cross from day 6 to day 7. It is a privilege that I do not take for granted. The digital storm. Another one is the illusion of connection. A speaker once spoke about how everyone is in the room saying, oh, we are coming together for a get-together. We are getting together, but we are not together. Simply because even though we sit together at the table for a get-together, for a catch-up, everyone is on their phone. You are closer to the people that are away from you, and you're farther from the people that are closer to you. We live in an age where before you eat, you have to take the snapshot of it. People don't go on holidays just to enjoy the holiday. They go on holiday for people to know they went there. We live in a time where people don't live experiences anymore. In fact, the people that are going to watch the experiences on social media enjoy the experiences more than them. Because in the process of the experience, they are not taking it in, but they are just capturing the moment for people that will see. The illusion of connection. That's the age we find ourselves now. Everything we do for likes, for comments, for shares, not for the experience of it. Understanding the age of distraction. Next one is the rise of performance culture. Theodore Roosevelt said comparison is a thief of joy. Nowadays we find ourselves, we've all become performers. We have all become performers. Everybody's living fake life. You hear things like fake it till you make it. Someone that has not eaten since morning will come on social media and act like they've eaten one delicacy, and you that maybe all you had was a plate of rice and beans, you start questioning God when, not knowing that you are even better than them. Performance culture. I spoke about something like that when I was talking about how parents compare their children. Most parents, or let me say most of us, we put pressure on ourselves, on people around us, just because, not only because, or should I say not solely because we want to succeed personally, or we want the person to succeed, but because we want to show it to the world that see what I have gained, see what I have gotten, see the level I am at. That's what we want, and that's why we are putting that pressure on ourselves. And that's why when things don't go our way, the first thing people say to themselves is, what will people say? You now start hearing things like my village people. Because even from the onset, we've only been performing. We only want that thing to succeed so we can brag to the village people. And there's a saying that I love so much. It says, I have a family to feed, not a community to impress. I say that a lot. Even to my children, sometimes when they say, Mom, why don't we do this? I say, I have a family to feed, not a community to impress. Because you are impressing people who don't even care. Because after seeing it, after putting the like, they move on to their lives. And they can't even remember what they clicked like on anymore. The rise of performance culture. Let's some global examples of this distraction. In the US, people now, basically all their lives are social media. All their lives are just social media. Everything they do, it has to be on Facebook, it has to be this, it has to be that. The same thing we are facing in Nigeria. So it's not something that is only Nigeria, no. Same thing in Japan. We see youth are now, they're now kind of, they're no more expressive as they should. Everyone is now into their shells, because when I post something online and people don't put as many likes as possible, I feel that they don't like me, and it begins to affect us. You find the same thing happening in Europe, in Canada, even in Nigeria, in Africa where we are. It's like an epidemic. In fact, it's a pandemic, because it's all around the world. What are the consequences of this distraction that we are going through in this generation? The first one is shallow thinking. This distraction leads to shallow thinking. People don't think critically anymore. They don't think deep. They now have reactive living instead of intentional living. People don't live intentionally. They don't live. There's this saying that most people are barely surviving and not living. They're just breathing. They're just breathing. They're not actually living. Because it's always like, what will people think? What would they say? You're always thinking about what the next person is saying. You're always thinking about what social media would say. You're always thinking about this, about that. You're always thinking about the trend online. Many people are pushing themselves to the extreme simply because of the trend they are following. Oh, this is how it should be. Oh, this is how it should be. Oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. Oh, that is how. We are just reacting instead of being intentional about how we live our lives. And as a result of that, a lot of people have lost their identity. We have loss of identity. A lot of people have lost their identity. They don't know who they are anymore. If the world says, oh, this is what we do now, yes, that's what we are doing. Tomorrow when the trend changes, you hear, oh, that's not in trend anymore. There's some people, if they don't use designer shoes, designer wears, they don't feel important. What they wear is what is important to them. I saw was it online yesterday where someone wrote that iPhone has become a measure of class and not just a normal gadget. And I actually see that a lot. You have people who believe that if you're using Android, you are poor. Meanwhile, the Android you're using could be much more expensive than even the iPhone they are using. But as long as you're not using iPhone, you are poor. Where is that coming from? Where is that coming from? And because of that, you see them begin to put pressure on themselves. If peradventure they're using Android, they begin to go any length just to switch from the Android to iPhone. And once they switch to iPhone, they want to use the latest iPhone 17 Pro Max. They don't mind doing anything to get it, as long as they get it. That's like their lifelong goal. And once 17 shifts to 18, they want to upgrade from 17 to 18 in any available way. whether right or wrong. Loss of identity. We have forgotten who we are. We don't even know what we stand for anymore. And there's a saying that if you stand for nothing, you will fall for anything. Loss of identity. Another one is reduced productivity. In this time and age, multitasking has been glorified. But then, research by the Stanford University showed that multitasking has accounted for up to less than 40% productivity. It reduces productivity by 40%. Multitasking. It's like being a jack of all trades and master of none. You know, sometimes I don't entirely condemn multitasking, because at times it might be important. I am a woman, and I know that especially as an African woman, you might be required to multitask, where you're cooking, you're nursing a baby, you're cleaning, and your mind has to be there. You have to know the exact time to enter the kitchen before the food starts getting burnt. You have to know the exact time to attend to your baby. You have to know the exact time to do this, the exact time to do that. So you hear things like women are wired to multitask. Okay, yes. But if we really want to tell ourselves the truth, in all those things that we multitask in, yes, we get them done. But if we had not multitasked, the result we get from the multitasking on each of the chores or each of the activities that we multitask on, and the result we will get if we don't multitask, which one do you think will be higher? The one without multitasking. And that is it. So multitasking really should not be something that we should glorify. It should only happen when we cannot avoid it. It should not be our daily life. You're multitasking here, you're multitasking there, you're multitasking here, you're multitasking there. So it shouldn't be. It reduces productivity. You see some people, they're working, yes, but they're on their phone, scrolling Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok. He said, are you listening? No, I can hear you. Go on, I can hear you. But they are divided. If you ask them why, they say, don't worry, I can multitask. I multitask very well, don't worry. I can hear you perfectly. Reduced productivity because of the kind of distraction we find in our age and time. Another one is emotional fragility. People have become emotionally fragile. They have become emotionally fragile because distraction weakens resistance and resilience. That's just it. Weakens resilience. Now, you turn to Facebook, you see someone your age doing so well. You leave Facebook, maybe you're still trying to like tell yourself, don't worry, everything will be fine, don't worry. And then you enter Instagram, you see another person younger than you doing so well, or even your age mates, or someone you just finished school together with. You leave Instagram, you enter TikTok, another person, and then you leave TikTok, and everywhere you're seeing things that keep putting you down. After some time, if you keep dining on it, just like the previous speaker said, that our emotions are being formed by our environment. And when we say environment, it's not just the physical environment. Social media too is part of our environment. Television too is part of our environment. So when you keep dwelling on these things and you keep dining on them, you keep taking them in, day out, that's how people's resolve not to go into negative acts get broken. And you see someone that has been that they've been trying to lure into probably, let's say, prostitution or drug trafficking or fraud, and you just one day say, let me just, even if it is once, let me just do. And from once, when they see the amount of money they can cash out that they've not been getting, the kind of life they can get, from once they continue, and they get to a place where they cannot return. Emotional fragility. That's one of the things these distractions do to us. Decline in meaningful relationship is another one. Decline in meaningful relationship because of the kind of distractions we all have. You see, everyone has a gadget. The father is on the laptop, probably yes, office work. Mother is on tablet, trying to push our business to social media. The brother is on laptop gaming. The sister is on TikTok dancing. This one is doing this, that one is doing that. Everybody is on a gadget. And before you know it, we are all living in the house, but we are no more a family but flatmates. Because relationship requires presence, and presence requires attention, and attention requires discipline. We have to be intentional about giving our attention. I remember when I wanted to teach my first son about listening. You be talking to him, you be pressing his phone, and like, I'm talking to you. Oh, mommy, I can hear you. It's okay. I'll keep my mouth shut. It won't pain him because it's not something so important to him at that point. Maybe it could be an information you're just giving him that it's not something that he's in dire need of. No problem. I'll wait for him quietly until the day he needs a dire information from me, and he comes, he say, mommy, this and that. Normally they know that when you're talking to me, I will leave whatever I'm doing and I'll focus on you, listen to you. So when he starts talking, I'll pick up my phone and start pressing, or I pick my computer and start pressing. Mama, I'm talking to you. I say, I'm listening to. I said, no. Actually, you're not responding the way you usually respond. I said, no, I'm also listening. One day he now started laughing, saying, now I get it. I will not do that again. I said, no, you don't get it yet. I said, you need to build listening skills. That's one major skill that we have lost in this generation due to the distraction. People only hear, they don't listen. They only hear, but they don't listen. They only look, but they don't actually see. Because everyone is distracted. We are not present. Our bodies might be here, but our minds are divided. One is on Facebook, one is on Twitter, one is on Instagram, one is on TikTok, another is on YouTube. But we are here. But our minds are in various places. That's the distraction that we're talking about. What does it mean to build substance? What does it mean to build substance? Because we really need to learn to build substance in this age of distraction. First, we must understand substance is depth. Substance is depth. Substance is not big phone, beautiful clothes, millions of followers. No, that's not substance. That's not the depth we're talking about. How many of our friendships can we actually vouch for? How many? Now you see, when you post something online, for example, you see like 5,000 people tell you congratulations, or they even like it. Or let's use birthday for example. When it's your birthday, A lot of people will send happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you online. But how many of these people actually call in to say happy birthday? How many of these people actually go the extra mile to, let's say, even come to you to celebrate the birthday? Because there are times that maybe even on your birthday you will have a bad day. There are times like that, and you're going to feel that pain more because it's actually your birthday. And you know that birthday is supposed to be the best day of the entire year, at least so far. But then something will now happen and you feel the pain twice. But then you just suddenly get home and you open your door and yes, surprise! Even if it is just one small cake, all the pain of the day disappears. Even if they don't come with a gift, even if they are there to just eat your food, where is it, where is the food, where is the food, where is it, you know, the fact that they came around alone is enough. Substance is depth. But how many of us can boast of those kind of connection today? These deep connections are fizzled into the thin air, hanging online via social media. Substance is depth. Substance is character. Substance is character. That's another one we need to understand. It is integrity. That is the ability to do things even when no one is seeing you. Doing the right thing even when no one is seeing you. It is consistency. Doing what you need to do even when no one is applauding you. Substance is character. And when I talk about character, I'm talking about integrity. I'm talking about consistency. John Wooden says character is what you are, and reputation is what others think you are. There are some people think, this person is a better person. It's a very good person. But deep down, you yourself, you know. You know yourself. You know yourself. There's a thought that dropped in my heart some time ago. It says, can you wish yourself upon yourself? There are some people, they cannot wish themselves upon themselves. You cannot. Because you know, despite the good reputation you might have out there, you know that all those things is just a veneer. You cannot actually wish yourself upon yourself. Substance is character. Substance is purpose. And when I say purpose, it's not just what you do, it's why you exist. Do you know why you exist? Do you know why you're here? Do you know why you are in Nigeria? Do you know why you are in Lagos? There are times when we get to work in a place just for a particular purpose. There are times when we get to own something just for a particular purpose. I remember in one of my speeches, I talked about going through some things at some point in my life, and I had to go back to God to ask Him, why am I going through this? Because before now, you've taken me through it, and from what I've learned with the work with you, I know that I'm not supposed to go through one thing more than once, as long as I pick my lesson and I've learned it. But why will I pick my lesson the first time and I'm still going through it again? And he said, I was like, is it that I didn't pick my lesson? Or is it that you think that I did not pick my lesson enough, or what, for you to take me through it again? And he said something about, he said, no, I don't think you did not pick your lesson. In fact, I am very sure that you picked your lesson. So I said, if I picked my lesson, why am I going through it again? And he said something. He said, I'm taking you through this again because of the people I am sending to you. I'm equipping you for them. It was so painful, but I learned the purpose from there. That, okay, so this is why I am going through this. This is why this is happening. There is a purpose. No manufacturer will create anything without a purpose. For example, if I do not know the purpose of this mic, I would say if I speak to it and it does not amplify my voice, then it has not done its work. But that's not the purpose of it. Its purpose is not for it to amplify my voice. Even though it looks like a mic, its purpose is to pass on the baton, to pass on the mic to the next speaker. That is its purpose. So if I use this mic to amplify my voice and it refuses to amplify my voice, and I say, oh, because it is not amplifying my voice, then it is not working. The mic has not failed. It is just me that have failed to identify its purpose. And that's what a lot of us are doing today. We have failed to identify our purpose. And I remember saying in one of my speeches, I said, if you think the purpose why you're put in this world is just for you to go to school, get a good job, get married, have lovely kids, be rich, that is all, then you've not discovered your purpose. Because your purpose is something that has to be bigger than you. If your purpose is not bigger than you, then you've actually not discovered it. So you need to know why you exist. Substance is competence. Substance is competence. Your skills, your mastery in the things you do, the excellence at which you carry out the things that you need to do. Substance is competence. It's not popularity. It's not about people seeing you. No. There are so many people these days, in this time and age, when you tell them come and do this, the first question they ask you is, how much are they going to pay me? What am I going to gain from it? That's not substance. You're not building substance. That's not how to build substance. There's something I learned some years back. It says when you want to get to a level whereby you begin to command not just the respect of people now, but you want to get to the level whereby you want to command the respect of people, and then you want people to pay you heavily for what you're doing, you have to first create a platform for yourself. And how do you create a platform for yourself? Work it out under people. Give out free services. It's not everything that you will ask for money for. It's not everything. You want to be, probably you're a social media manager, and you're just starting out. Nobody knows you yet. You're either good at your job or you're still trying to become strong. Meet people. Oh, I'm a social media manager. Can I manage your social media for free? Manage it for free and put it in your portfolio. People who will pay for it will see what you've done with that one. You don't need to tell them I did not collect money. What they are seeing is that you did it. They are not seeing whether you collected money or not. From there, they will pay you. Oh, please, I would like you to manage my social media too. How much do you charge? Then you can now charge. So it's not, everything is not about money. That's one of the things that a lot of people are doing to douse their competence. Because the more you do something, the better you become at it. But if you keep saying, oh, how much are they going to pay me? How much am I going to get from it? How much are this one? You base your value on money. Yoruba will say owó tó ní ìyá àbùkù ti kan. Any money or any amount of money that has, once money has an amount, then it becomes useless. Because no matter how big it is, one day if you start saving, you will meet up. the value has reduced. The value of 1 million naira 10 years ago is not the same value right now.
Yes.
So, what are we talking about? Competence is not popularity. It's the excellence at which you carry out the things you do. There are some people, they don't do what they need to do except people are seeing them. When you hear, there's camera in the room, that's when you get serious. Or maybe the boss is coming, they sit right and they start typing away on the computer even when they are not doing anything. They form seriousness. That should not be it. That's eye service. That's not excellence. Excellence is you doing the right thing even when no one is around. Integrity. Doing things as if it's yours. Don't say after all it's not mine. If you get spots, that's the owner's business. No, treat it like it's yours. Because the way you treat the things that belong to others, that's the way you will treat yours too. That's excellence. That is excellence. Substance is contribution. Substance is contribution. What are you doing to help the world? Or let me bring it down. Let me bring it down a bit. What are you doing to help your community? And don't let us go to high ranking yet. What are you doing to help your community? What are you doing to help your society? It's not just about complaining. Oh, this place is like this. Oh, that one is like that. Oh, this one. Oh, that one. You know how to complain. But when they ask you, of all these complaints, which solution have you preferred? None. And then you say government. Government should be the one to prefer all. The truth of the matter is government cannot prefer all solutions. Even in working economies, government is not the one doing everything. Even in working economies, the only thing is that the government makes it easier for other parastatals, individuals, corporate bodies to be able to easily do what they need to do. But they are not the ones doing everything. After you're gone, what are you leaving for the world? What footprints are you leaving? Or is it noise that you're just leaving? When your pictures are off the walls, when your names, or when your name is no more mentioned, what do people say about you? There are people we still learn about today, even in schools, that have died a long time ago, not even in this century. Somewhere you will see somewhere born in 1880 something, and we are still learning about them. And sometimes I wonder, sometimes I ask my students, why do you think, despite the fact that this person lived many years ago, centuries ago, why are we still learning about them? And they begin to pick out the major things they did, the very important things they did that made us to still talk about them today. That is it. Substance is contribution. It is contribution. Now let's look at practical ways to build substance in a distracted world. Because now we've talked about the fact that yes, we live in an age of distraction. We've looked at the various areas where we are distracted. We've looked at what substance is. Now, how do we build substance? The very first way to build substance is master your attention. Master your attention. Your attention is your most valuable asset. And where your attention goes, that's where your life follows. Little wonder why the Bible says, guide your heart with all diligence, for out of it comes all the issues of life. Where your attention goes, that's where your life follows. And that's why you have to master your attention. And how do you master your attention? One of the ways to master your attention is through digital fasting. And when we talk about digital fasting, you can tell yourself for 30 minutes or 1 hour or so number of minutes or hours a day, I am not going to use my phone. Drop that phone. Just drop the phone. There's some people we cannot live without our phones. Now let's take out the fact, because we live in a digital world. Yes, I understand that. Yes, businesses, you run businesses on the phone. I run businesses on my phone too, and because of that, I personally too cannot do without my phone, because clients will call. I have to respond. Yes, I understand. But if we are not being intentional, I remember once telling one of my sisters that used to do remote jobs, and because she was working remotely, she practically worked round the clock. In the morning, she's on the system. Afternoon, evening, night. So I had to tell her something. I said, I understand it's remote. And because it is remote, it's very easy to let go. Because you feel you're just home. Oh, a message comes in. Oh, I said, you have to be intentional. Structure it like a 9 to 5. Tell yourself, you've been doing it for some time, so you know the busy hours. Structure your schedule around the busy hours, and the less busy hours, go off. Because when you're working 9 to 5, especially for most of those jobs that you cannot take home, once you leave the work, will you take the job home? Anything that happens after that time, you continue the following day. So you have to be very intentional about treating this remote job the same way. If not, you will keep breaking down, because she kept breaking down. Say, if not, you will keep breaking down. And you see, the same thing applies to 9 to 5. Most people that do 9 to 5 too, they would, after the 9 to 5, they're closing at 5, they're still taking work home. They get home, they're eating, and they're working. And before you know it, they've worked from 5, 3 o'clock, they're still working. And then they will get to work by 9 again, and the cycle continues. If you're not intentional, the same thing applies to when you're running business on your phone. If you're not intentional about, at this time to this time, I'm not going, even if it is $1 billion business, I am not attending to it. But there's something I want you to understand. The universe responds to your principles. I don't know if anyone has noticed it. When you have a principle that, oh, I won't do this, I won't do this. Maybe I'm not going to eat once it's 7 o'clock at night. When you just start it, it is at 7 o'clock they will bring you amazing delicacy. When you just begin, at 7 dots, that's when they will bring you, maybe you love chicken a lot, they will bring you full chicken, roasted chicken, and you'll be like, what is going on? What kind of temptation is this? But when you're able to overcome the temptation for like maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, months, before, you will notice that nothing will come around at 7 o'clock again. Nothing. If any food or anything needs to come, it will come before 7. And it applies to many other things that we do. The universe aligns with your principles. So don't say, oh, if I begin to go off my phone for 30 minutes now or for 1 hour now, what if that business I've been looking for, what if that is when it comes in and that client is not patient? If she sends me the message and I don't respond immediately, she will just go to another person. If you keep doing it, you will notice that that message will not drop at that time. Even if she wants to send it at that time, network will not go. It will now drop at the time when you are back to your phone. The universe aligns to your principles. So go digital fasting. Be intentional about it. Another way you can master your attention is by telling yourself no phone for the first hour of the day. You could do that. I know this one is one thing I've not been able to do, because just like one speaker said, that when she wakes up, the first thing she goes for is her phone. That's what I do too. Not for social media anyways, but I prefer to read my Bible on my phone than to read the physical Bible. Sometimes I want to hear it as I read, so that anyone I don't catch with my eyes, my ears will catch. And anyone my ears don't catch, my eyes will catch. I don't just want to read. So the very first thing I go for when I wake up is my phone. But if you're the kind of person that there are some people they prefer to, if they want to maybe read their Bible or they want to read any book, some people like to read books in the morning because that's when their brains are calm. Anything you want to do and you're not the kind of person like me that likes the digital version, by all means, go off your phone for the first hour in the day. Turn off non-essential notifications. It's not every time your phone rings that you have to go pick it. Thank God for the advancement of technology. There are ways you can set your phones now that you know the notifications you have to take and you know the ones that you don't have to take. For example, there was a time I had to like change the notifications on my phone. If it's a group message, there's a way it will sound. If it's an individual message, there's a way it will sound. If it is money, there's a way it will sound. So even if I don't want to attend to anything, once it sounds and it is money sound, sorry, I'll pick my phone. But every other one, I'm like, okay, wait. Credit me, debit care. It will sound, don't worry. You know, technology has advanced. Turn off non-essential notifications. It's not every notification that you should know. Jay-Z just went live. How does it add to you? It might be something you want to watch during your free time, yes. We're not saying we should now become too serious that we don't even find the time to unwind. No, that's not the essence of this. Well, the essence of this is for us not to lose track of our own life because we're following other people's lives. So turn off non-essential notifications on your phone. Another one is use your phone. Don't let it use you. There are some people, it's their phone that is using them. They are not the ones using the phone. It is their phone that is using them. So by the time you wake up in the morning, you've not taken your bath, you've not done anything, you're just there on the bed and you're doom scrolling from one social media to another social media, and you keep going and going like that, you know, you keep moving. Before you know it, you woke up at 7, 8, you are still scrolling, 9, you are still scrolling, 10, scrolling, 11, 12, you now remember that wait, I have not eaten today. You got up, maybe still on your phone, you ordered for food, they brought the food, you are there, you collected the food, and you're still scrolling. At the end of the day, you ask yourself, that is even if you ask yourself, what have you actually achieved? So if somebody should ask you, what did you achieve today? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's one thing I tell myself, one of the ways I try to, I'm a lover of technology. I love technology so much. But one of the ways I have tried to curtail myself is I tell myself, for whatever I buy, I don't mind, I can use any amount to buy technology. But one thing I tell myself is, for whatever I buy, that thing I bought must make its money back. So before I buy it, I will ask myself, how is it going to make its money back? It must make its money back. And so far I can say my laptop has made its money back. More than the amount I bought it. In fact, more than times 3 of it. It has made it back. My phone, it has made its money back. If I'm going to buy data, that data must make its money back. So if I say, I cannot do without having data on my phone. Yes, I cannot do without having data on my phone, because that data has to make its money back. But if I cannot do without having data on my phone because I want to watch TikTok, I want to watch some celebrities dancing or fighting. Some people, they are on the celebrity fights. They want to know what this celebrity is saying to this celebrity. Please, how much are they paying you after that? How much are they paying you? Use your phone. Don't let your phone use you. Another one is cultivate deep work. cultivate deep work. And when I talk about deep work, I'm talking about the ability to be able to focus on tasks that are cognitively demanding without any distraction. That's deep work. Tasks that require you to use your brain power. They are cognitively demanding without any distraction. No distraction from anywhere. You focus. If you need to think critically, you think critically. If you need to think creatively, you think creatively. If you need, yesterday I was talking about the 6 thinking hats. So if you go from one hat to the other, from one hat to the other, if you want to use your problem, there are so many problem solving steps. If you want to use your problem solving skills to sort something, you tell yourself 2 hours I want to work on this, and 2 hours you work on it. Even if you don't finish, at the end of those 2 hours you've been able to do a substantial amount of work. That is deep work. That's deep work. And how do you cultivate deep work? Work in blocks of 40 to 90 minutes with no interruptions. If you know your phone would interrupt you, turn it off or put it on silence or something. There was a speaker that came here to speak the other day that talked about AI, making money with AI, and he said something. He said, why do you think I'm able to stand here to talk? Because my phone is turned off. That is his own way of cultivating deep work. He knows that for him to be able to focus and do what he needed to do at that time, he cannot afford to have his phone turned on. So he turned it off. Work with no interruption. Work with no interruption. Whatever it is that is going to interrupt your work, just take it off. Try to, if it's the TV sound, turn it off. If it's your phone notification, sometimes, thank God our phones even have do not disturb. Put it on do not disturb. 2 hours, or maybe even if it is 30 minutes you just want to work, do not disturb. If you don't want to turn it off entirely, probably because, like, sometimes, for example, if I want to work, I might need my phone for internet, and I'm like, okay, or I need my phone to do some research, and I can't afford to turn it off at that time because I need to use it. Do not disturb. No notification will come in. You do your work and nothing is disturbing you. Have a dedicated workspace for focus. You know, there was a time I used to have what do they call it? Is it something else is coming to my head and that's not the right one? I couldn't sleep at night. What's that word again? Insomnia. Thank you. Insomnia. Thank you so much. Amnesia was coming to my head. Amnesia at my age, Libo. God forbid. You know, I used to have insomnia, and it was so bad that so many times I would go to work in the morning, come back at night. By the time I'm going to work the following day, I've not slept. I've not closed my eyes. I'll go to work following day, come back again. I'm going to work on Wednesday. I've not closed my eyes. And it was really weighing me down, because this is me. I love to sleep. If I'm not working, I'm sleeping. So how can I not sleep? How can somebody like me suffer insomnia? How? Error. So I began to think, what could be the issue? I've gone to the doctors, nothing was working. Put me on pills. After the pills were done, I'm back. So I began to ask myself, what could be the issue? What could be the problem? Then I discovered that, you know, just our brain is just like the AI of today, where whatever you program into it, that's how the brain works. I work a lot on my bed. So my brain registered my bed as a place of work. So whenever I'm on that bed, and I work a lot at night, I jokingly say that if I were to be an animal, that I'm going to if I were to be an animal, I'm going to be what do they call these animals now? A night owl. Maybe. Or a bat. Good. Because I don't sleep at night. I work best at night. My eyes are open. My brains are working. But once it's 5 in the morning, once I begin to feel weak, I know it's 5. That's when I want to sleep. That's when I want to sleep. So when I now discovered, okay, so this is the programming I had given to my brain. But then I also do 9 to 5. So I had to reprogram myself from not sleeping at night. So on days when I know I'm going to work and I go to work very early, my people will say, Boji, Jimmy, when you wake me up. Very early in the morning. I resume at 7. So mine is not even 9 to 5. Those people doing 9 to 5, they are enjoying. I resume at 7, so I have to be at work before 7. Which means I have to leave my house latest 6. So I have to tell myself, you're going to work early tomorrow morning, so you have to sleep early. So because of that, I begin to feel drowsy and sleepy around 7:38. If I don't sleep at that time, once it is 8:30, if I have not slept, I have entered my zone of no sleep. So I noticed the trend. I began to follow it. Then all of a sudden that trend stopped working. And I was wondering what's going on. 7:30, my eyes are open. 8, my eyes are open. 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3. And I'm supposed to wake at 3:30, 4:30 thereabout. 3 o'clock I'm awake. Then I began to check what went wrong. Because I walk on my bed. So I stopped walking on my bed. Whenever I want to walk, I move to the table. It might not be comfortable for me. I will make it comfortable and sit there. Once I'm coming to my bed, no matter the temptation, after moving my work to the table, then you now see the temptation of did anybody send me a message? So you're on the bed and then you're checking. Is there any message I need to attend to? Any email? Now you're not more using the laptop, you're not using phone. But the brain is still taking it that, okay, she's still alert. It wasn't working. Then I went back again. I like to do meeting that I call me, myself, and I. I'll call the three all of me into the meeting. What's going on? So in the meeting I was like, wait, yes, no more laptops. But you're still using your phone to check your emails, to check your WhatsApp. Is there any message you need to respond to? So I don't like keeping my phone too close to me, because when I wake up, remember I said when I wake up in the morning, the first thing I reach for is my phone. So I'll keep it not too far from me, but when I want to sleep, I won't touch it. I'll leave it there. So over time, I discovered it began to work. When it's time to sleep, I find it easy to sleep. Still around the 7:38 time anyways, but at least I began to sleep. It's okay. It works. Yes, I have to sleep early. After all, I will even wake up early. So it works for me. And I began to sleep. Dedicated spaces. There's a program is sent to your brain when you have a dedicated space. The moment you get into that space, your brain receives a signal that it's time to do this work. Some people have dedicated prayer spaces. Once they enter that space, their brain is at alert that yes, prayer mode. The brain switches automatically into prayer mode. You want to work, you have a dedicated space for work, your brain switches automatically into work mode. Have a dedicated space. It will help your focus. And it would even help your inputs and your outputs anyways. Another one you can do is do the most important tasks when your mind is fresh. Do the most important tasks when your mind is fresh. And I think this one is the one schools employ today, and that's why you see on the timetable in the morning math, after math English, then maybe after break you now see CRK, religious education, history, you know all those subjects that have story, verbal, that you don't have to use too much cognitive energy. They will not put it after break because they know that those children, they've closed for the day. So, but when you tell stories, they will still wake up and be happy to tell stories. But call them after break or almost time to go to come and do maths. You'll be talking to yourself. Nothing will enter their head. Not because they are dull, but they've closed for the day. But in the morning when they just come in newly fresh and everything, yes, they are ready to carry out any cognitive activity. The same thing applies to us. Man, know thyself. I used to have a colleague that once it is 12 in the afternoon, she has closed for the day. She begins to, we've not closed, she's still at work, but she's tired. She can't do anything productive. Because of that, she teaches children that also close by 12. By that time all of them are sleeping, so she too, she's resting. She will tell me, say, I cannot teach primary. Man, know thyself.
Yes.
That's just it. Know yourself. Know what works for you.
Strength.
Know your strength. Know your weaknesses, so that you know how to harness it. I mentioned in one of my speeches that there are some weaknesses that you cannot change, but you can harness it. Yes, you cannot change it, but you can harness it. And I saw something that was it Bill Gates that said it. He said, when I want to do a complicated task, I look for a lazy person to give. And why do I give a lazy person? Because a lazy person is not somebody that does not want to work, but it's someone that does not like to stress themselves, so they will look for a simple way to do it. I said, this man has seen me, because just a few days ago I just told the world that I am a lazy person. And basically I am very big on automation. When it comes to anything in my office, you cannot, when I'm preparing results and everybody is imputing results, I don't impute my results. Excuse me, I use Excel. And everybody will have to come to my class to pick my own result because they know that all the formulas are in it. Any score changes, I change one, everything is changing by itself. I don't have the time. I'm a maths person, yes, but I don't want to flex my mathematics skills here. I don't have that time, please. I would rather flex it by imputing the formulas. Then whenever I enter this course, let this course be turning by themselves. They should be turning on their own. I don't have time. So when I saw it, I said, oh, this man has seen me. Oh, Jesus. But that is it. Know yourself. That is how best you can harness your skills. Don't say, oh, because I'm a lazy person, and then you leave it there. And so lazy people are building the world, you know. And lazy people are actually the smartest of people, because they don't want to. How will I go from? It's not hard work, it's smart work.
Yes.
It's not hard work, it's smart work. That's just it, it's smart work. You want to go from ear to ear and then you now turn from here. Why will I have to go and turn when I can simply go like this? Why? Is there any law that says I must go and turn before I get here? Is there any law that says I cannot pass here? Then when we ask that, oh, okay, there's a law that says, okay, we now begin to think again. If there's a law saying we should not go this way, can't we? I want to believe the person that invented plane is a lazy person.
Yes.
I want to believe it. Sorry, I'm not glorifying my laziness, but I really want to believe, because how can I travel on land?
I want to get there fast.
How can we get there? How can we get there faster? There are people who ask questions.
Yeah.
Can't we get there faster?
Critical thinker.
Critical thinkers, thank you. Why will I spend 8 hours to go from Lagos to Abuja, 12 hours to go from Lagos to Abuja? Can't we go 1 hour?
45 minutes.
45 minutes, thank you. Let me use that time to sleep. I love sleep, oh. I love my sleep. If I'm not working, I want to sleep. Instead of spending 12 hours to work, can I spend 2 hours to work and 10 hours to sleep? How can I do that? And I will still get the same yield, not a lesser yield. If possible, a better yield than the person working 12 hours will get. Harness your weaknesses and your strengths, not just your strengths. Harness your weaknesses and your strengths. So do your most important tasks when your mind is fresh. For some people, their minds are fresh at night. Somebody like me. For some people, their minds are fresh early in the morning. For some people, their minds are fresh after they've eaten. Better amala. Afternoon. Just give them the amala and they wait in the afternoon. Then bring anything you want to bring. If you meet them in the morning when they just ate bread and tea, you're on your own. Know yourself. Know yourself. Another way to build substance in this distracted world is building daily reflection routine. Build a daily reflection routine. Substance grows in silence. We build in silence. Build a daily. This world, right now we live in a loud world. So we need to learn to come back. Call a me, myself and I meeting where there is no noise. Because reflection is how your mind digests information. Remember I said earlier, we live in a world where there is so much information. The world is presently drowning in information. But you see most of this information out there, how many people are digesting it? How many people? How many people are digesting it? There are information about anything you want, anything whatsoever on the internet today. Well, how many people are actually accessing this information? And that's why reflection is important. And how do we build daily reflection routine? Number one, journal your thoughts daily. Journal. I'm very bad at journaling anyways. But there was a time I decided I wanted to journal. Men, only on one small point, I wrote like 3 pages. And I was not done. And I discovered that as I was writing, more things began to flow. Some questions that I was not asking myself, I was asking myself. I was like, no wonder they tell us to journal. Man, if only, because it's like you're talking to yourself. You're having deep, intimate talk with yourself. Where you are the speaker and you're the answerer. And you see questions, deep questions begin to flow. You begin to ask yourself, why is this color called black? Why is it not yellow? And you know, and questions that naturally, when you're reading that information, do not drop in your mind. But when you begin to journal, because now you're intentional about it, it begins to settle into your spirit. You know, some people just take it body. You know, we have body, spirit, and soul. Only the body has accepted the information. The body has not even completed processing. You have moved. We move. But when you journal, your body takes the information, accesses it, processes it, passes it to the spirit, passes it to the soul. And at every level, there is a different processing going on that singular information. And you begin to ask yourself, where is this thought coming from? It's not coming from the body. It has gone deeper. That's what reflection does for you. Journal your thoughts daily. Another one is ask yourself, what did I learn today? One of the speakers that spoke yesterday said when he was in school, he would put by his door, what have you learned today? What have you done today? And that was one of the things that helped him. That even though he knew he was going astray, he was able to call himself, you're beginning to go astray, come back. You know, ask yourself, what have I learned today? What did I do better today? What could I have done better? if I have to relive today again, what would I do differently? You know, these questions help you to look at yourself not like yourself. You look like yourself at yourself like a different person. So you look at yourself objectively and you think, what could I have done better? Oh, I slapped somebody today. And that thing the person did, even though it was annoying, but that's not how I should have done it. I wasn't supposed to have slapped her. Oh, somebody was talking to me and I ignored the person today. Oh, although the person was very naughty, but ignoring was not the solution. I think I should have. You begin to tell yourself. And before you know it, you discover that you become a better person. As you go on, you become a better person. Because you keep analyzing. You keep reflecting. Every day. Every day. You analyze your thoughts. You analyze your actions. You analyze the things you do. The things you plan to do. Oh, I plan to do 10 things today. How many was I able to do? Oh, I did only 5. Why did I do 5? Oh, I did 5 because I went to gist with this person, and that gist was not really necessary. Even if I wanted to gist, I should have just gisted for 5 minutes instead of the 5 hours that I gisted for. How could I have gisted for 5 hours? For crying out loud. You know, it helps you to see yourself. You're looking at the mirror of reflection. It helps you to see yourself. See what you did better. See what you could have done better. And you become a better person. Spend 10 minutes. Or if you want to spend more, or if you want to spend less, but at least spend some time in quiet meditation. Or if you want to pray. But even that prayer, for those that believe in prayers, even the prayer, there was a skit I saw about the different kinds of people who pray. You see, some will just go, God this and that and that and that and that and that and that, and they, in Jesus' name I pray, amen. They move. Some will go shout on God. Some will, in Nigeria, you see people that will even bully God. I'll see once I say, is it until I die? You know? But after everything, you don't even wait. Because it's a two-way communication. You have spoken, yes. Do you wait to listen? I was telling someone yesterday, I said, prayer is, I said, what God is saying presently is much more important than what he said. So it's not a matter of, God said, okay, yes, God said. But what is he saying right now? Is he still saying the same thing he said, or he has moved? And that's why we need to learn to cultivate the habit of listening, even in the place of prayer. And we need to cultivate the habit of meditating. Meditating. People in the Western world, they try to, they believe in meditation a lot. You see them just sit down, just listening to their breathing. And that was when I learned how to meditate. So anyways, you just lie down, you just listen to that, to something, they're saying something like, just think about, don't think, empty your mind, imagine yourself in a beach, the sun is shining, the water is blue, the day is warm, the breeze is blowing against your face, there's a beautiful song, your favorite song playing in the background, you know, and you're just there. You could even do it lying on your bed. You're just lying down. I think when I started my own, because I'm a lazy person, I started my own meditation lying on my bed. I'll just lie down on my bed and I'm doing it, thinking, now you're breathing, think about how your brain is working. And that's actually, you know, one of the things I learned from that is it helps you to build attention to details. Because now you begin to think about how your brain is working. I'm lying on my bed, I'm thinking, I've never thought about my brain is working. How does that concern me? But now it's taking my attention to it. I should not think about any other thing. I should just think about my brain. So I'm there thinking, how is it working? And then the next thing, think about how you are breathing. Have we ever had to think about how we breathe? But now you are thinking, am I taking it through my nose or my mouth? Am I holding the breath for too long, or am I releasing it immediately? And then you are thinking, is my stomach rising the way it's supposed to rise, or is the breath getting to my stomach walls? Am I really? Ooh. And you know, it built an attention to details in me. I was like, ooh. It makes you more aware of your surrounding. Build an habit of meditation. Spend some minutes in quiet meditation. It could be before you sleep. It could be before you sleep. It could be when you wake. It could be just in between your day. Break time, 10 minutes. Meditate. Meditate. Sometimes take a mental how will I say it? Reflection of, where am I coming from? Where am I right now? Where do I see myself in the next how many years? Just picture yourself. Just do these things. It helps to calm the noise of the world around us, and it makes it clearer, makes your picture, your own vision clearer, because now you've doused the noise. Evaluate your progress weekly. Evaluate your progress. You know, you have probably in the place of meditation, you speaking to yourself, you've been able to come up with short-term goals, medium-term plans, long-term goals. Which one? My short-term goals, which one have I been able to achieve? The things I said I will achieve this week, which one have I been able to achieve? The things I said I will achieve for this month, which one have I been able to do? Which one have I not been able to achieve? Why have I not achieved it? Or why did I do it halfway? What can I do to help myself achieve it completely? Is there anything that needs to be tweaked? Is there anything that needs to be changed? Is there anything I need to improve upon? Evaluate your progress weekly. Socrates said, the unexamined life is not worth living. The unexamined life is not worth living. And that's why we need to keep examining our lives every day, day in, day out. Another way to build substance in a distracted world is to pursue meaning, not appearance. Pursue meaning, not appearance. We find ourselves in a world where most people chase appearance, but there's no meaning behind it. Nothing. Just blank appearance. And that's why eye service is at an all-time high. Ask yourself, what am I building? What I'm building, will it remain after social media goes? Because after there was a time there was no social media. Who knows what will be in the next 50 years? Who knows? I remember I once read a book, and a woman, I can't remember her name now, many centuries ago, those days when if you want to make a call to someone, you know, it takes, that's what they call it, takes a community to raise a child. It takes a community to make a call. You know, you want to make a call to someone, as the call is going, somebody will actually go and pick a wire to go and plug it somewhere. Another person will pick it. That was how it was to make a call. In the days, in the early advent of telephone. And then somebody said, imagine somebody saying in that kind of era, that a day would come when we would be able to carry our phones around. And people were like, she's crazy. Nobody believed her. But she envisioned it. Did it happen or not? Now we even have transparent phones. Ah, wow. Seriously. Now we even have transparent phones. So she's no more alive to see that thing come to pass, but it did happen. Yes, it happened. So we don't know what will happen in, let's say, 50, 100 years to come, if this world is still there. We don't know what will happen. Very sure one of the things I'm sure would exist then is flying cars, and maybe by then we'll be able to teleport. Who knows? Yes, maybe by then we'll be able to teleport. Who knows? Who knows? So we don't know, because the human mind is thinking far and wide. We're thinking about how to solve this problem, how to solve that, how to solve that. Even though as we are solving one, we are creating 10. But at least they want to solve it first. So we don't know. What I'm building, if social media suddenly fizzles out today, will it remain? Ask yourself. Will it remain? When people forget pictures, when they forget even my name, will this thing remain? I don't think anybody remembers how Thomas Edison looks like today. But the fact that we can sit in this room and at this time of the day everywhere is still looking this bright, we have him to thank. So, and that's why we need to ask ourselves, what am I building? Am I chasing validation? Am I chasing trends? Because that's not what I should be chasing. I'm supposed to be chasing value, chasing impact. That's what we should chase. We need to pursue meaning, not appearance. Another one is develop competence and excellence. Your competence is your power. Study. If you need to study, study to develop your competence and to be excellent at what you do. Study. Practice. Work. Put in the work. I tell some people, I said, I'm a teacher. There are some people I have worked with. I will give them my children to teach and I will go and sleep. I will not even ask my child, what did you learn? I will not ask. Because I know that they would do the right thing. They are excellent at what they do. And there are some people that I will not give the child of my enemy, I will not give them to teach. Not even my own child now, my enemy's child, I will not give them to teach. What separates the group I trust and the group I cannot trust? It's excellence. It's simply excellence. What is driving you? Is it just the pay? Or the fact that you really want to see this thing work? What is driving you? It's excellence. Improve. If you need to read widely. Read. There's a saying that if you want to hide something from an African man, keep it in a book. Highest level of disrespect. Unfortunately, it is true. When you keep it, it will be there. 1 million years, they will not open it. We know they read. We don't read. And the book will be right in front of us. We don't read. So just keep it in a book. That's the highest level of disrespect. But it's unfortunate that it is true. Read wildly. Read. I was watching a podcast some time ago, and this man, Diolushola, he was talking about the kind of employees that we should be. That you should be a T employee, not just grounded in what you know. I'm a teacher, and the only thing I know is how to teach. You should be a T employee. What else can you do? What else can you do? Not just letter I am just there. When you take me out of teaching, I cannot do anything else. No. Be a jack of all trades, but be a master of something. You should be able once they take conversation from one thing to another, you should have something at least to say about it. No matter how small, even if you don't know too much, have something to say about every topic. You are not an I too know. You're not, that's not being an I too know. No. It shows that you are exposed. You're aware. You are aware. Build competence, build excellence. Master skills, invest in it. So people cannot pay 50 kobo to earn a skill. They cannot, but they can spend 1 million on data to doom scroll. They cannot use that same data to learn a skill, even though these skills are flying online. I tell people, there's nothing you want to learn today that is not online. Nothing. If you need somebody to now put you through, that will just be an extra, maybe to help you understand it better, but you will get the introduction online. You will get the introduction online. It's there. It's there. Because nowadays that we are, even when you now find someone who wants to teach you, they will still direct you to a YouTube channel. They will still direct you to one link online. Go and watch that video, or go and read this article, and then come back to me. But you have your smartphone. So a lot of people carry smartphones, but they are not smart. I'm very sorry about that. Because if all you use your smartphone to do is social media, following people's lives, is there any smartness in that? That phone can change your life. It can change your life. That is why it is smart, so that it can change your life. So if you're carrying a smartphone and you're not different from somebody that is using, we call it pay me pada. Call me back, my hand is paining me. You know those buttons? Because they cannot access the internet. So the access is limited. Your own access to is limited. Now, not because your phone cannot do it, but you have limited yourself. So let's please master a skill, invest in yourself. Even the Bible says, study to show yourself approved, a workman that need not be ashamed, but rightly dividing the word of truth. Study to show yourself approved. So for you to show yourself approved, you have to study. You have to study. Study. It takes a lot. Diligently. Seest thou a man diligent in his business, he will stand before kings and not before mean men. Study. Let's see some people who actually carried substance, people of substance in our generation. One of them was Nelson Mandela. We talk about Nelson Mandela today. Nelson Mandela, Nelson Mandela, Nelson Mandela. But Nelson Mandela was in prison for 27 years. He was not blaming it on anybody. He was not. Instead, he spent those 27 years reflecting. And by the time he came out, he was not bitter. Because if he had been bitter, he wouldn't have come out to become the president. And even if he had become the president, he would not have led his country the way he did. So it shows that he was not bitter. Instead, he spent those 27 years working on making himself better. You see Malala Yousafzai. She wrote the book, I Am Malala. Malala was a young girl that really wanted to study. She really wanted to go to school. But she found herself in an environment where you could not go to school, especially as a girl. It was so bad to the extent that she was shot in the head. Thank God she survived. But she did not let that stop her from speaking out. And because of that, she was able to help a lot of people. Building substance in a noisy world, in a distracted world. Ben Carson. I once spoke about Ben Carson. Ben Carson could have given up. His mom could have given up because of the distractions. It was labeled dumb. But he didn't give up. Instead, he sought ways to make himself better. And the rest is history. We know what he became today and how he's able to help himself and even help the world. We have Wangari Maathai in Kenya, who despite all the criticisms he received, did not let any of them affect him, but still went ahead to plant a lot of trees in Kenya, thereby making the lives of his people better. The people of Japan in the 2011 tsunami, they didn't because of that. It was something they could not control, so they had all the excuses they had that they could give in the world, and it would be genuine. Ironically enough, it would be genuine, but they did not give any excuse. Instead, they worked together as a community and built a better life for themselves. So we can see that we don't even have any excuse, because we've seen people who had excuses not give excuse. How can someone go to prison for 27 years and come out not being bitter? Can you imagine imagine a child that was giving birth to on the day he went to prison? By the time he will come out, that child will be 27 years old. And the child must have achieved some things in his or her life at that time. So it's like his life was put on hold for 27 years, but he was not bitter. He had a genuine excuse, but he did not hold on to that excuse. That was not an excuse that was worth holding on to. But no excuse is worth holding on to. Because the minute you have a reason for not doing something, then you don't move. You don't become better. You don't become better. How do we build relationships with substance? Because now we've talked about how to build substance in ourselves, but then we want to look at how to build substance even with others. How do we build relationships with substance? Because your cycle is your future. So show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are. If you make friends with 5 foolish men, you are the 6th foolish man. And if you make friends with 5 wealthy men, you are the 6th wealthy man. Even if you don't have a kobo in your account. That's just it. You are the 6th wealthy man. It's not about faking it to make it, no. Because Yorubas will say, "Bebe back pelara oshe o madoshe." When a leaf spends too much time with soap, by the time you take it off, it will also start foaming, even though it is not soap. So it will become soap too. That's how it is. Your cycle rubs off on you. The community you move with rubs off on you. And that's why we need to learn how to build relationships with substance. And how do we do that? Number 1, listen more than you speak. We have 2 ears and just 1 mouth, so that we can talk lesser than we listen. Listen more, talk less. But the opposite is the case nowadays. We talk more and we listen less. Some don't even listen at all. They just want to talk. I just want to express my mind. You go explain tire. Listen more than you speak. You see some people, sometimes I go for conferences, and at the end of the conference you'll be like, any question and all that, and you see some people, they just want to show that, yes, I am in this conference today, and then they'll pick the microphone and then they will ask questions, and you are there where you are seated. You're like, they just said this thing, but they just explained this thing. What was this person not listening? Like, and you just like, oh my god, what's going on here? And then maybe the whoever is the convener will be like, okay, we explained earlier that this, they answer that one. Another person, and now until we ask another question, you'll be like, don't these people listen? All these things have been explained before. We listen, we don't judge. You know, we see these things happen. Even in my classroom, some of my students will ask questions before I will even talk. The classmates will be the one that will say, but she just said it now. We listen, we don't judge. Listen more. Because one thing I've come to understand is that when you even listen well and you need to ask questions, you will ask intelligent questions. You will ask intelligent questions when you need to listen and when you need to ask questions, because you will not ask question that has been explained or the answer has been given before. So you're not going to ask a fresh question that has not been touched, and that is why you need to listen more than you speak. And the next one, ask deeper questions. When you listen and you need to now ask questions, you will not ask senseless questions. You will ask deep questions because you have listened. Because you have listened. Ask deeper questions. Another one is be present. Don't just be available. I think I said something like that before. Be present. You know, when we live in an age where people are just there, but they are pressing their phones. Some are there. What did I say last? I said, sorry, I was not listening. But you are there. You know, and that's a question that teachers used to use to catch us a lot. You just say, hey, you. What did I say last? I call that Lagos sense. And I said, you said that, and probably the person might even be able to say something you said 15 minutes ago, because that was where you lost them. And that's just it. Be present. There are times when someone walks up to you, wants to rant to you. They don't need you to say anything. They just need you to be there to listen. Possibly when they cry, so they can just cry on your shoulder. Just be there for them. That's all they need. But nowadays we have a lot of available people who are not present. All the involve me. They are just available, but they are not present. And the involve me takes me to the next point. Build friendships around value, not vanity. I've always had this thought since I was little that whenever I'm going to have a friend, it should be a two-way thing. I don't know how I developed that idea anyways. I really do not know. But it's always been an idea in my head over time, and that has been an idea that helped me, that has shaped my making friends. I said it earlier when the other speaker was speaking that I'm an introvert, so I don't know how to make friends. Hello, can we be friends? I don't know how to do it. But despite me not knowing how to make friends, my friends don't make me. I still make my friends. Because you'll be the one to come to me, hello, can we be friends? But I'll be the one to decide whether I want to be your friend or not. That was one thing I built early in life. And because of that, I've been able to have friends of substance. Not just, I worry, these are, here they are. No. Bogbero. Everybody. No. I've been able to build friends that, I mentioned in one of my speeches, 2 of my friends that I can boldly call myself a mathematician today, thanks to them. Thanks to them. Yes, my teacher had an impact, but they also had an impact. I talked about the fact that nobody has my remote control. Thanks to them. Thanks to these people. Somebody saw me, because presently I'm running a free WAEC class for some students. And when I approached the school that I would like to teach your students for free, math and English, and the person said something, said, you are the first math teacher I see that is also good in English. I said, well, this is not the first time I'm hearing this. I said, are you sure you are going to take the math and also English? I said, yes. But then, I didn't get here because I am brilliant. No. I remember those days. I remember days when I mentioned that I used to be in art class before I crossed to science. So I remember those days when I was in art, I had a friend, a girl. I don't know who she has in her house. That is always, okay, she had one university student in her house that was studying maybe literature or something. And because I loved literature so much, and she also loved literature, so because of that, she became my friend. So she will come to me. She will go and make a bet with the guy. And the guy should give her a topic. She will write it. And when she writes it well, he will give her money. And then she will collect the topic and bring it to me. Come and write. And I never liked to write. But she will pester me and pester me and as at that point, I did not know I write well. I never knew. You know, there are sometimes you have something in you, but you won't know. But some people will see it in you. She saw it in me. So she will come and meet me. She will pester me till I will write. I'll say, okay, I'll just write 2 paragraphs for you. She'll say, write it. Because she knew that the secret is, don't give her a pen and a paper. The moment she begins to write, she will write well for you. So when I tell her, I only write 1 paragraph, she'll say, 1 paragraph, no problem, write. Because she knows, me, 1 paragraph, no way. I will write well. But at that time, I did not know. I did not know. I had not discovered myself. I will collect the paper and I will write. What's this long note called? Higher education notebook. Front, back. By the time I finish writing, she'll just look at it. 1 paragraph. Thank you. And she will go and give it to the university guy. The guy will mark it. She will collect the money. She will not give me. She will go again. Make another bet with him. Give me another one. She will write. But over the years, you know, as she kept coming, I began to discover that, but I really can do this. Oh. And that was how I became a very good writer. I knew that, yes, I could write well. But I never knew it. This same girl will come to me again. I want to part a song. Come and teach me how to part. I said, me, I don't know how to part. She said, just teach me like that. Just teach me like that. And I was looking, there was some, you know, it was when I grew up that I discovered that she had eyes to see the things that I could not see. I had things that even me did not know I carried. But she brought it out of me. Do you know that I taught her how to part song? Me, I did not know how to part. You know, they say you cannot give what you don't have. I did not know how I did it. Because I taught her how to part. But if you tell me to part the song, I will not part it. So it was in the process of teaching her that I began to teach myself. But one day I sat and I asked myself, how was I able to teach her when I could not do it myself? But she had the eyes to see what I carried and dragged it out of me. That is value. Your relationships. should carry value. It's not only involve me. It's not about food, it's not about money. Your relationship should carry value. She was not teaching me to do those things, but she was dragging it out of me. And in turn, as she was dragging it out of me, I was also teaching her. It takes two to tango. If you're only the one pouring into the person and the person is not pouring to you, sorry, that relationship is not for you. It's not for you. It's a two-way street. It's not one way. It's a two-way street. You should pour into the person and the person should pour into you. Now, the pouring might not be commensurate. It might not. You might be pouring, let's say 70%, and the person is pouring 30%. It's fine. As long as the person is pouring into you too, then that's a relationship of substance. Building relationships with substance. Surround yourself with intentional people. Surround yourselves with intentional people. People who are intentional. Intentional about their lives. Intentional about their growth. Intentional about where they are going. Surround yourself with intentional people. People who know what they are doing. Because even if you don't know what you are doing, one day you will know. Because you are around people that know what they are doing. But if you don't know what you are doing and then you are around people that don't know what they are doing, all of you will just be turning on your own. So you have to surround yourself with intentional people. Because remember, a rich man among 6 poor men is also a poor man. So you have to surround yourself with intentional people. Your circle is your future. So you cannot afford not to be intentional about your circle. How do we build substance in children and young people? I'm a teacher, so I'm very passionate about the coming generation. So we've talked about how we can build substance in ourselves, how we can build substance in our relationship, but how do we now build it in the coming generation? Children and younger people. How do we build substance in them? You don't have to say, oh, I'm not a teacher. You don't have to be a teacher. Whether you're a mother, you're a father, you're an aunt, you're an uncle to somebody, you are a sister, a brother to somebody, you're a neighbor to a younger person or to a child. It involves you and it concerns you. So how do we build substance in children and young people? Teach them delayed gratification. In my previous speech, I talked about how nowadays, before a child complains or cries over anything, piam, tablet, phone, gadget here, money. Before they cry, they've gotten what they want. And now they are used to instant gratification. So when they grow and things are not working their way, they don't have the resilience to pull through. Because they have been used to instant gratification. So we need to teach them delayed gratification. People that do 9 to 5. Is it the day you go to work you collect your salary? You wait till 1:10 now before you collect your money. That's delayed gratification. Even people that do businesses that get money as they go, is it every time that business always comes? So they need to understand that in life things will not just always drop. That's why you see people, young people today, any small thing, urgent 2K. As they are calling this one, please now, can I see 2K from you? They are calling that one. They are calling this one. They are calling that one. You see somebody that you've not seen for too long, and the first thing you ask the person is, make I send my Aza? Should I send my account number? Anything for anything for the boys, you know? And our generation has now become a beggar generation. Everybody is begging, stylishly begging. We have to teach them delayed gratification. We have to teach them silence and reflection. I cannot overemphasize this. I've already talked about the importance of reflection, even to us. So we need to also let them understand the importance of reflection. Yes, children love to jump up and down a lot, yes, but at particular times of the day, let them sit down and be quiet. They don't necessarily have to sleep. Let them reflect. At that point, you will see some children, they will pick things and begin to draw. And that's when you will know, so this child has amazing art skills. Teach them silence and reflection. Let's build reading skills in them. Let them read. Let them read. Nowadays, children find it hard to read. Because even we adults don't read. Let's build reading skills in them. You could even read together. You could read together. Or build reading skills in them. Let them read. Can start from little picture books to catch their fancy. Comic books. Before then, what books with smaller contents. Then graduate them to novellas. They get to novels, or there are so many books, even life books that children can read. You see books teaching teens about finances, teaching them about life skills and all that. Give them books to read. Help them to become readers. Readers are leaders. Help them to become readers. Build their skills. Skill building is something that they need to be taught. Soft skills, hard skills, build their skill. The speaker that spoke about AI the other time was talking about how his 10-year-old uses AI skills to build his own business. It's a good thing. See China, see how their little children, how they invest in them by giving them skills. You see some little children do some things and you're wondering, oh my God, because even you as an adult cannot even do that thing. Little wonder why China is competing with America now to become the world power. And if America is not careful, China will become the world power. Because they are catching them young. It's not just about academics, they are building skills, giving them skills, soft skills, hard skills. Build skills in them. Hard work. That's another thing we need to teach our children. There's some children, they don't do anything at home. Yes, I understand that you have like 4 house helps in your house. I understand. But that's not an excuse for them not to do anything. Even if it is, go and help them to wash plates. As they are washing, you are rinsing. Or as you're rinsing, you are arranging. Just go. Enter the kitchen, help them. They are washing the car, join them wash. Build skills in them. Remember that those helps that you have today, one day will leave. But your child will remain. I've seen cases where by the time helps go, that's the end. The children are just useless because they've been used to helps all their lives. These skills you are building in them, it's not necessary that when they grow up they will use them. That's just it. Because most especially when they grow up, they can outsource it. They too will have ourselves that will do this work. Yes. So I get why you don't see the reason why they should learn these skills. But you need to remember that when you teach a child to wash plates, it is not the plate washing you are teaching the child. There are subtle life skills that you are giving them. That even though they outsource the washing of plates, they will not outsource the life skill that you've given to them. It becomes a part of them already that they can use, even in business, even in academics, they can use. Gratitude. People are becoming less grateful. You hear things like, is it because I asked you for 2K now you are not behaving like God? Shey because you are giving me you give me 2,000 now and I'm acting as if. You need to understand that if somebody gives you, even if it is 1,000, it means that they actually woke up one day, took their bath, dressed up, entered transportation or drove down to their office, worked from morning till night solely for you, for that amount that they gave you. And that's why you need to be grateful. Be grateful for whatever you do. Something happened to me last night. I was taking something and I was drinking something, and my son, my little son wanted to drink, and I intentionally gave him small, and he said, actually I wanted to see his reaction, but his reaction actually, what he said shocked me, even though I know I've always trained them to be grateful. But what he said shocked me. As I gave it to him, he said, thank you. At least you gave me something. And I turned and I looked at him. I said, what did you say? I actually heard him well, but I wanted to hear him say it again. I said, thank you. That at least you gave me something. I said, wow, I'm highly impressed. Because yes, I know I've built gratitude in you, but with that, and if you see the quantity I gave him something very small, because I wanted to hear him say, mommy, this is so small now. But instead he said, thank you. At least you gave me something. That's gratitude. Our gratitude should not be tied to the quantity of what we receive. When it is big, we say, Baba care. Hey. Our meji feyoko. 2 hours for one person. My hands are up. 2 hours, sir. Well done, sir. Thank you, ma. And then the day they don't give you, you snub them. Or the day they give you little, you look at them. So of all the money you have, it's only 1K you can see to give me. You're not entitled to anything they want that they have. So if they choose to give you, they give you out of the goodness of their heart. So let's learn to be grateful. So we need to teach children and young people gratitude. We need to teach them gratitude. We need to teach them identity beyond social media. There are some people, the moment they speak to them anyhow online, they will break down to the extent that they could even commit suicide, because all the identity they have is what social media tells them. When people tell them online, you are ugly, you are so this, you are so that, like this, you have destroyed their, in fact, the whole day is ruined for them. But we need to teach them identity beyond social media. They are not what is being said online. They don't have to follow everything they see online. They don't have to live their lives according to what they see online. You don't have to do anything because it is trending. You see young ladies, beautiful ladies, dress up braless because that's the trend. And I'm wondering what's going on. You see guys dress up properly, but the next thing, the trouser is down here, they're sagging. Why? Because one big celebrity was sagging, and so that's the trend. Everybody begins to do it. The moment somebody draws tattoo, everybody wants to draw the tattoo. The moment somebody does something like this to his hair, everybody wants to do it. The moment this person does this, everybody wants to do it. And marketers, business people are feeding on that, because once it is trending, something that is supposed to go for, let's say, 2k, 2,000 naira, you can tell you, it's 10k, and everybody will still buy it. It's not a national menace. It's a worldwide menace. It's happening all over the world. It's not just in Nigeria. You see people following a trend or doing something because it is trending. Because it is trending. Help them to understand that their identity goes beyond social media. So social media should not decide how they live their lives. Help them understand that followers are not success. You have 1 million followers does not mean you have 1 million success, or maybe you are extremely successful. So followers are not success. Attention is not attainment. The fact that your video is trending does not mean you have attained anything. Attention is not attainment, and popularity is not purpose. So the fact that you are popular, the whole world knows you, does not mean you have attained your purpose. That might not be what God has brought you here. That might not be why you are there at that point. So yes, you are popular, but have you attained your purpose? No. So popularity is not purpose. How do we build substance in our career and our business? That's another one that we need to look out. According to Warren Buffett, he said it takes 20 years to build a reputation. It takes just 5 minutes to destroy it. Imagine something you've been building for 20 years, and then within 5 minutes, reputation in the mud. And that's why we need to learn how to build substance in our career and in our businesses. And one of the ways we can do that is by focusing on value, not hype. It's not about the hype, but what value are you giving? Somebody was saying something about some people will be online and they are laughing. And they're just laughing, and then maybe there are lots of people on the live, and then they are sending them gifts and all that. They're not giving any value. It's just hype. And one day, those people that are joining the live, they will get tired. They'll move on to other things, and that will be it. But when you're giving value, you're consistently dishing out value, they'll keep coming back. Even when they're busy, they will keep finding their way back to you. And that is why in your business, in your career, you need to build value. Focus on value, not hype. Be consistent. Work consistently. The previous speaker said something that consistency for one person might be a different one for another person. For you, it could be every day, Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. Monday to Friday. That's your own consistency. For another person, it could be twice a day. For another person, it could be twice a week. For another person, consistency could be once a month. But make sure that whatever consistency is to you, be consistent. Make sure that you are consistent. Work consistently, not emotionally. You don't do it because I feel like doing it today. I don't feel like doing it tomorrow, so I don't do it. Then maybe next year I feel like doing it again, I do it. Then I don't feel like doing it again, I don't do it. No. Whether you feel like it or you don't feel like it, as long as it's something that needs to be done, it has to be done. Be consistent. And as you are consistent, as you're being consistent, document your growth. document your growth. One of the things documenting your growth will do for you is it will help your reflection. It will help you to know how far you've come, where you are now, how far you still have to go. It will help your gratitude. You will not compare yourself with that of another person, because you know that whatever it is you are aiming for, yes, some people have it, so it's very easy to compare your life to those people that have it when you don't have it yet. But you will also know that what you have right now is still somebody else's prayer point, and it used to be your own prayer point too at some point. So documenting your growth helps you to know that, oh, I wanted to achieve this before, but I've actually achieved it now. What's the next thing? Sometimes you look at it, oh, in 5 years, this is how much I've been able to achieve. You know, sometimes the brain forgets. You could just be scrolling through your journal and you will see, oh, at this point in my life, I remember when I used to just do this. But now, how time flies. I didn't know how much I have grown. And that's why you need to document your growth. As you build trust. Learn to build trust. Let people find it easy to trust you. Let your yes be your yes. Let your no be your no. If you cannot do that thing, tell them, I'm sorry, I cannot do it. If you can do it, tell them, I will do it. You will get it by this time. One of the menace we have in the society right now are artisans. I don't know which planet they are from. It's like they shipped them from one planet and then they pour them into the planet Earth. Because before you can actually find a trustworthy artisan, I don't know if I'm the only one, you will go a long way. You would have met a lot of people that would have collected your money. Either they don't do your work, or they do your work and they do nonsense. You know, it's so annoying. In my house, if I need to do anything, I have a very good electrician. So if I need to do, even if it is a carpentry work, my son will say, call Mr. Godwin. I said, Mr. Godwin is an electrician. He said, but he's very good at his job. I said, but he cannot do carpentry work. If you need anything, the next thing they'll say is, call Mr. Godwin. And that's because they have seen him not just being good at his job, but also delivering at the time he will say he will deliver. So if little children can identify trust, talk more of adults. Build trust. Build trust. Some people are only being trustworthy because you are still dealing with small money. The moment you see big money, the money scares you. Trust flies out of the window. Because you believe that money will not come again. You've forgotten that because that money came, is a symbol to you that more will come. Build trust. Let people trust you. Because when they can trust you with little, they will trust you with bigger ones. Avoid shortcuts. There's some people that all they want is to just want to get it quickly. They cannot wait. No. Instant gratification. I remember there's a friend of mine we used to call Lelen when I was in secondary school. Because they'll say, Lelen my bow. I'll collect it today. I'll collect it today. If it is too late, I'll wait for it. But I'm collecting it today. I'm not coming tomorrow. So we started calling him Len. That's the attitude some people put towards work. Len Magba. I'll collect it today. It has to be today. Shortcuts. And that's why you see artisans or apprentices, they don't want to learn completely. Once they learn one skill like this, piam, they become master. They do freedom for themselves. And then when a bigger task comes that they cannot do, they begin to be dicey. They begin to lie. And they collect money and they begin to hide. They begin to run. You keep calling them, hello, are you not delivering again? I'm coming, I'll deliver. I'll deliver. Shortcut. Everybody wants the shortcut. They want soft life. But they don't want to work for it. Avoid shortcuts. Be ethical. Have a reputation that speaks for you. Always understand that. Or ask yourself, when you're in a room, when your name is being mentioned in a room that you're not, what will be spoken about you? What will be spoken about you? I mentioned earlier that character is what you do, what you know yourself to do. Reputation is what others know you to do. So in as much as you're working on your character, also be mindful of your reputation. Because one day, someday, during matters arising, your name will be mentioned in a room that you are not. What will be said about you? What will be said about you? So you have to be ethical. Then we talk about building the inner life, because we cannot be talking about just building substance outwardly alone without actually building it inwardly, because it stems from inside. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. So it stems from inside. It stems from inside. So you can't only build substance outwardly. So we look at some of the ways that you can build your inner life. One of them is to strengthen your spiritual life. If you're the type of person that believes in something or believes in God or whatever, you have what you worship, what you believe in. Believe more, keep believing. Strengthen your emotional life, your spiritual life. Strengthen it. If you need to pray, pray more. Believe more. Worship more. If you need to meditate, meditate more. Because these things in turn will build your emotional resilience, which is the next thing you need to do. Build your emotional resilience. Develop a die-hard attitude. A spirit that does not give up, even in the face of adversity. Tell yourself, this too shall pass. Because the ones in the past have passed. So this one too will pass. Build emotional resilience. Another one is to build self-awareness. Be aware. Know who you are. A lot of people don't know who they are. If I say, okay, or if they're being told, who are you? All they know about themselves is the fact that they know their name, they know their gender, they know their age. Maybe they know the school they attend or the school they finish from. Well, they know the work they do. But when you ask them the why behind all this, silence. They don't know. Some don't even know their values. They don't know what they stand for. And that's why they fall for anything. They don't know what they stand for. Some only know that, oh, I don't do this because my mom said I should not do. And that is why it will be very easy to cajole you. But your mom is not here now. She will not know that you are doing it. And they fall. What are your values? What are your principles? Why are these things your values? Why are they your principles? Be self-aware. You want to become a lawyer when you grow up. Why? Is it because you come from a family of lawyers? Or because your mommy said you must become a lawyer? Or because you actually want to be a lawyer? Because you have a reason why you really want to do it. Not because you like the white and black gown, or you like their wig, you like how beautiful they look, you like how eloquent they speak in court. What is the purpose that you want to achieve, that you want to serve by doing that thing? Self-awareness. And self-awareness will lead you into the next point I want to mention, which is mental clarity. When you are self-aware, you'll be mentally clear. You will have a clarity in your mind. I remember when I was in secondary school, somebody just came to me, you're not even a big girl. I said, I'm not a big girl. Why? I said, because you don't have a boyfriend. I said, I said, what is the definition of big girl? And he was looking at me, he could not answer. I guess he was expecting that I will feel small the moment he says you're not a big girl because I want to be a big girl. So when he could not answer, I said, okay, so your definition of big girl, if I might help you out, since you cannot answer me, is maybe wearing clothes that will open my body, maybe going to club, having boyfriends when I'm still in secondary school. I said, is that your definition of big girl? I said, if that is your definition of big girl, I don't want to be a big girl. Just leave me like I am. I'm a small girl. Leave me. I like it like that. I know since that day he never spoke to me. In fact, he never spoke to me on that topic again. I saw that I'm not just doing whatever I'm doing at that point because I did not have the opportunity to do otherwise, but I chose to do it. Mental clarity. It stems from self-awareness. You cannot achieve mental clarity if you're not first self-aware. And that's why those 2 points go hand in hand. Because whatever you carry inside will determine how far you go outside. Yorubas will say, "Ngote yeba je, lo magbe fo." Whatever a bird eats is what the bird will fly with. So what you carry inside will determine how far you go outside. And that's why we need to build the inner life. We need to understand that the world does not need more noise. The world is loud enough. It's noisy enough. So the world does not need more noise. The world needs more thinkers. The world needs more problem solvers. The world needs substance. The world needs innovators. The world needs people with integrity. People with honesty. The world needs us to sit in silence. People who can sit in silence without shaking. That's what the world needs. And I want to challenge you today. Instead of reading, instead of just scrolling through, doom scrolling social media, read. I'm not saying don't do social media at all. No, that's not what I'm saying. But 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, just doom scrolling. Those are the time that you can use to build yourself, build your substance. Read a book. Watch, listen to a podcast. Watch. If you are the type that you're not you don't really learn via text. Maybe you don't like to read. Watch. I remember those days when I was still in art class and we'll have to read a book. Macbeth. I watched Macbeth as a movie. Because all these without that was so tiring for me. So when I heard there was a movie, I went to buy the movie. I watched it as a movie. So by the time I finished watching it as a movie, I now went back to the text. It was easy to read. Sharp, I had finished reading. And that still takes us back to you knowing yourself. We have different types of learners. We have the kinesthetic learner, we have the auditory learner, we have the visual learner. Which type of learner are you? And sometimes you might be the type that you cross at different times. I'm a kinesthetic learner, for example. But there are times when if I need to learn a particular concept, if I don't watch it, it will not enter. And there are times when I'm watching, but if I don't read it, it will not enter. So know yourself. And there are times when I will watch, I will read, but you see, if I don't do it, I'm just deceiving myself. I once took a training like that, and then I read, I understood everything. Then I saw, then at the end of the training assessment, number one question, I got it wrong. I told myself, I told you were deceiving yourself. I went back to the beginning of the training, pick my pen and paper. I already told you that if you don't write anything, you are just deceiving yourself. I started writing. Know yourself. So instead of doom scrolling, read. Read. There are lots of ebooks. You could put earphones in your ears and you're listening to them. Even on your way. Read. Instead of just reacting to everything that happens, everything everyone does, reacting to situations, reflect so you can respond. Reflect, because it's the process of reflecting that will help you to respond adequately to that situation instead of just reacting. A lot of people react. Somebody slaps you, now you slap your own back. Someone does something and then you quickly do your own, and then at the end of the day, later, maybe when you now sit down to think about it, you're not, I was not supposed to do that thing that I did. You now start feeling bad. Or you give somebody a very bad response, and then maybe it's after some weeks or some months or some years, you now read that thing again and say, I would like to type something like this. I should not have. So if you had reflected, you would have been able to respond adequately and not react. So remember that instead of reacting, reflect so you can respond. Choose depth over popularity. Everything is not, how many followers do you have? What's the, my son said something, Jeep upon Jeep. What's your, how much do you worth from head to toe? It's not that. It's not about that. How much is your hair? And you hear some people will say, I can never be caught dead in a Corolla. Which one have you bought? You that you've not even bought a, what was that? That Ijapa? That thought. And I say, I can never be caught dead in a Corolla. And you've not bought anything for yourself. Someone buys you 100 for birthday and you're saying, is it 100 your mates are buying? AO me. Which one has AO you bought for yourself? Depth over popularity. Instead of comparing yourself, grow. You are your own competition. So you need to grow. Grow. Stop comparing yourself. You're not in a competition with anybody. So instead of comparing yourself to, all my mates have bought 10 cars. All my mates have given birth to 20 children. What am I still using my life for? Ask yourself, is this where you were last year? Between last year and this year, what have you achieved? The fact that you're breathing alone could be an achievement, you know. The fact that you're hale and healthy alone could be an achievement. So instead of comparing yourself, grow. Instead of being distracted by the noise we have around us, by the noise we have in the world, because the world is full with noise, choose to live in the present. Don't let anybody push you. Don't let anybody put you under pressure. Don't let anyone put you under pressure. Choose to live in the present. Live in the present. Enjoy. I tell people, I say, it's a success. It's not a destination, it's a journey. So if you don't intentionally live in the present, you tell yourself, when I start earning 200,000, I will be happy. I will take myself out. I will do this. I will do that. And then you start earning 200k. You now change it to, when I start earning 500k. And then when you begin to earn 500k, you move it to, when I start earning 1 million. And you see that you keep growing, yes, but you're not fulfilled. That's because you're distracting yourself with the noise of the world. You keep comparing yourself. You keep doing this. You keep doing that. Live in the present. Live in the present. If it is biscuit you can afford to give yourself, eat your biscuit with peace of mind. Sit down, eat your biscuit, drink your pure water on it. The person that eats biscuit and pure water will eat shawarma and yogurt one day. They say it's shawarma. We eat shawarma and yogurt one day. But eat. Stop comparing yourself. Live in the presence. You only live once, you know. And it's not just about dying. You can't take yourself back to the age you were 10 years ago, can you? Even the age you were last year, can you? You can't. So enjoy yourself. Enjoy that age, because you can only be that age, that time. Let's assume you are 26 years, 5 months and 2 days. You can only be 26 years, 5 months and 2 days that day. By the time it's the following day, you become 26 years, 5 months and 3 days. Even that day, you can only be 26 years, 5 months, 2 days, and maybe 25 minutes and 20 seconds. That's a particular time. You know, this Guinness World Record timing helps one to kind of reflect. You keep looking at it, days, hours, minutes, seconds. Which means even though we are in day 6, right, or day 7 now, day 7, we're in day 7 now, it's no more 700. There was a time when this timer was showing 000.
Yeah.
And that's how time moves. But because we don't have it in front of us the way we are seeing this one, we think that yesterday is still the same as today. No, it's not. We think morning is still the same thing as now. No, it's not. And that's why you should live in the present and don't be distracted. Instead of just performing, build. A lot of what we do these days, a lot of what we see these days is performance. Nobody is building anything. Even those that are building are very little. One of the things I tell myself is, babe, until you begin to make money in your sleep, you have not started. If I'm sleeping and money is not coming in, I've not started, because the day I'm unable to go out, or when I don't even exist anymore, this is saying that a wise man leaves inheritance to his children. So when I do not exist anymore, something should still be yielding in my name. That is building. You are building something. So it's not just performance. You are here, you are there. No. We need to understand that the future is not for the distracted. It is for the disciplined. It's not for the loud. It's for the wise. It's not for those that chase attention. It is for those that build intention. And that is why in this age of distraction, we need to be a generation that chooses substance over the distraction. As Marcus Aurelius says, he says, the soul becomes dyed by the colors of its thoughts. The soul becomes dyed by the colors of its thoughts. So we need to build our substance, and it begins from inside. Because your thoughts become your action, and your action become who you are. Let's think about this. I'm going to leave you with that, even as I pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ma, for that insightful session. I hope we've all been able to learn and pick up valuable knowledge from everything that has been said so far. Alright, so I would like to ask every one of us a question. Do you think food can be stored in banks? Or let me even ask you, what are things that are stored in banks? You know, we have gold, diamond, you can have blood. We have so many types of banks nowadays. Right now I'm asking, do you think food can be stored in a bank? That's where I'm going to. Yeah, because many times when we hear the word bank, what comes to our mind is, a financial institution. But then the truth is there are many and several types of banks. And today I'll be talking about food banks in particular, and how food banks can be a means for us to ensure food security. Now, if I ask you another question, let me ask you another question. Do you think you are food secure? Do you think you are food secured? And you may begin to wonder, okay, am I asking you if you have food in your bag, or am I asking you if you have your food under lock and key in a cupboard, or am I asking you if you have a certain type or amount of food at the bank? Now, when you think of the fact of food security as a whole, when you begin to consider what food security in itself means for you as an individual and the society at large, you then begin to understand the reason why we need to offer solutions for our society in order for us to ensure food security. Now, according to the 1996 World Food Summit, they defined food security as when all people, they're not just talking about a certain set of people, they are not just talking about a certain community, they are not just talking about a certain developed country or a certain village or a certain town, but that all people and at all times. Now again, we are not just talking about when food is in surplus season, or when probably is the time for rain, or probably a time whereby everyone is just dashing themselves food and there is just food everywhere. But at all times, people have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preference for an active and healthy life. Now, with all of these terms, with all of these explanation, what does it mean and how does it affect you and I as individuals of our society? Now, when it talks about how people should have physical and economic access to food, nutritious food at every time and for all people, now you would begin to imagine when you would see people of our society, when you see people out there, they barely have enough food to feed themselves, not even talk of their families, not to even talk of feeding their neighbor. and then you are not expecting us to be able to feed everyone in the society, to provide food for every single person. Meanwhile, a single individual is not even food secured. An individual is unsure of his next meal, and even when he gets his meal, there right now there are some videos that trend whereby you ask people what's their weirdest combinations of food, and then people begin to describe absurd food combinations. I can't even mention some of these combinations that people mention online, but it's just you would hear several type of food combinations. And while that may seem like cruise, while that may seem like it's just a joke, the reality is that that is the truth for some certain people in our society. Some people just don't have the financial or even the physical capabilities to be able to afford good and nutritious food for themselves. People don't even have, they can't even begin to think of, oh, is this particular food nutritious for me? Is this particular food doing what it needs to be doing for my body? Is this particular food going to be sufficient for me even? They just want to eat. They don't want it to be that when they go out to survive, they just want it to be that when they go out and then no one is able to hear their stomachs rumbling or grumbling outside. They just want to just eat something. And it's a very sad reality, because that is not what being secured, well, that is not what being food secured means in its entirety. Yes, it's all good to be able to have the imagination or the prospect of feeding yourself well, feeding yourself into a certain level, but then are you food secured? Now, there are several people in our society. There are several underprivileged, underprivileged, and many people suffering several economic hardships who are unable to provide food for themselves. And in the situation, in the setting of our world, there is an organization, there is a commitment to seeing that, according to the Sustainable Development Goals, the second goal is zero hunger. Now, when we are talking about zero hunger, are we saying everyone just automatically stops feeling hungry? Are we saying all of a sudden everyone's stomach begins to get full, everyone is well fed, everyone is robust, everyone is healthy? That is not what we talk about. That's not what we are talking about when we are talking about zero hunger. Now, zero hunger is a means to end hunger. It's a means to achieve food security. There are several goals, sustainable goals that can be discussed, but now we are linking zero hunger, food security, food banks. We are linking all of this together in order to ensure that our society as a whole is well fed. We are nutritiously fed, we are well fed, we are food secured. Now, considering zero hunger, in achieving food security, zero hunger, to achieve food security, improved nutrition, because it is not right that a member of our society just gets to eat anything and just anything for breakfast, for lunch, or for dinner, or even as a snack. It is not proper that you would see people who are barely able to feed themselves, not to talk of their entire family, not to even talk about considering the needs of the next person around them. They are unable to think or even fathom the fact that, oh, I need my food to be adequately nutritious. Now, considering zero hunger, furthermore, is that zero hunger is also a means to consider and also promote sustainable agriculture. It is involved in granting access to enough food. Now, if I asked you, the last meal you had, was it sufficient for you? Were you full? Or even to the general public, the last meal that you had, were you able to get enough material for you to make that food in order for it to be sufficient for you? Now, access to enough food is not just something that we need to just wrap around the fact that, oh, I just need to eat. access to enough food, we're talking about the quantity of food available, not just on your table but also in the society at large, also in the general market, that you have sufficient food for yourself to eat, the next person around you, the next person in the society, the person who is outside, the person who is trying to make ends meet. Is there enough food to feed him? Is there enough food for him to take home back to his family in order to feed them? Now we have nutritious food. Like I was giving the example earlier, many people don't care about the nutrients in their food. Some people, it could probably be the fact that someone had given them trashed out food from their refrigerator, and just because they just want to survive, they just want to eat something in their belly, they just grab it up and grub it all up, and then you begin to wonder what nutrient did that food offer to you. You would see people who would, instead of getting access to the nutrients of a particular food, they are left with the end product, they are left with the waste of a particular food item, and they have no choice but to eat it simply because they do not have access to nutritious food. You know, I was at the market one day and there wasn't a time when the inflation was very high. So I was at the market back then, and then I was about to buy, I was near a man who was selling grounded pepper, and then the woman came around and she was like, oh, and then she started haggling with the man selling the pepper, grounded pepper, grounded dried pepper, and she was haggling with him that he should just allow her buy some of it just so she could be able to take it home in order to feed her children, make the grounded pepper powder into a paste so that she could make it as a soup in order for her to feed her family and her children. You know, that is not what we are considering when we're talking about food security, because to every other person, to many people in society, grounded pepper is mainly just for seasoning. It's just for you to add spice to your food. Now this is a mother of a home, this is someone who has to feed her children, considering this grounded pepper powder for her to make soup out of it. Now then you begin to wonder, what exactly is wrong with our society? What exactly is wrong with the chains and the system surrounding securing and protecting our food? Now another thing to consider in achieving zero hunger, we also have reliable access, and in this we have stability over time. If the fact that you are able to feed yourself today, how sure are you that that food firstly would be available for you to feed yourself the next time you need to eat? And also secondly, what assurance do you have that you have the economic capability and capacity for you to be able to buy that food for you to eat? There are many people, just like the example I gave, the sad example I gave of the woman who had to buy grounded pepper in order for her to feed her family. There was definitely a time whereby she could comfortably feed her family, comfortably feed her children. But it got to a point when inflation was high, and that was what she had to resort to. That's a personal effect of, or the personal way in which you can see how food security can become unstable. Food security can become something that you are not even sure of where your next meal is coming from. You are not even sure of the certainty of your meal being assured and being secured. Now when we are also talking about stability over time, when we are talking about reliable access to food, we are also talking about those who are in places whereby the society has termed to be the lowest of the lowest, places whereby society has termed people or individuals who are living there to be underprivileged. Do these people have good access to food? Do these people have definite access to food? You are sitting in an urban area, you are sitting in a comfortable area, or you are living in a comfortable area. There is 100 or 99.9% guarantee of food getting to you. How then do we begin to talk and also engage people who are not so privileged as you and I are? Because there will always be an assurance of someone who is well-to-do, someone who is privileged in the society, for him to get his next meal. But can we say the same for the underprivileged in our society? And now I was asking earlier, I said, can we ever have a time whereby food will become what we store in banks?
Now, a bank is an institution or a place whereby important goods, important materials, important elements, important things are stored, guaranteed safety. They are stored and over time retrieved for either personal use or for general use. Now, how then do we combine food and banks together? How then do we combine ensuring that our food are safe and secured over a particular period of time? Now, to some people, because from going from the initial question that asked of what banks are, many people, their ideas, many people could not easily link foods to banks. Now, there are food banks in our society, there are food banks all around, but the truth is many people are still not privy to that knowledge. They still don't know. And why is that? It's simply because they are not enough. It's simply because they are not sufficient to feed the mouths that are available. Now, a food bank is a place whereby we can store surplus food. Now, earlier, some days back when I was giving my speech, I spoke about the fact that agricultural food gets wasted a lot. Now, food banks are institutions. They are places whereby this surplus food, which continue and end up getting wasted day in, day out, they are places whereby the society at large can come together. We can organize the system in such a way that this food, instead of them getting wasted, they are safely and securely protected for the next person to get access to. Now, aside from surplus food, we would also have people who would like to donate food items. We could have someone, maybe you have excess of food in your house, and then instead of you wasting it, or instead of you just watching it spoil, you could think about it. You could say, oh, where can I take this particular food to? That is where food banks come to. And then also another ideology that may come to mind whenever we are talking or thinking about banks is the fact that it has to be a large and huge organization. It has to be something that is stretching across plots of land, something that just has to be used, something that just has to like accommodate a lot. And while that may be true, while that may be good in itself, because it grants us more access to storage, we are able to store more food. But for us to reach those who need to be reached, we can make these food banks become smaller. We can portion them to be smaller in different areas of our society. We could have several food banks in a particular community, in a particular state or town, whereby people who are unable to feed themselves, who are unable to get proper food for themselves, for their families, are able to go there, reach out to the organizers or those who are working at the food banks, and they're able to get food to them. Because the truth is, as time goes on, right now we have war going on in the society. We have a current war ongoing. How are we able to safely and assuredly say that there are people in affected countries who are currently going through war? How are we able to talk about, how are we able to safely and surely say that the members of the society are secured in terms of food? Because you and I, we are seated in what would be relatively termed as a safe place. We are not really necessarily bothered about food or about how secured our food is. But then the thing is, there are people who have to worry, who have to think about their next meal. They are not even sure if they are going to be able to see themselves eat the following day. How then do we now safeguard their interest? How do we safeguard their stomachs? How do we safeguard children? How do we safeguard women? How do we safeguard families? How do we safeguard the aged people in our society to ensure and see that they are well fed? Because statistically, the statistics of those who are mostly affected by food insecurity, which is the opposite of food security, are majorly children, women, and aged people. Now you may be thinking, you may be wondering, oh, how would a child be food insecure? Does the child have access to food directly? But the truth is, if the father, if the mother, if they are unable to get proper food for themselves or proper food for the family in order to feed the family, because children would always need the best of the best nutrition in every single meal. Now, if their parents are unable to get the proper meal in order to feed their family, these children begin to suffer from several diseases. These children begin to suffer from illness. They suffer from hunger mainly, and then they begin to fall sick, and unfortunately these children die. And this is a very sad reality of our society, whereby we begin to see children die not because they not necessarily because they fell ill, or probably because they had an accident or something unfortunate happened to them, but simply because they are unable to get the right and proper nutrients which should be in their food, which they should be consuming as food, and they are even unable to have access to food at the right time. Now, also, I like to talk about, while I'm talking about food security, there are mainly 4 dimensions in ensuring food security, in ensuring ways in which food is able to get from the producer right down to those who need it. And I'll be linking these dimensions to ways in which food banks can be a means to ensure food security. Now, I mentioned that there are 4 dimensions that I'll be talking about, and it is of utmost importance that we as a society, we as individuals who are concerned about every single member of society, we're able to put and work together in ensuring that food is enough, not just for you, but also for the next person around you. And unfortunately, I'll be talking about the physical availability of food, which is the supply. We have several farms across the country. We have several farms across the world. Now that if we are talking globally, now we have so many food types being produced daily, and yet we still have the issue of these food items getting wasted. We have issues of these food items not getting to their final consumer. Now, when we are talking about the availability of food, I think with this we can establish the fact that there is food available, but the issue is the wastage of food, because there will always be need for food, but then is the right food getting to its final consumer? Now we are trying to establish the fact that there should be a continued supply of food, and the continued supply of food will not just happen just because we are talking about it by mouth, but it will happen from the fact that we begin to take actions in ensuring that we continue farming. We begin to take actions in considering the fact that we are making food for the right people, for the available people, and also making the right food. Now, in the physical availability of food, after considering the supply of food, we then begin to think about, from the fact that this food is being produced, how do we ensure the continued supply of this particular food? How do we ensure that this food does not get wasted at the end of the day? That is when we begin to talk about the availability of food, because it's not so cool, or it's not so good for the fact that as a society we are still not sure of how food flows generally. And so ensuring that we are able to understand the supply and how food flows from its producer down to its final consumer. Now, another dimension, the second dimension which I'll be talking about, is the economic and physical access to food, and this majorly affects market prices. If I may ask several of you, how market prices affect your demand or even your interest in food? I'm very sure there will be a linkage between both factors. There are some people whom, despite the fact that they have serious cravings for a particular food type, for the fact that that food is expensive or the material needed to produce that food is expensive, they automatically lose that craving. They are no longer interested, simply because they cannot afford that food. And that is to you who is even able to have the economic capability of purchasing a certain type of food, you're even able to you're even able to buy food at a particular time. How much more members of the society who do not even have any financial or any economic capability to buy or even get access to food. Now we are talking about the economic and physical access. Is this food available to people? Now linking this to how food banks can be a way of ensuring food security. Food banks are ways in which we already have the fact of, oh, food is being supplied, yes, yet there is a wastage. We can have this excess or surplus food being delivered to food banks. They then in turn store this food or either raw food or processed food. They store this food, they ensure its continuity, they're able to get across to people who need this food and they're able to supply it to them. People in the society are even able to reach out to these food banks in order for them to have access to proper and nutritious food, because the truth is food prices will never remain at the fixed price forever. They would either rise or they would decrease. So how do we ensure its security? How do we ensure its safety? How do we ensure the fact that the common man is able to feed not just himself but also his family? Now we're talking about food utilization. Now food utilization, we ourselves physically, we are not the ones utilizing food, but instead it's our bodies using the nutrients available in the food that we are eating to provide nutrients to our body, to be able to provide proper and adequate nutrients to our body. Now food banks are very essential in ensuring security in that sense, because you do not just expect a food bank to just distribute food without understanding the proper essence of nutrients, without ensuring or understanding the proper essence of nutrition in our daily meals. Now food banks are very essential in this because we have several hands who are working together in order to ensure that members of our society get food. And in that case, we have nutritionists working on the teams, we have doctors working on the teams. All in all, hand in hand, we have people who are ensuring and working together to ensure that food is being nutritious to us. Food is being provided and eaten in a very nutritious and safe way. Now the last thing is stability. If I ask you, are you sure of where your next meal is coming from? Yes, you already ate earlier, but then are you sure of where your dinner is coming from? Are you even sure of where the next meal of your family is coming from? For the fact that you are able to eat now, is it guaranteed that you are able to have your next meal? And even if you may say yes, are you guaranteed of the fact that it is going to be nutritious? It is going to be what your body truly needs? For many, the answer is no, and that is the sad truth or reality of our society. The fact that many people do not have continued access to food. There is no stability in the type and nutrients of food in which they eat. For some and many people, they just want to eat. They just want to have their bellies fed. They just want to have the next thing available to them in order to just keep it moving. Many people are more concerned about what fetches them money over what nutrifies or what nutrifies their bodies in essence, and that is very bad for any individual to do to himself and even to his body. Now when we have considered several things in how food security should be, now that we've spoken about several ways in ensuring food security, we've spoken about ways in which we can ensure that food can be secure in our society. Now linking all of this to the essence of and why food banks are very necessary in our society, why food banks will remain and should be a means and can be a means of ensuring food security, because food banks are not just places whereby we just store food and then move away from them. They are not just places whereby you just dump whatever food it is that you have and then you just move away from them. But however, food banks are institutions, they are storage facilities, that provide life to humanity. They are storage spaces that provide nutrition to people who truly need it, because food banks provide access to food at all times, provided that there is enough food in the society, provided that every single individual is doing their part. And while all of this may be good, the truth is, as a society in Nigeria at large, we are still growing in that aspect. For many people, the idea of a food bank is very foreign to them. They've never heard of it. They don't even know what is being done there. They just imagine whatever is done in whatsoever other type of banks that come to their head. And they're just like, oh, okay, we store food there, and whenever we need it, we go back there and grab it. Is that all what you're saying? But the thing is, while that may be true in some sense, it is not the truth. Because food banks are ways in which we store food that are available in our society. We store excess food which are available in our society. We store food which would become a means of providing hope and life to the next person in the society. And now that we have even spoken about this, I would also like to talk about the issues that food banks, or the issues or problems that food banks have, or probably the reason why you've never heard of a food bank before, probably why you don't even know what is being done in a food bank. Now, the first one which I'll be talking about is the storage issue. Now, food is a very delicate item. The way in which you would store a non-perishable item in your house would not be the same way in which you will store a perishable item such as food in your house. You wouldn't store your bags the same place you would store your food. You wouldn't store your food the same place you will store your clothes or your bags or your shoes, or you would even store gold. Let's say, for example, you are storing in a financial bank. You wouldn't store all of these things in the same place, because food needs proper storage facilities. Because you wouldn't expect that you are storing something that is perishable within, as the seconds are counting. You wouldn't store that in a place whereby there is no conducive environment to ensure the sustainability of that particular food. How do we then explain to people who are coming to get food from a food bank that, oh, the food that you're about to get has gone bad, or that, oh, the food you're about to get, unfortunately, they are no longer consumable? Now, food banks face the issue of storage, because now that earlier on I had said that we can have smaller food banks in different parts of different communities in order to ensure easy access to food. Now, for so many of those food banks, if they were to be established and sustained, they would need storage facilities. They would need places for them to store food. Now, how much or how many of the storage facilities are available, and how many can even be used by these food banks? How many of those food banks? Because the truth is, right now, currently, the majority of food banks that are even available in our society right now, they are private owned. They are not even government owned. So how then do you expect a private organization to be able to provide or even purchase expensive equipment on their own, if not for interventions, if not for support, if not for donations? So you can see the reason why there is need for proper storage. There is need for every single individual's intervention in ensuring food security, because it's not just a one-man's job. It's not just something that someone can just wake up all of a sudden one day and then just begin to get into, because it involves several members of our society. It involves several stakeholders in the society. It involves you, it involves I, it involves the government, it involves every good and well-meaning member of our society. Now, another firstly, I was talking about lack of awareness. Many people, they don't know about food banks. They don't even know what is there. If I even ask this room, how many of you have ever been a recipient of a food bank outreach before? Nobody. You probably haven't even heard of a food bank having an outreach and then they are coming somewhere close to you. Many people don't even know. They don't even know how and ways in which they can get involved. I volunteer at a food bank, and then it is very sad whenever we go out for outreaches, and then you would see members of our society, you will see many people who do not have proper access to food. It's a very sad, because you as a person, your thinking might just be centered on just you and you alone, without thinking of how other people in our society cope. And the truth is, many people are hungry. Many people need food in their systems. Many people need nutritious food to survive, because there are several categories of people in our society. There are several illnesses, there are several sicknesses, there are different syndromes in which nutritious food can help to cure, can help to minimize. But yet you would have people who are going through all of this, and yet they do not have the proper access to food. It is very sad that you would see an old or an aged person in our society without children, without support, without anyone to even help out in household chores, not to even talk about getting money to buy food, not to even talk about having access to food, or even being able to cook that particular food. You would see many people who have been left behind, people who are ill, people who are going through, or who have several mental disabilities. Many people are unable to fend for themselves. When you go out into society, when you see people like this, it just continues to break hearts, and then you begin to wonder, how can we mitigate all of this? How can we provide solution to all of this? How can we solve this issue? Because people are hungry every day, every second, every time. Someone is hungry. And even if you would even compare the statistics of people who die due to poor food, due to poor nutrition, the rate is alarming. The rate is something that would, scare someone. But yet you will see that in our society, we just wash everything away, and we just move on, simply for the fact that it's not affecting you. And so therefore we think that, every other person should care for themselves. That is not the whole essence of ensuring food security. Food security is all about ensuring security for yourself, and also security for the person next to you, and that's even spreading that to the whole society at large. Now, another issue that food banking face is limited policy support. Now, earlier on I had mentioned the fact that majority of food banks available in our society right now are private owned. Now, you wouldn't expect something in which there is lack of governmental control to have so much policy support. There are several policies that are being made day in, day out. But then how do we ensure that a system that is ensuring food provision to members of its society, how do we ensure that they have policies, they have laws, they have system that sustains them? Because you would even see that someone, or probably while going on an outreach, you're trying to help people in the society, but then instead of them understanding the benefit of what you are doing, they are instead seeing it as a way to extort you. They are seeing it as a way for them to, just put a bad claim to what it is that you are doing. There are several ways in which there could be policies, there could be laws that could protect the security of food better. And this does not just, we could be saying that, it's just a short-term thing, it's just something that can be resolved very easily. But the thing is, once something becomes deeply embedded, deeply rooted in the thinking of a person, that, instead of me appreciating someone that's come to do something good for me, let me instead rubbish it off, let me instead do something bad to them, let me not appreciate it well enough. That's a very bad and deformed way of thinking. We shouldn't be so, and I believe that should be corrected. Now, another thing I would like to, or another issue that I would like to speak about concerning food banking, which is something that I would say even you seated right now, or you watching, could be a barrier that would even limit you from getting access or even receiving from a food bank, would be cultural barriers. Now, you can't, let me give this example in our present society. Now, an average Nigerian would reject you giving him a leftover item. Now take for a fact, now we've said that food banks operate in a way or in a system whereby they safeguard surplus or leftover food items. Now considering this cultural mindset, considering this cultural knowledge that we don't accept something that is termed as leftover, we don't accept something that someone else didn't want and then they then left behind in order for me to get. Now people term food or food items from food banks as such. They believe it's leftover. They don't want leftover, and that's even very absurd. Someone is trying to help you, for crying out loud. Help yourself and be available to also receive it. Yes, it may be a tough thing trying to overcome this cultural barrier that you have set up in your mind in thinking that this particular food item, it's left over from someone else, or this particular help that they're trying to render to me is simply because they see me as someone who is poor. The truth is, we are all just trying to help one another. We are just trying to be the better person for the person next to us. Why don't you avail yourself for that opportunity? If you don't need it, you would know someone that needs it. Let them know. Spread the awareness. Now you've heard about food banks, you could make research. Which food bank is near me? How can I sign up? How can I receive from them? How can I get from them? In what way can it be beneficial to me? Because aside from the fact that you are getting food, you're also getting access to experts who understand the basis and essence of nutrition. And as such, you are helping your life, you are helping your health, and you're also helping your body and also to everyone around you at large. So therefore, today, I would say once again, make research, ask questions. Know in what way can I spread the information about this food bank that I've heard about today? In what way can I let the person next to me, or how can I allow underprivileged members of society get access to it? In what way can I get involved? We can have people, we can have religious organizations, we can have private organizations, even companies. You could set up food banks within your organizations. Times whereby you would have CSRs, whereby you would have to do outreaches for you to reach out to members of society. You could decide, for this time we want to help out people in the society concerning their nutrition, help people understand why proper nutrition matter, help people understand why they need to eat the right food. You could have people who would team up and decide to donate to even existing food banks. They could decide to help out, volunteer, because volunteering in food banks will also open your eyes to see that everything is not just a bed of roses. There are people who are truly in need of things that we take with levity. There are truly people that are in need of things that we have just decided to take with a pinch of salt, things that we've just seen as normal, things that we've just seen as everyday life. There are several people in our society, there are several people who are in their need of things that we take with levity, things that we just have at the expense of our leisure, or have at the expense of the state of our living, or the state of where we stay, or the state of our economic or financial ability. But that we get to understand there are truly people who are in need of that which you have. And it will do you more good, and also the society more good, when we as a society were able to team up, we are able to work together in order to ensure that no one goes to bed hungry, no one walks on the streets of society with an empty stomach. No child is going to bed hungry, no child is living with any nutrition deficiency, no child is having to struggle for food. No child, no person, no individual of our society is having to struggle for his next meal, is having to work so hard, work terrible jobs, work undermining jobs in order for them to just get food. But that food becomes something that we put at utmost priority. We put and we store with utmost care. We store with the mindset that there is someone in need of this food, and I need to be responsible for the next person who is going to need this food. Because how do we explain our society when the average person is unable to get properly fed? How do we explain our society when the person who needs food is unable to afford that food simply because of the fact that it's just not available, simply because of the fact that he is unable to have the financial capacity in order to buy that food? There are several examples and several ways in which people need food, in which people need several things, and I will continue to emphasize and re-emphasize. Food should not be one of those things that we have to labor over, we have to labor after, we have to struggle so hard to get, simply because of the fact that it's just not available, simply because of the fact that there is no food security. And so as such, I would like to call every individual, every member of society, every government organization, every private organization, every individual who cares about the well-being and the nutrition of the next person. What are you doing to ensure food security? In what way are you putting your foot on ground in order to see to it that no one is going to bed hungry, no one is living hungry and without proper nutrients in their body, without proper nutrients for their body to function well? And so with that, I would like to ask the simple question and also call your awareness to it. Do you think food banks are the future of ensuring food security? And with that, I would like to pass on the microphone to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. This is a nice time we have here with that, and I could deduce and I could comprehend from the previous speaker the necessity of food banks. And one of the most interesting points that she used as our lead, those that did communication or the journalists, they observe to every news or to every headlines there comes immediately a lead, and without this lead there will be no you understanding a germane or imperative topic for you to know, which she was asking at first, what are banks? And I could observe when she was talking about banks, she was telling us, what do you understand about banks? Immediately the first thing she said was, banks are any safe place where we keep entities, valuable things. And when she was mentioning valuable things, she made mention of using of our money, jewelries. These are necessities of humans. And someone mentioned also that banks cannot only be where we keep our monetary values, we can also keep necessary things. Like I made mention of, we have word banks where you just pick up your words from. We have banks where we keep, and we could observe from this lesson she just concluded on the necessity of having food storages which serve as bank, and is one of the most necessary things we need in our society. Why did I conclude on a point as well as saying is one of the necessary value we need in the society? Is the imperative reason that, before money is being made, we have what we call trade by barter, whereby I have excess of beans, I don't want to have malnutrition. There's also a point she mentioned, I would rather exchange my beans with you, you give me yam, so by that the little beans I have I can eat yam and beans. So that's juxtaposes and balances where she talked about food necessity. which is of great value to that. And this makes me bring about my topic on the cost of planning an event and decorating an event. Now, as many that are here, I want to tell you that most times whenever I'm handling a speech, I love to educate, to inform, likewise to entertain. But it's an opportunity for as many that are before me here to know that there is an essence of me coming here, which I am inculcating knowledge into you. How many of you have a skill? You have an handiwork. You have an handiwork. I can see one person here. What's your trade? What do you do? Bead making. That's a very nice craft. What do you do? Clothing. What do you do? Yo, that's a barbing. Okay, barber rather. A salon artist as well. Okay, you? What do you do? Yeah?
I do a lot of things.
Okay. I think I've come across this person before. The first one.
Okay, I'm into bakery too. Like all this
baking. So in that baking we have pastries and
yes.
So we also have another sub as what? What do you do again underneath it? So we have pastry, we have cake making, we have making of snacks, buns. So that's correct. And we also have people that makes food under this baking and catering. So it's slashed. Another person here. Yeah, we have a photographer. Photographers also make content. Content do not need to be videos. Content needs to be in pixels, arranging of pictures, making it as an editing form. So someone else, a craft. Teaching is also a craft. Okay, you don't monetize yours. So as much as you are giving out value, is a skill. It cannot. It can't leave you. It's something you spend time, dedication, you inculcated knowledge in yourself. This knowledge cannot be traded for anyhow, and you can choose any time to that you want to inculcate this knowledge and you are planting a seed into a person. I always remember you for it. I will never forget. No matter how, if I was a student to you and I complain about how I don't like you, how you've been harsh in